Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe. Only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. Story number 1. Story title: We used a Ouija board in our new apartment's storage locker. Now my sleepwalking son keeps whispering, "The man in the walls is hungry." Okay, let me tell you about the day we moved in. The real estate agent, she had this big smile that showed all her teeth, and she kept saying the place had character. I should have known right then. My wife, she was just over the moon. Our son, he was a little shy, holding onto my leg, but his eyes were wide looking at the big empty rooms. Me, I'm Liam, and I just felt a huge weight lift off my shoulders. We finally did it. Our own place. No more landlords. No more sharing walls with strangers who blasted music. This was ours. The sunlight that afternoon was pouring through these big windows, showing every dust speck floating in the air, and it just felt like gold. It felt like we had climbed a mountain and planted our flag. The first thing my boy wanted to do was pick a color for his room. He picked this bright sky blue. Not my taste, but who cares? I spent the whole next day painting it for him, cutting in the edges while he sat on the floor telling me about where his bed would go and where his action figures would live. My wife, she unpacked the kitchen boxes, humming, and she hung up this little wooden sign that said "Home Sweet Home" right by the front door. It was corny, but it made her happy. It made all of us happy. We ordered pizza that night and ate it on the floor, and it was the best meal I'd ever had. The place wasn't perfect, of course. It was an old building, and the floors creaked in spots you didn't expect. The faucet in the kitchen sink had a drip, and there was this one door in the lobby we hadn't really noticed before, down a short flight of concrete stairs. The super told us it led to the shared storage basement. He said every unit got a locker down there. We didn't think much of it until the weekend. We had a few boxes of holiday decorations and old books we didn't need upstairs, so I suggested we go check out our locker. My son, he didn't want to go. The basement door was heavy and metal, and it was dark on the other side. I felt the same little kid nervousness, to be honest. But I puffed out my chest and said, "Come on, we're explorers. This is our secret mission." That got him. I found the light switch, a single bulb, hanging on a wire way down at the end of the hallway, flickered on. The air was cool and smelled like concrete and something else, something old and closed up. Our locker was just a metal cage with a padlock. It was full of junk. I mean full. The last people, or maybe the people before them, had just left everything behind. There were moldy cardboard boxes, a broken lamp, a stack of yellowing newspapers. My wife made a face. "What a mess," she said. But my son, now he was into it. It was a treasure hunt. He pointed at a box. "What's in there, Dad?" So we started pulling stuff out, just to see. Most of it was trash. But then my fingers hit something flat and solid under a mildewed blanket. I pulled it out. It was a game board, but not like Monopoly. It was wood, with a smooth finish, and it had the alphabet carved in a big arc across the top, and the numbers 0 through 9 below it. In the corners were these strange symbols, and the words yes and no were in the top corners. Ouija board, my wife said, her voice flat. A talking board. I'd heard of them, seen them in movies. This one looked old and kind of fancy. With it was this little heart-shaped piece of wood with a clear window in the middle, on 3 little legs. A planchette, that's what they call it. It had a crescent moon design on it. My son reached for it. "Cool," he said. My wife immediately said, "No, put that down. That's not a toy." She had a superstitious streak. I laughed it off. "It's just a piece of plastic and wood, honey," I said. "It's from a party store. It's nothing." I was trying to be the rational one. I saw the look on my son's face, that disappointment. And part of me, I have to admit, was curious. So I said, "Tell you what, we'll take it upstairs and get rid of all this other junk. We can even try it out as a joke after you go to bed. See if any ghosts want to talk." I winked at him. He laughed, a little nervous laugh. My wife shot me a look that could freeze fire, but she didn't say no. So we took the board, along with a box of our own stuff we were storing, and left the rest of the junk. That night, after our son was asleep in his new blue room, we were both wound up from the move. We couldn't sleep. We were sitting on the living room floor, the carpet still smelling new, sharing a bottle of wine. The Ouija board was leaning against the couch. My wife nodded at it. "Go on then, Mr. Brave. Let's see it work." She was challenging me. So I got it. I put it on the floor between us. The wood felt smoother than I expected. I put the little moon-shaped planchette in the middle. The rules were printed right on the board. You put your fingertips lightly on it. I did. She hesitated, then put just her fingertips on the other side. Okay, spirit world, I said, doing a fake spooky voice. Anybody home? We both giggled. We sat there for a minute, nothing happening. My wife's shoulders relaxed. See? It's nothing. Our fingers are just twitching. And then I swear, I felt this tiny little pull. Not from her. It felt like the planchette itself wanted to move. It wobbled. Then it slid just a little toward the G. We both stopped laughing. You're pushing it, she whispered. I'm not, I whispered back. Are you? Her eyes were wide. She shook her head slowly. The planchette drifted, then stopped. We were both dead quiet now. My heart was starting to thump in my chest. This was stupid. It was a game. But the air in the room felt different, charged, like before a thunderstorm. Let's ask a question, I said, my voice low. Is there anyone here with us? For a long moment, nothing. Then the planchette began to move. It wasn't a wobble. It was a slow, deliberate slide. It went to the H, then to the E. L, another L. Oh, hello. A chill shot straight down my spine. My wife gasped and snatched her hand away. You did that, she hissed. I didn't, I said, my voice louder than I meant it to be. We both looked down the dark hall toward our son's room. No sound. We looked back at each other. I saw real fear in her eyes, and I knew she saw it in mine. But a bigger part of me, the part that fixes things and solves problems, kicked in. It's the ideomotor effect, I said, trying to sound confident. Our subconscious muscles are making tiny movements. We're doing it without knowing. It's a science thing. She didn't look convinced, but she wanted to be. She slowly put her fingers back on the planchette. Okay, she said, her voice trembling. Let's ask who it is. I swallowed. My mouth was dry. I asked, what is your name? The planchette didn't hesitate this time. It shot across the board, fast and smooth. L, my breath caught. E, my wife made a small sound. Oh, it stopped. Leo, our son's name. We both jerked our hands back as if the wood had burned us. The planchette sat there, pointing at the... Oh, we suggested that, my wife said, but her voice was thin, weak. We were thinking about him. We made it happen. I wanted to believe her. I needed to believe her. But it had moved so fast. Too fast. We weren't pushing it. We were trying to hold it still. And then from down the hall, from the direction of our son's new blue bedroom, we heard it. A solid, unmistakable thump. It wasn't a creak. It wasn't the building settling. It was a single, firm knock coming from inside the wall. We froze. We didn't even breathe. We listened with every cell in our bodies. Nothing else. Just the sound of our own hearts pounding. After a full minute, I got up, my legs feeling like jelly. I crept down the hall, my wife right behind me. I pushed open his door. The night light was on, casting a soft glow. He was sound asleep, his chest rising and falling peacefully, one arm thrown over his stuffed dog. The blue walls looked calm in the dim light. There was nothing there. We backed out and closed the door. We didn't speak. We went to bed, but we didn't sleep. We just lay there, holding hands in the dark, listening. The rest of the night was quiet. In the morning, with the sun streaming in, it all seemed silly. A weird game, some old pipes knocking. We had a normal breakfast. I went to work. We were a happy family in our new home. We didn't touch the Ouija board again. I stuffed it in the back of a closet. We were done with it. That night, I slept hard, the deep sleep of exhaustion. But I woke up suddenly in the dead of night. The digital clock said 3:18. I woke up because the room was perfectly still. My wife's side of the bed was empty. The sheets were cold. A jolt of fear, different from the silly fear of the game, went through me. I got up and padded out into the hallway. And there she was. My wife was standing frozen, just outside our son's bedroom door. Her hand was clamped over her mouth, and she was shaking. I followed her gaze. Our little boy was standing in the hallway. He was sleepwalking. His eyes were open, but they were glassy, seeing nothing. He was facing the wall, the one that separated his room from the living room. The wall we had heard the knock from. Slowly, deliberately, he lifted his small hand and placed his palm flat against the wallpaper. Then he leaned in, until his lips were almost touching the plaster, and he began to whisper. It wasn't words at first. It was a string of numbers, spoken in a soft, monotone voice that didn't sound like his at all. 7, 3, 9, 1, 4. Over and over. A code, a message, or maybe just a random list. But the way he was saying it, into the wall, like he was telling a secret to someone on the other side, that was the moment I knew the game wasn't over. The thing we had invited in with a laugh was still here, and it was talking to my son. Okay, so after that night with the numbers, we had a family meeting over pancakes. My wife's hands were still a little shaky pouring the syrup. We used our brightest, most cheerful voices. We decided, right then and there, that it was all just the stress of the move. Our son was having bad dreams. The Ouija board was a silly toy that messed with our heads. The knock in the wall was definitely the building's old steam heat pipes, which probably came on with a bang. We agreed to stop talking about it, to just be normal. And for a little while it worked. Daylight is a powerful thing. It chases away the creepy crawly feelings from 3 a.m. We got into a routine. I went to work, she got our son ready for his new school, we had dinners, we laughed. We did not mention the board, which was now buried under some winter coats in the hall closet. We didn't talk about sleepwalking. We called it nighttime talking if it ever came up, which it didn't. We were building a happy life on top of that weird night, like laying new sod over a patch of mud. About a week later, I was in a deep sleep, the kind where you don't even know what year it is, when I felt my wife's grip on my arm. It was so tight it hurt. Her whole body was rigid. "He's doing it again," she whispered, her voice cracking. The clock glowed 3:07. We both got up and crept to the doorway. There he was, in the same spot in the hallway. Same glassy eyes, same sleepwalker's posture. But this time, he wasn't whispering numbers. The words were clear, and they were in full sentences. His voice was still his little boy voice, but the tone was all wrong. It was too flat, too calm. He said, "The man in the walls is hungry." A cold knot twisted in my gut. He went on, "He wants to know if we taste like the last ones." My wife let out a small, choked sob and clapped her hand over her mouth. I felt frozen. That wasn't a dream. That was a message. The next morning, we did what any scared, modern parents would do. We Googled our symptoms. Then we called the pediatrician. We sat in the bright, colorful office with the fish tank, feeling completely foolish as we explained it to her. Our sweet, kind doctor listened patiently. She checked our son's ears, his eyes, had him follow her finger. She asked him about school, about his new friends. He was shy but answered everything. She turned to us with a warm, understanding smile. "What you're describing is actually very common after a big change," she said. "A child's imagination is incredibly powerful. The stress of a new home, new school, can manifest in vivid dreams and even sleepwalking. The things he's saying are likely fragments of a movie he saw, or a story he heard, woven into his dreams." She suggested a strict, calming bedtime routine, no screens an hour before bed, a warm bath, reading a book together. She made it all sound so normal, so manageable. We left feeling a million times lighter. We were the silly, overreacting parents. We followed her advice to the letter. Bath, book, bed, and he slept through the night. For 3 nights in a row, everything was peaceful. We started to relax again. We even joked about it. "Remember when we thought we had a ghost?" My wife laughed, and it was the best sound I'd heard in weeks. But in the quiet moments, when I was alone driving to work, a thought would wiggle into my brain. The last ones. Who were the last ones? On Saturday, while my wife took our son to the park to get some good energy, as she called it, I decided to do a little investigating of my own. Not ghost investigating, homeowner investigating. I told myself I was just being a responsible dad, checking on the building. I went down to the super's little office in the lobby. He was a grumpy older guy who always smelled like cigarettes and newsprint. I complained about that dripping kitchen faucet again, said it was keeping me up. He sighed a long-suffering sigh and said he'd put in a work order. While he was muttering and looking through a pile of papers on his messy desk, my eyes wandered. On a shelf behind him, I saw a row of old, leather-bound notebooks. They were labeled by year. Maintenance logs. My heart did a little skip. I waited until he had his back turned, digging in a toolbox, and I reached up and grabbed the one from 2 years ago. I pretended to be looking at a notice on the bulletin board nearby, and flipped it open. My hands were sweaty. The entries were in messy handwriting, dates, unit numbers, complaints. 4B sink clogged, 4B bedroom window stuck. I kept flipping, my eyes scanning. And then I found it, an entry from about a year and a half ago, for our unit. It didn't say 4B, but I knew the layout. It was ours. The handwriting was rushed. It said, "Tenants in 4B report strange odors from interior walls. Sweet and sour smell. Investigation found no source. Could not locate tenants for follow-up. Case closed. I stared at the words. Could not locate tenants for follow-up. That was an odd way to put it. Not they weren't home. Could not locate. I quickly put the book back before the super turned around, my mind racing. That night, after the calm bedtime routine, after my son was asleep, I sat down at my laptop. My wife was reading on the couch. I typed in our address. Just the street name and number. The search results came up mostly real estate listings. Then I added the word missing. I hit enter. The third result down was a link to a local news website. The headline was short and brutal. Family vanishes from downtown condo, no leads. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. I clicked it. The article was from a year and a half ago. It described a family of three, a husband, wife, and a young daughter. They lived in our building. They just didn't come home one day. Their car was gone. Their belongings were mostly still in their apartment. No signs of a struggle. The police had no clues. It was like they had evaporated. I scrolled down. There was a photo, a happy family portrait. They were smiling, standing in front of a brick wall. And in the background, on a shelf in what looked like a living room, was a blurry shape. I zoomed in. My breath caught. It was a rectangular box. The shape was unmistakable. It was a Ouija board box. The same vintage style as ours. A dizzy wave of nausea hit me. This wasn't imagination. This wasn't stress. The last ones were real. And they were gone. I didn't tell my wife. Not yet. I couldn't get that picture out of my head. I thought about the board in our closet. It was a link, a connection to whatever happened. I had to break that link. On Sunday, I announced I was going to finally clear out our storage locker properly, get rid of the last of the old junk. It was a bright, sunny day. Birds were chirping. I hauled a big trash bag down to the basement. I emptied the locker, throwing away the mildewed blankets, the broken lamp, everything. I saved only the Ouija board to bring upstairs. I was going to throw it in the outside dumpster, not even our building's trash chute. I wanted it gone. I carried the box through our living room. My wife was in the kitchen. As I passed the sofa, heading for the front door, every single light in the apartment flickered. Not a power outage. It was a quick, violent flicker, like a camera flash. The overhead light, the lamp, the little light over the stove. All of them at once. The box felt suddenly hot in my hands. I fumbled, and it dropped to the floor. The cardboard flap came open, and the wooden planchette, that moon-shaped piece, rolled out. It spun on its little legs for a second, and then came to a stop. It was pointing straight down the hallway, pointing directly at my son's bedroom door. I snatched it up, my heart hammering against my ribs, shoved it back in the box, and practically ran out of the apartment to the big green dumpster in the alley. I threw the box in, heard it crash among the other bags, and slammed the lid shut. I stood there for a minute, breathing hard, feeling the sun on my face. I had done it. I had broken the connection. I went back inside, told my wife I'd finished cleaning, and tried to have a normal afternoon. We watched a movie. We ordered Chinese food. I felt good. I felt in control. We went to bed early, exhausted from pretending everything was fine. I fell asleep almost instantly, and then I was jolted awake. Not by a sound, but by a scream. My son's scream. A raw, piercing sound of pure terror that tore through the apartment. We both bolted out of bed and ran. We threw open his door. The nightlight was on. He was sitting straight up in bed, his eyes wide open and full of a fear I'd never seen in him before. He was gasping for air, trembling all over. He wasn't looking at us. He was staring, horrified, at the wall opposite his bed. And there, on his blue comforter, right at his feet, was a small wooden object. It was dusty and had a little smudge of something grimy on it. It was the moon-shaped planchette, the one I had thrown in the dumpster hours ago. It was back. That was the moment we stopped pretending. The planchette on his bed, covered in dumpster filth, ended all discussion about stress or imagination. We were under attack. Something from outside our understanding wanted our attention, and it was using our son to get it. We didn't sleep. We started keeping watch. We became guards in our own home. The first thing I did the next morning, after a tense, quiet breakfast where our boy just pushed his cereal around the bowl, was go to the electronics store. I came back with a baby monitor, but not the cute, music-playing kind. This was a high-sensitivity audio and video monitor with night vision. I set the camera up on his dresser, pointing at his bed. The little screen sat on our nightstand. That screen became our whole world. We stopped watching TV. We just watched the green, glowing image of our son's room. We were like scientists observing a dangerous animal, or maybe terrified priests at an altar waiting for a sign from a god we prayed didn't exist. For 2 nights, nothing happened. He slept. We watched. The strain was wearing my wife down faster than me. She jumped at every normal house sound. I tried to be the rock, the logical one, but inside I was crumbling. On the 3rd night, the monitor showed us something that changed everything. It was around 2 a.m. My wife was dozing fitfully beside me. I was staring at the screen, my eyes gritty. Our son shifted under his covers. Then he sat up. His eyes were open on the screen, reflecting the little red night vision LEDs like an animal's. They were blank, empty. This wasn't the confused look of a sleepwalker. This was vacancy. He didn't stand up. He moved off the bed in a way that made my skin crawl. He crawled, on his hands and knees. He moved across the carpet to the wall, the same wall he'd whispered to before. He pressed his ear flat against the wallpaper. He was listening. On the screen, I saw his little head nod, once, as if someone on the other side was giving him instructions. Then he whispered. The monitor picked up every word, crisp and clear in our dark bedroom. "Yes," he said. "In the master bedroom closet, behind the panel." My wife was awake now, gripping my arm, her nails digging in. My own blood was roaring in my ears. "Master bedroom closet. Our closet." There was an old wooden access panel in the back, a piece of plywood covering a space where pipes might run. We'd never opened it. I was about to leap out of bed and run to his room, to shake him awake, but then his head tilted on the screen. His jaw went slack, and a sound came out of his mouth that I will hear until the day I die. It wasn't his voice. It was a low, wet, grating sound. A man's voice. It sounded like it was made of gravel and mud, and it dripped with a horrible, fake kind of sweetness. It said just 2 words. "Good boy." I was moving before the words were finished. I threw off the covers and ran. I didn't turn on lights. I burst into his room. He was still kneeling by the wall. I scooped him up. His body was limp, his head lolling back. His eyes were closed now. He was deeply asleep, like a doll. I carried him to our bed, laid him between me and my wife, who was crying quietly. We wrapped ourselves around him, a human shield. We didn't sleep another wink. When morning came, he woke up like nothing happened. He was tired, but himself. He didn't remember anything. The daylight felt like a lie. After I got them both out of the house to a movie, a deliberate attempt to act normal, I went to the hardware store. I bought a crowbar, a big flashlight, and a pair of thick work gloves. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. I went into our master bedroom and stared at the closet. I took everything out, shoes, boxes, my wife's clothes, until the back wall was exposed. There was the panel, a square of painted plywood held in by a few old nails. I put on the gloves. I didn't know what I was doing, but the thing had given a location, and I had to see. I had to know what it wanted us to find. I wedged the crowbar into a seam and pulled. The wood groaned, and the nails screeched. With a final crack, the panel came loose. I pulled it away. A wave of air washed over me. It was cool, and it carried a smell. That sweet and sour smell from the maintenance log. It made my stomach turn. I shone the flashlight into the hole. It was a dark space between the walls, maybe 2 feet wide, running up and down. I could see dusty wooden studs, bundles of electrical wires wrapped in old cloth, cobwebs that looked like gray lace. I poked my head in, moving the beam of light around. At first, I saw nothing but construction junk. Then the light caught something that wasn't wood or wire. It was a small, dark lump, tucked into a nook between 2 studs about level with my knees. It was wrapped in what looked like crumbling, yellowed plastic. My mouth was dry as dust. I reached in, my glove brushing against the cobwebs. I pulled the object out. It was heavier than I expected. I backed out of the closet, into the light of the bedroom, and unwrapped the plastic. It fell apart in my hands. What was inside was a single, small leather shoe. A child's dress shoe, black, with a little strap and a buckle. It was old-fashioned, the kind a kid might have worn decades ago. But that wasn't the worst part. The shoe wasn't dry and dusty. It was damp, clammy. It glistened in the light from the bedroom window. The leather was dark with moisture, and the inside looked wet, as if it had been used recently, as if something had been carrying it around or chewing on it. I dropped it on the carpet, my whole body recoiling. I just stared at it, this awful, pathetic thing. A trophy, a connection to some other child, from some other time. This was what it wanted us to find. Proof. I heard a noise then. A soft, dry sound. Not a knock. Not a voice. It was a scratching. Very faint. But it wasn't in the walls this time. The sound was coming from inside the closet. From the ceiling of the closet, inside the open wall cavity. I stood frozen, listening. It was a slow, deliberate sound. Like a fingernail, or something harder, dragging across the inside of the wooden ceiling. Scratch. Drag. Scratch. It was moving. It traced a path from directly above where I'd found the shoe, across the ceiling of the closet, heading in a straight line. Heading toward the other side of the wall. I knew the layout of our apartment perfectly. That straight line, through the ceiling space in the walls, led directly to the other side of our son's bedroom wall. It was following a path. It was going to him. Without thinking, acting purely on a father's panic, I grabbed the crowbar again. I didn't care about the walls, the damage, the security deposit. I ran into the hallway, and to my son's room. I stood facing the wall where he whispered, where he listened. I located the spot where the sound would have ended up. I raised the crowbar, and with a yell that was part fear and part rage, I swung it into the wall. The drywall exploded in a cloud of white dust. I hit it again and again, making a jagged hole. I dropped the crowbar and ripped at the broken pieces with my gloved hands, tearing an opening big enough to look inside. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the gap. There were no shoes, no strange objects. Just more studs, more wires, fluffy pink insulation. But the beam of my light caught something else. On the surface of the inner wall, on the wood facing my son's room, there were marks. Long, thin, parallel grooves carved into the wood. Dozens of them. They weren't old. The exposed wood was still pale, not darkened by dust or time. They looked fresh. They looked like claw marks. Something had been in here, right on the other side of his wallpaper, scratching at the wood, trying to get through. Or maybe just letting him know it was there. I stood there, covered in drywall dust, breathing hard, staring at those grooves. The monster wasn't just in the walls. It had a path. It had a target. And it had been right here, closer to my sleeping boy than I ever wanted to imagine. I had found its trail, and it led straight to my son's bed. The question now wasn't what was happening. The question was, how do I stop a thing that lives in the veins of my own home? We patched the hole in the wall. Not because we thought it would help, but because we couldn't look at it. The white spackle was like a bandage on a wound that was infected underneath. Our home wasn't a sanctuary anymore. It was a maze with something moving in the walls. I started thinking like an engineer, because that's what I am. If this thing had a path, I could find it. If it was tied to the building had a blueprint. Houses are built on foundations, but homes are built on stories. We were living inside a bad story that someone else had already lived and lost. I needed to read the first chapter. I spent a whole evening at my laptop, digging through old city planning department records online. I finally found them, the original architectural blueprints for our building, scanned and filed. They were from 1928. The lines were shaky, drawn by hand. I found the page for our floor. I traced the lines of our unit and the one next door, and there it was, plain as day. Between the two apartments on the old plans was a thin, unlabeled space. It wasn't a room. It was just a gap, maybe 8 inches wide, running vertically from the basement all the way up. A structural cavity, a place for pipes and wires to run between the units. Then I pulled up the modern floor plan from when we bought the place. I compared them. On the new plan, that gap was gone. It wasn't shown at all. The walls were drawn as solid lines. Someone had drywalled right over it, sealing it up inside our walls. I grabbed a ruler from my desk and measured the width of the gap on the old blueprint, scaling it up. My stomach did a slow, cold roll. 8 inches. It was just wide enough. Wide enough for a person to fit. A very thin person. My wife came in, asking what I was doing. I just pointed at the screen. Her face went pale. "It's a chimney," she whispered. "A chimney for it." That was Tuesday. On Wednesday, my wife did the bravest thing I've ever seen. She decided to talk to the neighbor. The elderly lady who lived next door in the direction of the sealed gap. She'd lived in the building for 40 years. I wanted to go, but my wife said a woman might seem less threatening. She came back 20 minutes later, looking 10 years older. She sat down at the kitchen table, her hands trembling as she tried to drink a glass of water. "She knew," my wife said, her voice hollow. As soon as I mentioned we had a little boy, her face changed. She asked, "Is he quiet? Does he have an imaginary friend?" The old woman told her the last family had a little girl. She used to talk about the funny man in the heating vent. She said the girl would leave little bits of cracker by the grate. Then the family vanished. The old woman said she tried to tell the police about the funny man, but they just patted her hand. It always likes the quiet ones, the neighbor had whispered to my wife before quickly shutting her door. Meanwhile, our son was changing. During the day, he was withdrawn, pale. He stopped talking about school friends. He just drew. He filled notebook after notebook with pictures. Most were scribbles, but one he brought to me. It was a drawing of our building, a tall rectangle. But inside the walls, he'd drawn in with a red crayon, a long, stick-thin figure. It had too many joints in its arms and legs, like a bug. Wavy lines, like heat waves, connected the stick figure to a smaller stick figure in a bed. And at the bottom, in his clumsy handwriting, was a caption. He talks through me. I held that drawing and felt a piece of my heart break off. He wasn't just a victim, he was becoming a window. I went back to my research, this time looking for the vanished family with the daughter. I found more details. The police report was sparse, but a newspaper follow-up had a quote from a child psychologist they'd consulted. He said the girl had a vivid inner world, and her claims of a shadow friend were a coping mechanism. They dismissed her, just like the doctor dismissed us. The pattern was a punch to the gut. This thing had a type. It had a method, and we were right in the middle of it. That Friday night, we hit our breaking point. We were so tired, so frayed. We decided to run. Just for a night. A hotel, with bright lights and a lobby and people. We packed a single bag. As I carried it to the front door, my son, who had been sitting quietly on the couch watching cartoons, let out a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was a low, guttural moan of absolute terror that deepened into a wordless, choking sob. He pointed a shaking finger at the door. He couldn't catch his breath. Between ragged gasps, he forced the words out. He says, if we leave, he'll make us quiet. Like the others. He was staring at the door as if a monster was standing right outside. He knows the car. He knows the way. The bag slipped from my hand. We didn't go. We unpacked. We were trapped. We started sleeping in shifts. One of us would stay awake, watching the monitor, while the other tried to sleep. It was during my wife's shift, deep in the night, that she heard the new sound. She woke me up, her hand over my mouth, her eyes wide in the glow of the monitor. Listen, she breathed. At first, I heard nothing. Then I caught it. A faint, wet, rhythmic sound. A soft, squelching crunch. It was the sound of chewing, but not like an animal with a bone. It was slower, stickier, and it was moving. It seemed to come from inside the wall by the living room. Then, over the course of a minute, the sound traveled. It went along the wall, past the doorway to our room, continuing down the hallway, heading toward our son's room. It was the sound of something feeding on the dampness in the walls, on the old wood, on the fear in the air. We listened, helpless, as the wet chewing sound moved past us and stopped right outside his door. Then it stopped altogether. The next morning, my son was listless, almost gray. He picked at his food. I tried to talk to him, to pull him back to me. Buddy, what do you feel like? What can Dad do? He looked at me with eyes that were too old for his face. He's not in all the walls, he said, his voice a tiny thread of sound. Just the wet ones. He showed me. There's a wet path. He slid off his chair and took my hand. He led me not to his room, but to our bathroom. He walked up to the wall behind the toilet, reached out his small hand, and placed his palm flat against the white tiles. He looked at me waiting. I knelt down and put my own hand next to his. The wall was cold. Not just cool, but cold like a basement stone. And in the very center, right where the pipes would run inside the wall, the tiles were unmistakably damp. Not soaking, but slick with condensation in a way no other wall in the house was. A wet path. It made a horrible logical sense. The thing was tied to moisture, to the plumbing, to the dark, wet veins of the building. That was its highway. I thought of the damp shoe. I thought of the chewing sounds. It wasn't just a ghost. It was something that lived in the decay, that fed on the rot and the damp. And my son in his trances was its map, showing it where the wet places were, showing us where it traveled. I left him with my wife and went back to the blueprints. I traced the plumbing lines, the old pipe chases. They formed a vertical column, a central artery, right through the building's core. And our bathroom, our son's wall, the cavity in our closet, they were all on that column. We weren't just living with a monster. We were living inside its stomach. The closure felt grim but clear. We understood the enemy's nature now. It was a parasite in the building's wet, wooden bones. But the open question was far worse. If it fed on dampness, and it was growing stronger through my son, what did it want to feed on next? We moved from fear to bargaining. I stopped seeing myself as a protector and started seeing myself as a zookeeper trying to pacify a beast in a cage I couldn't see. If it wanted dampness, maybe I could give it dampness. If it was hungry, maybe I could feed it something else. It was a disgusting thought, but we were desperate. My engineer's brain latched onto it. I needed to see the wet path, not just guess at it. So I rented a thermal imaging camera, one of those expensive ones that shows heat in colors. On the little screen, our home looked like a strange, colorful tapestry. The warm spots were yellow and orange, our bodies, the fridge, the stove. The cool spots were blues and purples, the windows, the exterior walls. And there it was, just as my son said, a vertical, snaking line of deep, deep blue, a cold trail, running from the floor below us, up through the bathroom wall, branching into the cavity in our closet, and continuing up into the ceiling toward the unit above. It was a map of the dampness, a road made of cold and wet. Seeing it made it real in a whole new way. That night, I formulated my plan. It felt crazy, like something from a twisted fairy tale. If this thing liked damp, rotting things, if it had kept that wet shoe as some kind of prize, maybe I could give it a better offering. A distraction. I went to the grocery store and felt like a criminal. I bought a big, cheap sponge. I bought a whole container of table salt. And from the butcher counter, I asked for a quart of chicken blood, the kind used for cooking. The butcher didn't even blink. At home, I mixed the salt into the blood until it was a sludgy, briny paste. I soaked the sponge in it until it was bloated and dripping. I wrapped the whole horrible thing in a plastic grocery bag, my stomach turning. This was my peace offering. My wife watched me, her face a mask of horror and exhaustion. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice flat. "I'm trying to feed it," I said, not meeting her eyes. "Maybe if it has this, it'll leave him alone." She didn't argue. We were past arguing. That afternoon, with my heart trying to hammer its way out of my chest, I opened the closet panel again. The smell of sweet rot wafted out. I took the dripping, bagged sponge and pushed it deep into the cavity, right into the spot where I'd found the shoe. I shoved it back between the studs, into the coldest part of the wet path. "There," I whispered, feeling like an idiot talking to a wall. "Eat that." I closed the panel and nailed it shut this time. We waited. That night, we watched the monitor, expecting the worst. But nothing happened. Our son slept. Really slept. The kind of deep, peaceful sleep we hadn't seen in weeks. No whispers. No crawling. No wet chewing sounds. The next night was the same. A profound, unbroken quiet settled over the apartment. We woke up on the second morning and actually made a real breakfast. We laughed, a shaky, disbelieving laugh. My wife made pancakes. We talked about maybe seeing a movie over the weekend. We let ourselves hope. We started to believe we'd outsmarted it. We'd found a disgusting truce. My son seemed better, too, but in a different way. He wasn't scared, but he was listless, like a battery running down. He said he felt empty. I told myself it was just exhaustion, his little body finally catching up on rest. I pushed away the darker thought that maybe the thing was full for now, and its connection to him was weaker. On the third day of peace, curiosity got the better of me. I had to know. Was the offering gone? Had it worked? I got my crowbar, and while my wife took our son to the park again, I pried the panel open once more. The cold air rushed out, but the smell was different. Less sweet. More metallic, like old blood and salt. I shone my flashlight into the cavity. The space between the studs was empty. The spongy, bloody package was completely gone. A wild, relieved grin started to spread across my face. It worked. It took it. But then the beam of my light caught something else. Lying neatly on the dusty floor of the cavity, arranged in a small, deliberate triangle, were 3 small, white objects. My smile died. I reached in, my fingers trembling, and picked one up. It was smooth and hard. It was a human baby tooth. A little molar with tiny, jagged roots. I dropped it like it was a hot coal. I stared at the other 2, glinting in the light. They were a payment. A trade. It hadn't just accepted my offering, it had left a message. A history. These were from a child. Maybe the little girl next door. Maybe from someone even older. This thing collected pieces of children. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. The monitor. The thermal camera was still set up, still recording to a memory card when it detected motion in its field of view. It was pointed at the wall in our son's room. A notification dinged on my phone, still in my pocket from earlier. It was an email alert from the camera's software. Motion detected, 2:14 a.m. With a sinking feeling, I pulled out my phone and opened the attached video file. The timestamp was from last night, during the quiet period. The video was in the green glow of night vision. It showed the thermal overlay, with my son a warm yellow blob asleep in his bed. For a minute, nothing. Then a shape emerged from the left side of the screen, from the direction of our master bedroom closet. It was a long, thin, humanoid blob of the deepest blue. Cold. It moved with a slithering, boneless motion, crawling up the wall inside the stud space. It didn't go toward my son. It slithered up the wall he slept next to, crossed over the top of the doorframe, and came to a stop on the wall shared with our bedroom. The wall right behind the head of our bed. And there it stayed. The cold, blue shape pressed itself against the other side of the plaster, right where our pillows were. It didn't move. It didn't chew. It just stayed there, frozen on the screen, for the remaining 4 hours of the recording. Watching. Listening. While we slept, believing we were safe, it had been right there, on the other side of the wall, its cold presence inches from our heads. It wasn't interested in the salty, bloody sponge in the closet anymore. It had taken that offering, left its grisly tokens, and moved to a new post. It had shifted its attention from the boy to us. The closure was a sickening realization. Our bargain had failed. We hadn't pacified it, we had just changed its menu. The open question, the hook that dug deep into my heart as I stared at the video, was simple and terrifying. Why was it watching us sleep now? What did it want with the parents? The final stage wasn't fear or bargaining. It was recruitment. The thing in the walls wasn't just haunting my son anymore. It was offering him a job. Everything changed after the video. The whispers through our boy stopped being about hunger or scary messages. They became instructions. Clear, calm, and horrifyingly direct. He'd sit up in bed, eyes glazed, and speak in that flat, borrowed tone. "He needs salt," he said one night. "Lots of it. In the bathtub. Fill it with hot water and salt." It sounded like a recipe. My wife, who was breaking down faster than I was, actually nodded. She was so exhausted, so worn to a nub by the constant dread, that a part of her was giving up. "What if he just needs something?" she pleaded with me, her eyes hollow. "What if we give him what he wants, he'll leave us alone? Maybe it's a ritual. Maybe we can finish it." I saw it then, a terrifying acceptance. The entity wasn't just attacking her, it was isolating her, making her its ally. It was splitting us apart, choosing the more pliable host. I refused. I told her we weren't filling any bathtubs. We were getting answers. While she stayed, rocking back and forth on the couch, I went to the end of the wet path. I went to the attic. The access was a locked door in the hallway ceiling on the top floor. I used a screwdriver and a hammer to pop the cheap lock. The ladder came down with a cloud of dust. The air above was hot and still, smelling of ancient insulation and rat droppings. My flashlight cut a wobbly beam through the darkness. It wasn't a normal attic. It was a low, cramped space, a jungle of old wooden beams and pink fiberglass fluff. But in the center, under the peak of the roof, someone had made a clearing. There was a nest, not of an animal, but of a person. Old, moldy rags were piled like a bed. Yellowed newspapers from the 1940s were spread around, and arranged in a semicircle, like a shrine, was a collection of things. My heart clenched. More children's items, a tarnished hairpin, a small, cracked leather ball, a few locks of hair, tied with faded ribbon, and a book, a small, leather-bound journal, its cover warped with damp. I picked it up with shaking hands, sitting in the dust of this horrible lair. I opened it. The handwriting was neat at first, then became jagged, frantic. The early entries were from a man, a maintenance worker for the building when it was new. He wrote about fixing sinks, unclogging drains. Then the entries changed. "The walls speak to me when the pipes run," one said. "They show me the damp places, the soft wood. It is sweet there." The writing got worse. "The children are the sweetest. Their voices are like cool water. They can hear me in the vents." My skin was crawling. The last few pages were almost unreadable, scrawled in pencil that had dug into the paper. I understand now. The house is alive, and it is young. It is hungry. It needs children to grow. I will be its gatherer. I will bring it sweetness. The final entry was only one line, written in a shaky, triumphant hand. "I am going into the wall now. I will be part of the house forever." He hadn't vanished. He had crawled into the gap, the wet path, and become part of the thing. The building's sickness had a name, a mind. He was the caretaker of its hunger. I ran. I scrambled down the ladder, the journal clutched in my hand. I burst into our apartment. My wife and son were in the kitchen. He was awake, sitting at the table, eating cereal. He looked at me as I entered, and a slow, cruel smile spread across his face that was not his smile. His jaw dropped open, and the gravelly, wet voice of the man in the walls filled the room. "You found my book. Good." My wife flinched, staring at our son's face as the thing spoke through it. "Now you understand," the voice grated. "The woman will fill the bath. You will bring the boy to it. It is time for him to come into the wall with me. To be quiet, and forever." My son's small hand reached out and took my wife's hand. She looked down at their joined hands, then up at me. Her face was streaked with tears, but there was a strange calm there, a surrender. "Maybe it won't be so bad," she whispered, her voice breaking. "To be quiet. To not be afraid anymore." She took a step toward our boy, toward the thing wearing his face. That's when I moved. I stepped between them, putting my body between my wife and my son. I looked into my child's eyes, searching for him in there, behind that awful smile. "You can't have him," I said, my voice low and steady, though I was shaking inside. The smile on his face widened, and then the building answered. From every direction, from the air vents, the water pipes, the walls themselves, came a sound. A roaring, scratching, tearing sound, like a million insects scraping at the inside of a coffin. It was deafening. It was the sound of the house itself screaming in rage. The light bulb in the kitchen exploded in a pop of glass. The one in the living room followed. We were plunged into a deep, smothering dark, the only light a pale sliver from a street lamp outside. In that sudden blackness, I felt a change in the air. A cold spot formed right behind me. I felt a puff of air, dank and smelling of wet soil and old newspapers, on the back of my neck. And I heard the voice. Not from my son this time. It came from the walls, the floor, the ceiling, vibrating through the bones of the building, a chorus of that single, grinding whisper. It said, "Mine." I reached out blindly in the dark, finding my wife's arm and pulling her behind me. I could hear my son breathing, a rapid, frightened panting to reel him, scared and confused. The thing was all around us now, not just in one wall. It was in the fabric of the place. We were standing in its stomach. The journal's words echoed in my head. The house is alive. We couldn't run. We couldn't hide. We had to fight the house itself. In the suffocating dark, with my family huddled behind me, I knew the old rules were gone. This wasn't about ghosts or offerings. This was a war for my family's souls, and the battlefield was the home I had bought to keep them safe. The story ends here with a fierce, desperate stand. The enemy is fully revealed, not as a ghost, but as a living, hungry consciousness woven into the very walls, with its servant speaking through my son. The closure is the final, shocking understanding of what we're truly up against. The open path forward is the fight itself. How do you battle a building that is also a predator, when your own home is the enemy's body? Story number 2. My name is Elise. It all started with a phone call from my twin sister. We were identical, right down to the little mole on our left earlobe, but our lives had split in 2 different directions after our mom died. I took off, moved across the country to a big city by the ocean, trying to outrun the quiet emptiness she left behind. My sister stayed right in our old hometown, in the house we grew up in, like she was standing guard over a memory. We talked, sure, but it was surface stuff, the weather, work, careful dances around the giant hole where our mom used to be. The call came on a Tuesday afternoon. I was staring at a spreadsheet at my desk, the numbers blurring together, and when I saw her name on the screen, a cold little feeling tickled the back of my neck. I answered. She didn't say hello. Her voice was tight, a wire pulled too thin. "It's the anniversary tomorrow," she said. I knew. Of course I knew. I had a calendar reminder and a flight booked for a quick, in-and-out visit the next day, a habit I'd kept for a decade. A gesture. "I know," I said, trying to sound gentle. "My flight gets in at 10. We'll have lunch. We'll go to the cemetery like always." There was a pause on the line, so long I thought we'd been disconnected. Then her voice came back, lower, pleading in a way that made my heart squeeze. "You can't just be there in person. You have to be here with me. Really here. I bought something. I want to try and reach her." I closed my eyes. The office sounds around me faded away. "Reach her," I repeated, not a question, just feeling the words. "A Ouija board," she whispered, like it was a secret. "I found one online. The real kind, not a toy. I think we need to do this. Together." 1,000 protests rose in my throat. It was nonsense. It was grief talking. It was a terrible idea to poke at a wound that was finally, after 10 years, maybe starting to form a scar, even if it was an ugly one. But I heard the raw need in her voice, the loneliness that mirrored my own, but had festered in that old house instead of being scattered by ocean wind. I saw her face in my mind, our face, pale and hopeful and desperate. And beneath it all was the guilt, my oldest companion. I was the one who left. I was the one who got to live a life that wasn't a shrine. Saying no felt like failing her all over again, and failing the ghost of our mom, too. Okay, I heard myself say, the word leaving my mouth before my brain could catch up. Okay, we'll do it. The relief on her end was a physical sound, a shuddering exhale. We hung up, and I immediately opened my phone and played the only voicemail I had left from our mother. It was 3 seconds long. Elise, it's Mom. Don't forget the laundry is in the dryer. Love you. I listened to it 5 times, just to hear her voice, to remind myself what we were supposedly trying to reach. It sounded ordinary and warm and gone. The flight the next day felt like moving through a dream. The rental car smelled like fake pine. Driving the familiar roads to our childhood home felt like traveling backwards in time. The house looked smaller, the paint a little more faded, the big oak tree in the front yard a little bigger. She was waiting on the porch, wrapped in a sweater that used to be our mom's. We hugged, and it was like hugging a bundle of tense wires. She felt thin. Thank you for coming, she murmured into my shoulder. For really coming. Inside, the house was a time capsule. The furniture was the same. The pictures on the walls were the same. It even smelled the same, like old wood and lemon polish and something underneath. Something I couldn't name, but that felt like childhood. We went through the motions. We made small talk that felt too loud. We ate a quiet lunch. We drove to the cemetery and stood in front of the simple headstone, the air cool and still. We didn't cry. We just stood there, 2 halves of a broken whole, not knowing what to say to a piece of granite. The sun was setting when we got back. The real event, the reason I'd said yes, loomed over us. We ordered pizza, a pathetic attempt at normalcy, but neither of us ate much. As darkness settled firmly around the house, she finally brought out the box. It was plain, brown cardboard, no picture. It looked serious. She opened it on the living room rug, the same rug we'd played on as kids. The board itself was wood, polished smooth, with the alphabet in 2 arcs, the numbers 0 through 9, and the words yes and no in the corners. The sun and moon symbols. Goodbye at the bottom. The planchette was heart-shaped, clear plastic with a little viewing window in the middle. It looked cheap and sinister at the same time. We should light a candle, she said, her voice hushed. For atmosphere. I almost laughed, but the look on her face stopped me. She was solemn, reverent. This was a ceremony to her. I found a stubby white candle in a drawer and lit it, placing it on the coffee table. We turned off all the lamps. The room was suddenly alive with shifting shadows, the single flame making our faces look strange and hollowed out. We sat cross-legged on the floor, facing each other over the board. She placed it between us. We have to be respectful, she instructed, like she'd read a manual. We ask questions. We keep our fingers lightly on the planchette. Don't push it. Don't force it. Just let it happen. I nodded, my mouth dry. This felt stupid and profoundly sad. We were 2 grown women, trying to talk to our mother through a children's game. But I put my fingertips on the edge of the plastic heart. She did the same. Our hands were almost touching. Our hands, which were identical, just like when we were kids. Is anyone there? My sister asked, her voice trembling slightly. Nothing. The house was utterly quiet. I could hear the faint tick of the old clock in the hallway. I could feel the slight tremor in her fingers. I was sure I was unconsciously moving the thing myself, just the tiny shakes of my own hand. We asked a few more general questions. Nothing happened. I started to feel a ridiculous mix of disappointment and relief. Maybe that was it. We'd tried. It was over. We could have a glass of wine and go to bed, and I could fly home tomorrow and forget this weird, sad night. Then my sister asked, her voice cracking, "Mom, is that you?" And the planchette moved. It was a tiny jerk at first, like a muscle spasm. Then it began to slide, slow and smooth, across the polished wood. It went to the letter M. Then Y. My breath caught in my throat. It was moving. We were both touching it, but it didn't feel like either of us were guiding it. The pressure was different, a firm, deliberate pull. It spelled MY. It moved to GRLS. My girls. A sob hitched in my sister's chest. Tears were already streaming down my face, hot and fast. The planchette didn't stop. It slid smoothly, confidently, to TOGTHER, together. My girls. Together. The message hung in the dark, silent air between us. It was everything we wanted to hear. It was forgiveness, it was love, it was a promise. In that moment, every doubt vanished. It was her. It was our mom. She was here with us. We both let go of the planchette and collapsed towards each other, meeting in the middle over the board, wrapping our arms around each other and crying great, heaving sobs that came from a place 10 years deep. We held on like we were drowning. The grief poured out, but it was mixed with a wild, unbelievable joy. She was here. She knew we were here. We were together. It was the most profound moment of my life since the day we lost her. As we cried, the single candle on the table, which had been burning steadily, flickered once, twice, and then went out. Not like a normal candle dying, with a last little sputter of light. It went out like someone had pinched the wick between two fingers, sharp and final. A little curl of smoke rose in the sudden darkness. We didn't notice. We were lost in our tears, in our relief. We sat back eventually, wiping our faces, laughing a little through the tears, the weight of a decade suddenly miraculously lifted. We put the board away, carefully, like it was a sacred object now. We opened a bottle of wine and sat on the couch, talking about Mom, about good memories, the pain feeling cleaner now, shared, acknowledged by her. It was late when my sister, sipping her wine, stared into the glass and said quietly, almost to herself. She sounded different than I remember. In my head, her voice is always warm. That felt colder, more serious. I brushed it off immediately. It was a Ouija board, not a telephone, I said, forcing a light tone. It's probably just how we're interpreting it. The feeling was warm. The feeling was her. She nodded, but she didn't look convinced. A tiny, cold seed had been planted in the pit of my stomach, but I buried it under the warmth of the wine and the exhaustion and the overwhelming feeling of peace. We had reached her. That was all that mattered. The next day, we had a better, easier visit. We laughed more. The tension between us was gone. When I left for the airport, we hugged for a long time on the porch. "Call me more," she said. "I will," I promised, and I meant it. Her eyes, though, as she waved goodbye from the driveway, looked distant again, already receding into a world I had just visited but couldn't stay in. I flew home feeling lighter than I had in years. The guilt was quiet. I had done my duty and more. We had connected. It was over. For 3 weeks, life was normal, good even. I thought about the experience often, with a sense of wonder. Then, on a perfectly ordinary Wednesday evening, my phone buzzed with a text. It was from my brother-in-law. No greeting. No message. Just a single video file attached. The subject line of the text held 3 words that made that cold seed in my stomach suddenly crack open and sprout icy vines. "You need to see this." I stared at it, my thumb hovering over the screen. The peaceful closure I'd felt just 3 weeks ago now seemed fragile, like thin ice over very, very deep water. I stared at the text from my brother-in-law for a full minute, my heart doing a slow, hard thump in my chest. "You need to see this." Those 4 words turned the cozy comfort of my apartment into something thin and insubstantial. The peaceful feeling from my visit, the warm closure I'd carried home, it all went brittle. I took a deep breath and tapped the video file. It was dark, shaky, clearly shot on a phone in a hurry. The time stamp in the corner said 2:17 a.m. It was their kitchen. The night was black outside the window over the sink. And then she walked into frame. My sister. She was in her nightgown, her hair messy from sleep, moving with a smooth, floating kind of grace that was completely wrong. She wasn't stumbling or confused like a sleepwalker. She was purposeful. She went to the stove, filled the kettle with water, lit the burner. All of it in this serene, practiced rhythm. My breath caught. It was our mother's rhythm. Mom had a whole little ceremony for making tea, a specific way of tapping the spoon, a certain number of times she'd stir. And my sister was doing it, every motion a perfect copy. Then she started to hum. It was low, almost tuneless at first, but then it resolved into a melody that punched me straight in the gut. A lullaby. One our mom used to sing to us when we were sick or scared. A simple, soft song about bluebirds. My sister and I had talked about that song at the cemetery, how neither of us could remember all the words. But here she was, humming it perfectly, like she'd heard it yesterday. The camera jiggled, and I heard my brother-in-law's voice, a scared whisper from behind the phone. "Elise," he said. "Honey, are you awake?" The figure at the stove went still. The humming stopped. Slowly, so slowly, she turned to face the camera. The light from the stove had lit her face from below, casting weird shadows. Her face was slack, her eyes half-lidded and vacant. She was deeply, utterly asleep. But her expression, it wasn't her own. It was a mask of mild disapproval, a tightness around the mouth, a slight furrow in the brow. It was the exact look our mother would get when we'd tracked mud on the clean floor, or when we'd tried to lie about who broke the vase. A look of deep, parental disappointment. I'd seen it 1,000 times. I'd never, ever seen it on my sister's face. Not once in our entire lives. The phone zoomed in shakily. The detail was crystal clear. It was her face, but it wasn't her. It was like someone had sculpted our mother's most familiar expression onto her sleeping features. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. Then her lips moved. The voice that came out was not her voice. It was lower, older, strained, like it was coming through something tight. "You let her leave," it said. The words were clear, but the way her mouth formed them was off, like a badly dubbed movie. "You were supposed to keep the family close." She, or it, was looking right at the camera, right at her husband. But the words were about me. A cold that had nothing to do with the air conditioning spread from my core out to my fingers and toes. The video ended there, cutting to black. I just sat on my couch, holding the phone, the room around me feeling unreal. I played it again, and again. I watched her hands. On the third viewing, I saw it. Her left hand, resting on the countertop, was clenched into a tight, white-knuckled fist. Our mother did that. When she was really, truly angry but trying to stay calm, she'd make that fist, her knuckles going pale. My sister never did that. She threw things or yelled when she was mad. She never just made that quiet, controlled fist. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else. My phone rang, scaring me so bad I almost dropped it. It was my brother-in-law. I fumbled to answer. "Did you see it?" he asked, his voice ragged with exhaustion and fear. "Yeah," I managed to say. "I saw it. What was that?" "I don't know," he said, and I could hear him on the verge of tears. "I don't know. She's done little things before. I'd find her just standing in the living room in the middle of the night, or she'd move things around in the pantry. I thought it was just stress, grief, you know. I didn't want to worry you. But this was different." The confession that he'd kept it from me stung, but his terror was too real to be angry at. "We have to get her to a doctor," I said, my problem-solving brain kicking in, scrambling for a ledge to grab onto. "A sleep specialist. Or a therapist. This has to be, I don't know, some kind of post-traumatic thing. A breakdown." I was talking fast, listing possibilities, building a wall of logic against what I'd just witnessed. "It was the board," he whispered, cutting through my babble. "It started after you guys did that. She's been different. Not all the time. Just sometimes. Little things. She'll use a phrase your mom used. She'll get quiet in a way that feels older." "No," I said too sharply. "That's just suggestion. We were thinking about Mom a lot that night. It's on her mind. It's grief making connections that aren't there." I was arguing with him, but I was really arguing with myself, with the memory of that cold, precise voice saying you let her leave. "You need to come back," he said, and it wasn't a request. It was a plea. "She won't listen to me. She says nothing's wrong. She says she feels fine. But she's not fine. And I'm scared." I looked around my sunny apartment, at my life here, my escape. Going back felt like stepping into a hole. But the image of that fist, of that alien expression, was burned into my mind. The guilt came roaring back, louder than ever. I'd participated in the Ouija board. I'd felt that peace. Had I somehow agreed to something? Had we opened a door we couldn't close? "Okay," I said, the word tasting like defeat. "Okay, I'll book a flight." The relief on his end was palpable. We hung up. I didn't call my sister. I couldn't. What would I say? "Hey, I saw a video of you channeling our dead mother. Care to explain?" Instead, I went online and found the earliest, cheapest red-eye I could get for the next night. The hours dragged. I tried to work, but my focus was gone. I kept pulling up the video, studying it, looking for a clue that it was fake, that it was a trick of the light, anything. But it was just her in her kitchen, doing something impossible. The flight was a blur of bad coffee and jumpy nerves. I rented another car, the sameness of the routine feeling eerie now. The drive to their house in the pre-dawn darkness felt like a trip into a nightmare I'd already seen. The house was dark when I pulled up, just one porch light on. I didn't know what I expected. Maybe my brother-in-law waiting for me, looking haunted. Maybe my sister standing at the window with that blank, sleeping face. I grabbed my bag and walked to the front door, my key feeling heavy in my hand. Before I could use it, the inner door opened. And there she was, my sister, awake, alert, dressed in jeans and a sweatshirt, her hair damp like she'd just showered. She looked pale, with shadows under her eyes, but she was smiling. A normal, tired, sisterly smile. "You're here," she said, her voice warm and familiar. She stepped out and gave me a hug. It felt like her. It smelled like her shampoo. "I'm so glad you came back so soon. I was just thinking how nice it was last time." She pulled back, still holding my shoulders, her smile not quite reaching her eyes, which seemed focused on something just over my shoulder. "We have so much more to catch up on." She took my bag and ushered me inside. The house was warm, and the smell of coffee and bacon was in the air. It was all so normal, so completely at odds with the chilling video from just days before. She led me to the kitchen, where a full breakfast was laid out. "I figured you'd be hungry after that flight," she said, bustling about like a hostess. "Sit, eat." I sat, dumbfounded. This was the room from the video. This was where it happened. But now it was just a sunny kitchen. My brother-in-law came in, dressed for work. He gave me a tight, quick nod, his eyes wide with a warning I couldn't quite decipher. He kissed my sister on the cheek. "I've got to head out early. Big day." He looked at me. "You'll be okay here?" It was a loaded question. "We'll be fine," my sister answered for me, her tone light. "Just a girl's day." He left, throwing one last, desperate glance my way. I was alone with her. She sat across from me, sipping her coffee. "So," she said, her smile softening into something that looked like genuine affection. "Tell me everything. How's work? How's the city?" And just like that, we were having a perfectly ordinary conversation. The horror of the video, the reason for my panicked trip, it all hovered in the air between us, invisible and huge. She was acting so normal, it was the most frightening thing of all. I had come rushing back to face a monster, but instead, I was having breakfast with my sister, and I had no idea which one was the real problem. That first breakfast back was the strangest meal of my life. Everything looked right. The eggs were fluffy, the bacon crisp, the coffee hot. My sister chatted about neighbors I barely remembered and a book club she'd joined, her voice light and ordinary. But the whole time, a feeling crawled up my spine, the kind you get when you're being watched. Her eyes kept drifting past me, focusing on something in the middle distance, and that smile never quite warmed up her whole face. It was like she was performing the part of my sister and doing a good job, but she'd forgotten a key line somewhere. After we cleared the plates, she insisted on showing me the new curtains she'd hung in the living room. As we stood there, she sighed and said, "A home needs a woman's touch to really feel settled, you know?" It was a phrase, word for word, that our mother used to say all the time. My sister had rolled her eyes at it for years, calling it old-fashioned. I just nodded, a cold trickle of unease moving through me. Later, I went upstairs to unpack in the guest room. As I walked down the hall, I caught it again, that smell. Mom's perfume. That distinct, floral scent from the bottle that had sat on her dresser, now long gone. It was strong, right outside the guest room door, then faded as I passed through. I stopped, my heart hammering. I turned around and went back into the hall. Nothing. Just the usual house smell of wood and polish. I told myself it was my imagination, my nerves playing tricks, but the memory of the scent was so vivid it felt like a touch. The day unfolded with this weird, dual quality. We'd have a normal conversation, then she'd drop a little piece of the past into it, like a stone into a pond. She'd mention how our mother always preferred butter to margarine, or how she'd starched Dad's shirts on Sundays. Details that were true, but that my sister had never cared about before. When I brought up a funny memory from our teen years, a silly story about us trying to cut each other's hair, she just smiled vaguely and said, "Yes, that was a difficult time. You were both so restless." It was the kind of thing Mom would have said, looking back with adult patience on our teenage drama. My sister would have laughed and reminded me how badly I'd butchered her bangs. By late afternoon, I needed air. I needed to talk to someone who wasn't wearing this polite, slightly off mask. I found my brother-in-law out in the garage, pretending to organize tools. He jumped when I came in. "How's it going in there?" he asked, his voice low. "It's fine. It's normal. Too normal," I whispered back. "She's just saying weird things. Old things. Mom things." He ran a hand over his face. "It's not just at night anymore," he confessed, his eyes tired and scared. "It's bleeding over. Little things. She'll set the table with the good silver for no reason. She'll hum that song while she's doing the dishes. And she gets this look, this calm, knowing look that isn't hers. It's like she's out rehearsing." That word, rehearsing, stuck in my head. It felt exactly right. She wasn't just having episodes. She was practicing being someone else. "We have to get her help." I said again, but it sounded weaker now. What kind of doctor fixes this? She won't go, he said flatly. She says there's nothing wrong. She says she's never felt more clear-headed. And if I push, he trailed off, looking toward the house. If you push what? I pressed. He just shook his head, unwilling or unable to say it. He went back inside, and I stayed in the garage for a while, the smell of oil and dust feeling more real than the perfumed air of the house. That night, I lay in the guest bed, staring at the ceiling. The house was quiet, but it was a waiting kind of quiet. Every creak of the floorboards, every sigh of the pipes, felt deliberate. I must have drifted off because a sound woke me, a soft, shuffling sound like bare feet on carpet. My eyes snapped open. The digital clock glowed 3:04 a.m. The shuffling came from the hall. It wasn't the brisk walk of someone going to the bathroom. It was slow, dragging, purposeful. It stopped right outside my door. I held my breath, my body frozen under the covers. I could hear breathing. Slow, even patient breaths, right on the other side of the wood. It wasn't the ragged sound of someone sleepwalking in distress. It was calm, measured, waiting. I didn't move a muscle. I just stared at the thin line of light under the door, waiting to see a shadow block it. The breathing continued for what felt like an hour, but was probably only a minute. Then the shuffling started again, moving away, down the hall toward the master bedroom. I didn't sleep again that night. When morning came, the daylight made the nighttime fear seem silly. Over coffee, my sister was cheerful again. "Sleep well?" she asked, flipping pancakes. "The guest bed can be a little lumpy." "It was fine," I lied. "Hey, I was thinking of going for a drive later, maybe get some groceries. Want to come?" I asked, testing the waters. "Oh, we have plenty here," she said, waving a hand. "Besides, I had a locksmith come yesterday to finally fix that front door deadbolt. It was always sticking. Now it works like a charm. Safety first." She said it with a bright smile. A chill went through me. After breakfast, when she was in the shower, I went to the front door. I turned the lock. It clicked smoothly, solidly. I tried the handle from the inside. It didn't budge. The door was locked tight. I fumbled with the deadbolt, turning it to unlock. It moved, but the door still wouldn't open. The handle was stuck. I pulled harder, putting my weight into it. Nothing. It was like the door was sealed shut. From the outside, it probably worked perfectly. From the inside, it was a wall. Safety first, I whispered to myself, her cheerful words now taking on a dark, new meaning. The rest of the day, I felt like I was in a beautiful cage. I tried to research on my laptop when she was in another room, looking up sleep disorders, shared psychosis, anything that could explain what was happening. I found myself on websites I never thought I'd visit, forums where people talked about shadows and attachments and voices. One post talked about post-possession personality bleed, where traits from a spirit would seep into the living person's everyday mind. It sounded like crazy talk, the kind of thing I'd have scoffed at a month ago. Now it read like a medical textbook describing my sister's symptoms. Late in the afternoon, we were washing dishes together. It was a familiar, almost comforting chore. Then she dropped a plate. It hit the edge of the sink and shattered on the floor. We both jumped. Before I could say it's okay, she spoke. Her voice changed, dropping into a tone of sharp, familiar reprimand. Careless hands make for wasteful hearts. That was my good china. It was our mother's voice. Not an imitation, but the exact cadence, the specific blend of disappointment and anger she'd use for broken dishes. My sister stood there, looking at the shards, her face blank for a second. Then she blinked, shook her head, and laughed a small, shaky laugh. "Wow, sorry. I don't know where that came from. An echo from the past, I guess." She laughed it off, but her hands were trembling as she picked up the pieces. I helped her, my own hands unsteady. It wasn't an echo. It was a recording, played perfectly from a source that wasn't her. That night, I was exhausted but wired. I made sure my door was locked. I pushed a small chair under the doorknob, feeling both scared and ridiculous. I lay in bed listening. The house settled. An owl called outside. The clock ticked past 2 a.m. I must have dozed, because the sound that woke me wasn't shuffling. It was a click, the clear, metallic sound of the door's lock turning. My eyes flew open. The room was dark. The chair was still under the knob. Slowly, silently, the doorknob itself began to turn. It turned all the way to the right, then back to the left. There was a soft thump as the chair shifted slightly from the pressure. Then, with a gentle but irresistible push, the door swung inward. The chair scraped across the floor a few inches. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted by the faint night light from the hall. It was my sister. Her head was tilted slightly. I couldn't see her eyes, just the dark outline of her. She didn't move. She didn't speak. She just stood there, a black shape against the dim light, and I could hear it again. That same slow, even, patient breathing from the night before, filling the space between us. The peaceful visit was over. The rehearsals were done. The performance, it seemed, was about to begin. The worst part wasn't the fear. It was the hope. For one stupid, heartbreaking second, as she stood there in the doorway, I thought maybe it was really her. Maybe my sister had just come to check on me, heard a noise, was being sweet. That hope melted away as she stepped into the room. She moved not like someone awake, but not like the serene sleepwalker from the video either. This was different. This was deliberate, aware. The streetlight from outside cast a weak glow through the window, painting her features in shades of gray. Her eyes were open, but they looked through me, glassy and fixed on something far away. She didn't say a word. She just walked to the side of my bed and sat down on the edge, the mattress dipping under her weight. The familiar dip, the exact same feeling from when we were kids, and our mom would sit to check on us during a thunderstorm. My throat closed up. Then she reached out. Her hand was pale in the dim light. She took my hand where it lay on top of the blanket. Her skin was freezing cold, not like someone who'd walked through a cool house, but like skin left on stone. The touch was gentle, a mother's comforting grasp. And then she spoke. "I'm so glad you're home, baby." The voice was soft, warm, layered with a love I hadn't heard in 10 years. It was my mother's voice, not an imitation, not a memory. It was her. The exact tone she used when I was sick, the specific way she'd say baby, that was just for us. Every hair on my body stood up. A sob welled in my chest, part terror, part a desperate, overwhelming joy. This was it. This was really her. We had reached her, and she was here, holding my hand. Tears blurred my vision. I squeezed the cold hand back, wanting to believe, needing it to be true. "Mom," I whispered, the word cracking in the dark. The gentle grip changed. It didn't loosen, it transformed. The freezing fingers clamped down like a steel trap, squeezing with a strength that was impossible, that ground the bones in my hand together. I gasped, trying to pull away, but I was pinned. The loving expression on her face twisted, the features contorting into something ugly and full of a rage I had never seen on my mother, not even at her angriest. It was a sneer of pure, possessive fury, and the warm, maternal voice shredded. It dropped, warped, becoming a ragged, wet hiss that didn't seem to come just from her mouth, but from the corners of the room itself, vibrating in the air. "Now you'll never leave again." The words were bitten off, guttural. "We'll be together forever," just like the board promised. Then the chanting started. It was one word, over and over, in a looping, overlapping chorus. Forever, forever, forever. But it wasn't one voice. It switched, flickering between my mother's gentle tone, my sister's higher pitch, and a third, guttural sound that was neither. A sound that felt old and rotten. The word pounded in my skull. I screamed, a raw sound of pure panic. I yanked my arm with all my strength, thrashing in the bed, but the grip was supernatural, unbreakable. I kicked out, my foot connecting with her side, but she didn't flinch, didn't even seem to notice. She just kept chanting, her eyes locked on mine, glowing with a sick triumph. Forever. As the chant drilled into me, I noticed something else, a detail my terror-muddled brain clung to. The rhythm of the word matched something else, a soft, rhythmic creaking from outside. It was the sound of the old porch swing, the one our mom loved, moving back and forth. A sound that shouldn't be audible from the upstairs guest room. The two sounds, the chant and the swing, moved together, a horrible, synchronized pulse. The door to the room burst open. Light from the hall flooded in, blinding me for a second. My brother-in-law stood there, his face a mask of horror. He didn't hesitate. He rushed forward, not at me but at her. He grabbed her by the shoulders, shaking her hard. "Elise! Stop! Wake up!" he shouted, his voice cracking. The chanting stopped. The terrible grip on my hand vanished, so suddenly I fell back against the headboard. My sister's body went limp. She blinked, her eyes clearing, looking first at her husband's frantic face, then down at me, crumpled and gasping on the bed. Confusion, then dawning horror, spread across her own features. "What? What happened?" she slurred, her own voice back, thick with sleep. "Why are you in here?" She looked at her husband's hands on her shoulders, then at my face, pale and tear-streaked. I was clutching my right hand to my chest. The pain was intense, a deep, throbbing ache. In the bright hall light now spilling into the room, I looked down. On my wrist, where the freezing fingers had been, were 5 perfect, deep purple bruises. Each one was the clear imprint of a fingertip. The evidence was physical, undeniable. It hadn't been a dream. It hadn't been a shared hallucination. Something with real, solid strength had held me. My sister saw the bruises. Her eyes went wide. A high, thin sound of distress escaped her lips. No, I didn't. I was asleep. I don't remember anything. She started to cry, hysterical, gulping sobs. She reached for me. I'm so sorry. I would never hurt you. I flinched away, the instinct immediate. The hurt in her eyes was genuine, but it was buried under my own burning terror and the vivid, throbbing proof on my skin. My brother-in-law helped his shaking wife to her feet, guiding her out of the room, murmuring low, soothing words that sounded hollow. He glanced back at me, his expression a wreck of apology and fear, before closing the door behind them. I was alone. I cradled my bruised wrist, staring at the marks. They were already darkening, a brutal necklace of purple and blue. No human hand, especially not my sister's, could have made those. The grip had been monstrous. I sat there until the gray light of dawn began to color the room. The rationalizations I'd built were shattered. This was not grief. This was not a sleep disorder. This was something that could touch and hold and promise forever in a voice that was a chorus of nightmares. I must have dozed off, because I woke to full sunlight. My wrist was stiff and ached fiercely. I got dressed slowly, the normal sounds of the house below feeling like a lie. When I finally went downstairs, the scene was fractured. My sister was at the kitchen table, her eyes red and puffy, staring into a cold cup of coffee. Her husband was pacing by the back door. The air between them was tense, cracked. I need to see a doctor, my sister said to him, her voice small. A sleep doctor. There's something wrong with me. She looked at me, her expression pleading. You believe me, right? I would never hurt you. I was asleep. I wanted to believe her. I did. But the bruises sang a different song. I know, I said, because it was easier than saying what I felt. She seemed to relax a fraction. Her husband stopped pacing. I'll make some calls today, he said, but he didn't look at her. He looked at the floor, at the walls, anywhere but at the evidence of what lived in his house. I needed to move, to do something. I wandered into the dining room, thinking I'd clear away any remnants of last night's dinner. And then I saw it. On the polished surface of the dining table, set squarely in the center, was the Ouija board. The planchette was placed neatly on top of it, right over the moon symbol. It hadn't been there last night. It had been put away in the hall closet. Someone had taken it out. My breath caught. I took a step closer. Then I saw the writing. The table had a light coating of dust. My sister wasn't the best housekeeper. And in that dust, right next to the board, written in a clear, sweeping script, were 4 words. The handwriting was my sister's. I'd know it anywhere. But the message wasn't. It said, "The promise is made." I stared at it, the words searing into my brain. The promise from the board. Together. Forever. The entity wasn't just visiting in the night anymore. It was leaving notes. It was making its intentions clear in the light of day. The sense of violation was complete. It had moved from my sister's body to my skin, and now it was writing in the dust of our home. The breakfast conversation, the talk of doctors, it all felt like a pointless puppet show. The real conversation had already happened. It had happened in the dark, with a crushing grip and a chant of forever, and now it was written on the table for me to see. The peaceful closure I'd flown home with weeks ago was a distant, foolish memory. The door wasn't just open now. Something had walked through, and it was moving the furniture, making itself at home. And it had made a promise it very much intended to keep. I left the dining room table with its chilling message, and went straight to the kitchen sink. I scrubbed my hands under scalding water, as if I could wash off the feeling of those words, the memory of that grip. My sister and her husband were still in their tense standoff at the table. I didn't tell them what I'd seen. Telling him would just push him closer to the edge. Telling her. I didn't know what telling her would do. The thing wearing her memories might already know. I needed answers from outside this house, from someone who wouldn't look at me like I was crazy or fragile. I waited until my brother-in-law left for work, giving me a tight, worried nod on his way out. My sister announced she was going to take a long bath to try and relax. The moment I heard the water running upstairs, I grabbed my laptop. My search this time wasn't for sleep clinics. I looked up local psychics, spiritual cleaners, anyone who dealt with the kind of stuff that was laughed at on daytime TV. I found a listing for a woman a town over. Her website was plain, no crystals or fairies, just a simple statement. Clearing homes and restoring peace. It sounded like a pest control ad, which, in a way, I guessed it was. I called the number. A woman with a no-nonsense voice answered. I spilled the story in a rushed, jumbled whisper, talking about the board, the sleepwalking, the video, the voice, the bruise on my wrist. I left out the writing in the dust. I needed to see what she'd say without that clue. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, there was a pause. "Can you come see me?" she asked. "Now." I told my sister through the bathroom door that I was running to the pharmacy for some ibuprofen for my wrist. She called back, "Okay, drive safe," in a voice that was a little too cheerful. The woman lived in a small, neat house on the edge of town. She looked like a retired librarian, with glasses on a chain and sensible shoes. Her living room was ordinary, just a couch and some plants. No pentagrams, no incense. I showed her the bruise, which had bloomed into a spectacular map of purple and green. She looked at it, her face going serious. She didn't touch it. "Sit down," she said. I told her everything again, more slowly this time. I included the writing on the table. She didn't flinch. When I was done, she leaned back. "It didn't come from your mother," she said, her tone flat and matter-of-fact. "That's the first thing you need to understand. It's using your memory of her like a disguise. Like a wolf in a favorite old coat. It's comfortable, it smells right, so you let it get close." The words made a terrible sense. "What is it then?" "A hitchhiker," she said. "A thing that feeds on strong emotion. Grief is a 5-course meal for something like that. Your twin sister's grief, your guilt for leaving, that's the magnet that pulled it in. The Ouija board didn't open a door to your mom. It opened a door in your sister. A door in her mind, in her grief. And something walked in. It's not in the house. It's in the person. You can't sage a person." My hope, the little bit I had left, deflated. "How do we get it out?" She shook her head slowly. "I clear spaces. Bad energy in rooms, attachments to places. This is different. This is a tenant who's paid rent in tears and signed a lease in fear. It's settled. It thinks it belongs." She gave me a look that was both pitying and firm. "You need to get your sister out of that house. And you need to get her to someone a lot stronger than me. A pastor, a rabbi, someone with real faith, not just smudge sticks. And you need to be careful. It's attached to her, but it knows you're the other half of the bond. It wants the set." I left her house with a small bag of salt she insisted I take. For the thresholds, at least. It can't hurt. And a feeling of dread that was colder and clearer than any fear I'd felt before. It was a diagnosis, and the prognosis was bad. When I got back, the Ouija board was gone from the table. The message in the dust had been wiped away. My sister was in the living room, folding laundry. She looked up with a smile. "Feeling better?" I held up the pharmacy bag as proof. "A little." I decided to test the waters, using the occultist's words. I was thinking, maybe we should get away for a bit. You and me. A sister trip to the beach, like we used to talk about. Just get some sun, some space. Her smile stayed, but it tightened at the corners. "Oh, I don't think so. There's so much to do here. And it's so peaceful now, don't you think? We have everything we need right here." She's making sure of it. She said she so casually, like she was talking about a helpful neighbor. The casualness was worse than any frenzy. I just nodded, a plan forming in the back of my mind. I needed more information. While she went to put the laundry away, I slipped into the small home office she used for paying bills. I started opening drawers as quietly as I could. In the bottom drawer of the desk, under a stack of old utility statements, I found a journal. It was a pretty, floral thing I'd given her for her birthday years ago. My heart thumped. I opened it. The first pages were what I expected. Entries from right after our mom died, raw and full of pain, talking about the emptiness of the house, missing her, wishing I was there more. I skimmed, my eyes stinging. Then, about halfway through the book, the entries changed. The handwriting, at first, was still hers, but the content shifted. It stopped being about grief and started being about contact. Descriptions of the Ouija board session, but written with a kind of clinical excitement. Then, on one page, the handwriting changed mid-sentence. It smoothed out, became more elegant, an older cursive style. Our mother's handwriting. I nearly dropped the book. The new writing didn't talk about feelings. It gave instructions. It listed things like binding herbs and symbols of containment. On the next page, there was a sketch of the house's floor plan. At every door and window, small, intricate symbols were drawn. They weren't crosses or stars. They looked like complicated knots, like locks, with arrows pointing inward. They weren't to keep something out. They were to keep something in. To anchor it. I heard a floorboard creak in the hall. I shoved the journal back into the drawer and closed it just as she walked past the office door. "What are you up to in here?" she asked, her head tilting. "Just looking for a pen," I said, my voice sounding strangely calm to my own ears. "Mine ran out." She smiled that not quite right smile. "Check the top drawer. They always migrate there." She walked on. I stood in the office, leaning against the desk. The pieces were locking together. The occultist was right. It wasn't our mother. It was a hitchhiker that loved our grief, and it was using my sister's knowledge of the house, of our family, to build a cage. The floor plan with the locking symbols, the fixed front door, the talk of having everything we needed right here. It was all about making the house, and my sister, a perfect container. And I was inside it with them. That night, I pretended to go to bed early. I lay in the dark, listening. The house was quiet for a long time. Then, from my sister's room down the hall, I heard voices. Not the chanting from before. This was a conversation. Two voices, speaking in perfect, synchronized unison. One was my sister's normal tone. The other was that colder, older version. They spoke to each other. One said, "Is she ready?" The other replied, almost, "She just needs to understand there is no outside anymore." The words weren't shouted or hissed. They were murmured, like two parts of the same mind discussing a simple plan. Then they both laughed, a soft, dry sound that was identical. The conversation stopped. The normal night sounds of the house returned. But I knew what I had heard. The walls weren't just blurring. They were gone. My sister and the thing inside her were having bedtime chats. And I was the topic. The promise wasn't just made. It was being planned. And the blueprint for my part in it was hidden in a drawer, sketched in my mother's stolen handwriting. I was no longer a guest, or even a prisoner. I was becoming part of the furniture. There were 3 of us in the house now. My sister, me, and the thing wearing our memories like a suit. And one of us was fading fast. The next morning made it clear. We were having coffee, and she was talking about the garden, how she planned to replant the roses our mother loved. Then, without any pause or change in her breathing, her posture slumped, her shoulders rounding the way our moms did in her later years. She looked at me over her mug, and her eyes were older, sharper. "You never did have the patience for gardening," she said, and it was our mother's voice, tinged with that familiar disappointment. Always rushing off to the next thing. She took a sip, her pinky finger lifted just so, another momism. Then she blinked, straightened up, and was herself again, continuing about rose fertilizer as if nothing had happened. No memory of the shift. It was like watching a radio tuner slip between stations, catching a few seconds of a strange, familiar broadcast before clicking back. The house itself started to feel like an enemy. My room was always freezing, no matter how high I cranked the little heater. I'd come downstairs to find a framed photo of me and my friends from the city face down on the sideboard. The next day, that same photo was back up, but my face was scratched out with something sharp, leaving ragged white lines across the glass. My sister would just sigh and say, "That old frame must be falling apart," and wipe the glass clean, not commenting on the damage beneath. The smell of our mother's perfume was now a constant, clinging presence in the upstairs hallway. It wasn't a memory anymore, it was a statement. I was the intruder here. My life outside these walls was being systematically erased from the environment, and my comfort within them was being stripped away, degree by degree. My brother-in-law was a ghost. He moved through the room silently, his face drawn. The hope had left his eyes. He saw the changes, he heard the slips, but he was powerless. The breaking point came when he found the journal. I don't know if he was looking for it or just stumbled upon it, but I heard the raised voices from the study later that afternoon. His frantic and scared, hers calm and flat. I crept to the hallway. "What is this, Elise?" he was demanding, his voice trembling. "These drawings? This isn't you. This isn't your writing. It's for protection," her voice replied, so reasonable it was chilling. "To keep our family safe. To keep us together." "Us? This is about keeping her here, isn't it?" he shot back. There was a pause. Then her voice, but lower, colder, the one that wasn't quite hers, said, "You were never part of the promise. You're just furniture." The words were so casual, so utterly devoid of malice or even feeling, that they were worse than any scream. I heard a small, broken sound from him. Then the study door opened. He walked out, his face ashen. He didn't look at me where I stood frozen in the hall. He just went upstairs. 20 minutes later, he came down with a duffel bag. He stood in the foyer, looking at his wife, who was calmly watering a plant by the window. "I'm going to my brother's for a few days," he said, his voice empty. She turned and smiled, a warm, wifely smile that didn't match the cold words from before. "Okay, honey. Drive safe. Call me when you get there." He looked at me then, a final, desperate, apologetic glance that said everything. "I'm sorry. I can't. I have to go." Then he walked out the front door. I heard his car start and drive away. And just like that, I was alone in the house with it. Panic, pure and electric, shot through me. This was my chance. I waited until my sister went into the kitchen. I went to the front door, the one with the perfectly fixed lock. I turned the deadbolt. It clicked. I pulled the handle. It didn't move. I pulled harder, throwing my weight against it. The solid wood didn't even creak. It was sealed shut, as effective as a wall. I ran to the living room windows. They were the old, heavy kind. I unlocked the clasp and pushed. They didn't budge. I looked closer. The seams where the window met the frame were painted over with a fresh, clean line of white paint, sealing them shut. Every window I checked was the same. The back door in the kitchen was just like the front. The lock turned, but the door was immovable. The house was a sealed box. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. I pulled out my cell phone. No service. The bars that were usually full were empty. I tried to call 911 anyway. The call didn't connect. I tried to send a text to my brother-in-law. It failed to send. I held the phone to my ear, listening. Instead of a dial tone or an error message, there was a low, rushing static. And within that static, if I listened hard, I could make out whispers layered and distorted, saying the same two words over and over. Together, forever. I dropped the phone on the couch like it was a live snake. The reality of my situation crashed down. I wasn't just trapped. I was being isolated, cut off from the world completely. The entity wasn't just trying to keep me here. It was working to erase my sister's mind and absorb mine, to merge us into a single, grief-stricken unit with it at the center. I wasn't a prisoner to be held. I was an ingredient to be consumed. I spent what felt like hours pacing, trying to think. I looked at the windows again, searching for a tool, anything to break the glass. But the house was eerily tidy. All the tools were in the locked garage. The fireplace pokers were gone. It had thought of everything. As dusk began to fall, casting long shadows across the sealed rooms, I stood in the dining room, feeling a cold despair. My eyes fell on the cabinet, where I knew the Ouija board was stored. The occultist had said the door was open through it. It was the only connection I had to this thing, the only tool it had used. A reckless, desperate idea formed. If it was a door, maybe I could use it to get a message out, or maybe I could shut it. I didn't know, but doing nothing felt like waiting to be erased. I went to the cabinet and took out the board and the planchette. My hands were shaking. I set it up on the dining table, right in the center. I didn't light a candle. I didn't call my sister. I sat down alone, the fading evening light my only companion. I put my fingertips on the plastic heart. The room felt watchful, waiting. I took a deep breath and whispered into the still air, my voice sounding tiny and brave to my own ears. "If you're really Mom, prove it. Tell me something only she and I would know." For a second, nothing. Then the planchette trembled under my fingers. It didn't just move. It shot across the board to the word yes with a speed that made me gasp. Then it began to spell, racing from letter to letter with a violent, certain energy. It spelled a name. Binky. The air left my lungs. Binky. A stupid, silly name. It was the name of a little blue stuffed rabbit I'd had when I was 4. I'd lost him at a park during a family picnic. I was heartbroken. That night, I'd crawled into my parents' bed crying. My mom had held me, and I'd whispered the rabbit's secret name to her, Binky. I'd never told anyone else, not even my sister. I'd forgotten it myself until this moment. The planchette kept moving. "I miss you." Then, "Forgive me." Tears, hot and uncontrollable, poured down my face. This was it. This was real. This was her. The love I felt emanating from that simple board was overwhelming, a warm, golden light in the dark, frozen house. It was forgiveness. It was the reunion I'd been aching for 10 years. All my fear, all my suspicion, melted away in that flood of perfect, maternal love. I sobbed, my tears dripping onto the polished wood. The planchette moved again, smooth and inviting now. "Come to me." It slid to the moon symbol on the board, the symbol for yes, for connection. A wave of dizzying, blissful warmth washed over me. a feeling of being utterly cherished and welcomed home. It was an addictive, heavenly pull. And then, from the hallway, I heard my sister begin to hum. That same lullaby, the one about the bluebirds. Soft, gentle, and perfectly in sync with the loving pull from the board. The two calls, the board's silent, spiritual pull and my sister's physical, audible song, wrapped around me from two directions, pulling me inward. I was crying from happiness, from relief, wanting nothing more than to go to that love, to answer that call. I looked down at the board through my tears, ready to move the planchette to goodbye, so I could run to my sister, to my mom, to this beautiful resolution. And that's when I saw it. My hand on the planchette was not alone. Resting gently on top of mine, interlacing our fingers, was another pale, cold hand. I hadn't heard her come in. My sister stood beside me, her eyes open and glazed, fixed on my face, humming that sweet, terrible lullaby. The circuit was complete. The entity spoke, but not from one mouth. The words came from both of them at once, from my sister's moving lips and from the very air around the board, a stereo horror that vibrated in my teeth. Now we become we. The love I felt didn't vanish. It intensified, but it changed, turning from a welcome into a claiming. It wasn't an invitation anymore. It was a harness, and I had put my head right through it. They say you can't contact the dead. They're wrong. You can. You just can't control what answers. In that moment, with my sister's cold hand on mine and that perfect, secret name Binky glowing in my mind, I didn't want control. I wanted to surrender. The love pouring from the board and from her humming was the most real thing I'd ever felt. It was a warm bath for my soul, tired from 10 years of missing and months of fear. I was crying, but they were happy tears. This was my mom. She knew me. She forgave me. She wanted me to come to her. The planchette under our joined hands felt alive with that wanting, a gentle, magnetic pull toward the moon symbol, toward connection. Come to me, it had spelled, and I wanted to go. My sister's humming wrapped around the silent call of the board, a physical and spiritual rope pulling me in the same direction, inward, toward her, toward it. I felt my breathing start to slow, to match the rhythmic pace of her lullaby. My own heartbeat seemed to stutter, then try to find the same slow, steady beat as the pulse I felt through the planchette. It wasn't scary. It felt like merging, like becoming part of a beautiful, familiar song I'd been separated from for too long. I looked into my sister's glazed eyes. I saw my own reflection in them, tear-streaked and full of hope. And for a second, I saw something else behind her eyes, something vast and patient and hungry, watching me say yes. That tiny flicker of recognition, of being watched by something that was not my mother, was like a single drop of ice water in the warm sea of feeling. It wasn't enough to break the spell, but it made me hesitate. The entity, speaking through my sister in the air, said again, "Now we become we." The words weren't loving. They were factual. A statement of process, like a chef announcing the next step in a recipe. And in that fractional pause, my problem-solving brain, the part of me that had built a life away from here, sparked once. I saw it. The circuit. The occultist had mentioned a bond. This was it. The board was a connection to me. The possession was a connection to my sister. Our twin bond was the wire between us. The thing was using the board's link and our shared blood to complete a circle, with itself at the center, drawing power from both of us. It wasn't just possessing her. It was trying to tether my soul directly to it, using the board as a conductor and our joined hands as the plug. The warm, loving feeling was the current, and it wanted to switch me on forever. A memory flashed, not one of my mom, but one of my own. A selfish, glorious memory. The feel of the steering wheel in my hands the day I moved away, the windows down, the radio blasting a song about freedom. The smell of the ocean getting stronger, not the floral ghost of perfume, but the real, salty, wild smell of my new city. The taste of coffee from a corner cafe, where no one knew my name or my history. It was a memory of separation, of being an individual, of leaving. That memory felt small and brittle against the tidal wave of maternal love, but it was mine, truly mine. Something the entity, for all its stolen secrets, could not have, because it had never felt the joy of being alone. The warm feeling from the board shifted. It was no longer an invitation. It was a pull, a suction trying to draw that memory out of me, to dissolve it in the collective we. I felt a pressure in my head, a sense of my own thoughts being sifted through, my happiest, most independent moments being singled out like weeds to be pulled. At the same time, images that weren't mine flooded in. The view from my sister's wedding altar, the nervous sweat on her husband's brow, a feeling of pure joy that belonged to her. The crushing ache of her hand holding our mothers in the hospital room during those last hours, a moment I wasn't there for. Private grief, private love, all of it pouring into me, crowding out my own mind. We were becoming a messy, tangled knot of two lives, with a third thing at the center tying it all together. The warm feeling was now smothering. The love was a weight. I couldn't breathe. I tried to pull my hand back from the planchette, but my muscles wouldn't obey. My hand was no longer just my hand. It was part of the circuit, locked in place by my sister's icy grip and the will of the board. I opened my mouth to scream, but only a weak gasp came out. My sister's humming grew louder, filling my ears, vibrating in my skull. The entity's voice was inside my head now, clear and singular, a smooth oil over the chaos. There, now you're home. Now you're mine. No, the thought was a tiny, defiant spark. It wasn't a word, just a pure feeling of refusal. This was not my home. My home had an ocean. My home had a door that opened from the inside. I was not hers. I was mine. With a surge of will that came from that one spark, I did the opposite of what every instinct screamed. Instead of trying to pull my trapped hand back, I lunged forward with my whole body. My free arm swept across the dining table in a wild, violent arc. I hit the Ouija board square on. It flew off the table, spinning through the air. The planchette sprang free from our joined hands and skittered across the floor, disappearing under the sideboard. The connection snapped. It wasn't a gentle release. It was a psychic rip, a soundless tear that echoed in the marrow of my bones. The warm feeling vanished, replaced by a howling, empty coldness that swirled through the room. My sister's humming cut off with a choke. Her hand went limp and slipped from mine. She made a small, confused sound, like a child woken from a deep sleep, and then her eyes rolled back and she collapsed, falling to the floor in a heap. I stumbled back from the table, gripping the edge to stay upright. My head was pounding, full of strange, fading echoes, the scent of hospital disinfectant that wasn't my memory, the tune of the lullaby, the feeling of a wedding bouquet in hands that weren't mine. They receded like a tide, leaving my own mind feeling scraped raw but blessedly, solely my own. The room was a wreck. The tablecloth was half pulled off. A vase of flowers had tipped over, water spreading across the wood. My sister lay motionless on the rug. But the house felt different. The watchful, oppressive presence was gone. In its place was a vacuum, an angry emptiness. The static that had been on my phone, the whispered promises, they were absent. It was just a quiet, messy room in a dark house. I knelt beside my sister, my hands shaking. I felt for a pulse in her wrist. It was there, steady and strong. She was breathing normally, out cold, as if from sheer exhaustion. A normal sleep. I slumped beside her, tears coming again, but these were tears of sheer, ragged relief. I had done it. I had broken the circuit. I had said no. I sat there for a long time, just breathing my own air, thinking my own thoughts. The spell was broken. The board was gone. The thing, whatever it was, had lost its hold, at least for now. The immediate, terrifying merger was over. I had myself back. Slowly, I got up. I righted the vase. I picked up the scattered flowers. My eyes fell on the floor where the Ouija board had landed. It lay face down near the wall. I didn't want to touch it. I'd deal with it in the morning. For now, I needed to get my sister to bed. I was bending to try and lift her when I saw something else. The planchette. It hadn't gone under the sideboard. It had come to rest in the very center of the room, clear of any furniture. And it wasn't pointing to a letter, or to yes or a no. It was pointing straight at me. A chill that had nothing to do with the temperature traced my spine. I ignored it. I focused on the practical task, getting my sister upstairs, tucking her into her own bed. She never stirred. She just slept a deep, dreamless sleep. I went back to the guest room, my body aching with a deep fatigue. I had won. I had stopped it. The house was just a house again. I fell onto the bed, sure I would sleep for a year. But as I lay there in the dark, a new sound seeped into my awareness. A slow, rhythmic sound from above. Drip, drip, drip. It was coming from the ceiling. From the attic. We never used the attic. The pull-down door was in the hallway ceiling, always stuck, layered with paint. I listened. The drips were steady, deliberate. They weren't the random plink of a leak. They formed a pattern. Drip, 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 drip. And they were getting faster. As I lay there, frozen again, a much worse sound started. From directly above me, in the attic space, something heavy began to move. It wasn't a scurry or a scratch. It was a slow, deliberate drag. Something with weight was being pulled across the unfinished attic floor. Thump, drag, thump, drag. It was moving with a terrible, patient purpose toward the pull-down door in the hall. The circuit was broken. The board was cast aside. But the door we opened, it was still open. And something had been waiting upstairs all this time. Now it was coming down. Identity is a story you tell yourself. What happens when something else starts writing the chapters? The dripping from the attic and the slow, dragging thumps froze me to the bed. The victory I'd felt moments before was a fragile soap bubble, and those sounds popped it. The circuit with my sister was broken, but the door we'd opened with that stupid board was still swung wide, and the thing that had been using her like a puppet, maybe that was just a tendril, a piece of something bigger that had been sitting upstairs in the dark, waiting for its work to be done. Now its work was ruined, and it was coming to see why. Thump, drag, thump. It was directly above the hallway now. I heard the old pull-down door in the hall ceiling groan, the sound of wood straining against layers of paint. It was testing the latch. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't let it come down with my sister still unconscious down the hall. My own fear was a cold stone in my stomach, but a sharper, hotter feeling cut through it. Responsibility. I'd helped open this door. I had to try and close it. I slid off the bed, my legs wobbly. I crept to my door and looked out into the hall. The rectangular outline of the attic door was visible in the ceiling, a darker patch in the shadow. As I watched, a fine sprinkle of dust drifted down from its edges, glittering in the weak light from the nightlight below. The dragging sound had stopped. The dripping had stopped. The house was still. It was listening. I had to move. I ducked back into my room. I needed a weapon, something, anything. My eyes fell on the small, heavy ceramic base of the table lamp. I yanked the plug from the wall, ripped the cord free, and hefted the base. It was solid, with a sharpish edge. It would have to do. I thought of the salt the occultist had given me, still in my bag downstairs. Too far. This would be close work. I slipped back into the hall, pressing myself against the wall, inching toward my sister's room. My plan was simple and probably stupid. Get her, get out, break a window if we had to run. As I passed under the attic door, a cold spot hit me, a pocket of air so frigid it made my skin prickle. I looked up. A dark, wet stain was spreading on the white painted wood of the door. Not a leak. It was too localized, too fast. It looked like something was pressing against the other side, something wet and cold seeping through. I hurried past, into my sister's room. She was still out, breathing deeply. I shook her shoulder. Wake up. We have to go. No. She mumbled, swatting my hand away. Go away. Tired. No. I hissed, shaking her harder. It's in the attic. It's coming down. The word attic seemed to register somewhere in her sleep-fogged brain. Her eyes fluttered open. They were clear, her own eyes, full of confusion, and then, as she saw my frantic face, alarm. What? What's happening? Before I could answer, a new sound came from the hall. A scraping, grinding sound. The sound of the attic door's metal latch being slowly, forcefully, turned from the other side. Click. It was unlocked. Then a creak of hinges as the door lowered an inch, stopped by its own weight and the painted seal. A puff of that freezing air washed into the hall, carrying a smell like wet soil and old newspapers. My sister sat bolt upright, her face white. Oh God! We both stared at the hallway from her bedroom door. The attic door began to move again. This time it didn't stop. It swung down, the latter sections unfolding with a series of sharp, popping sounds. It settled into place, a dark square opening in the ceiling. The cold poured down like water. Nothing moved up there. It was a pool of absolute black. Then a sound. A wet, sliding sound, like something dragging itself across the plywood floor toward the opening. I gripped the lamp base tighter. My sister clutched my arm, her nails digging in. A hand appeared on the edge of the opening. It wasn't a skeleton hand. It was worse. It was shapeless, made of what looked like packed, dark clay, dripping with that same black fluid. It had too many fingers, all of them moving independently, feeling the air, gripping the wood. Then another hand, just like it, slapped down beside the first. We couldn't move. We were pinned by the sheer wrongness of it. The thing pulled itself forward. A head, or a lump that served as one, emerged from the blackness. It had no real features, just indentations and shifting surfaces that seemed to form the ghost of a face for a second. A screaming mouth, a hollow eye socket, before melting back into formless clay. It was made of the house, of the grief, of the stolen memories, all packed into a physical shape, that was still learning how to hold itself together. It dragged its bulk onto the top of the ladder. It didn't climb down. It oozed over the edge, flowing down the folded ladder sections with a horrible liquid rustle, landing in the hallway with a soft, wet thud. It filled the space, a mound of dripping, shifting darkness taller than me, radiating that intense cold. The vague face turned toward us. It didn't have eyes, but I felt its attention like a physical pressure. It knew me. It knew I had broken its plan. It took a sliding step forward, a pseudopod of its form reaching toward my sister's door. I did the only thing I could think of. I screamed, not in terror, but in pure, furious defiance. No! I hurled the ceramic lamp base with all my strength. It flew through the air and struck the center of the shifting mass with a dull thwack. It didn't bounce off. It sank in, swallowed by the dark substance. Useless. The thing didn't even pause. Its attention shifted fully to me. It wanted the troublemaker first. It flowed forward, blocking the way to the stairs. We were trapped in the bedroom. My sister was sobbing, clinging to me. I backed us toward the window, the sealed, painted-shut window. We were cornered. As the thing filled the doorway, a memory flashed, not of my mom, but of the journal, of the symbols drawn at the doors and windows. Symbols to bind, to lock something in. The occultist said it was in the person, not the house. But this thing was the house now. It had made itself from it. And those symbols weren't to keep us in. They were to keep it in, to anchor it here. It was tied to this place, to the very boards and plaster. It couldn't leave. But we could, if we could break its anchor. I didn't have sage or holy water. I had one thing it didn't, a life outside these walls. It's not your home. I shouted at the advancing mass, my voice shaking but loud. You're just a stain here. A sad, hungry stain. My home is by the ocean. It smells like salt, not dirt. I poured every memory of my freedom into my words. I have a favorite coffee shop. The barista knows my order. I have friends who've never heard of you. The thing hesitated, a ripple passing through its form. It didn't like it. It was made of our longing for the past, for what was lost. It didn't understand a love for a present it wasn't part of. You're nothing, my sister suddenly yelled, her voice raw. You're not her. My mother loved sunflowers. She hated the rain. You're just a copy made of mud and sadness. We were both shouting now, hurling our real lives, our real memories at it. The good and the bad. My promotion at work. Her first car. Our dad's awful jokes. The time we painted our toes with mom's polish and ruined the carpet. Real, messy, human things. The thing recoiled as if struck. The memories that built it were static, perfect, frozen snapshots of a mother's love. Our shouting, messy, alive memories were like acid. They didn't fit. They caused the clay-like substance to steam and bubble at the edges. It made a sound, a low, guttural vibration of frustration that shook the floorboards. It wasn't used to being argued with. It was used to being obeyed, to being welcomed as a beloved ghost. We were rejecting its very story. It surged forward again, a last, desperate lunge. Its cold touched my ankle, a numbness that shot up my leg. I kicked wildly, my foot passing through its form, coming out wet and freezing. But I'd broken its grip. Behind it, I saw the attic ladder, the open door. Its anchor wasn't just the symbols. It was the board, the door, the point of entry. We couldn't destroy it. But maybe we could send it back and lock the door behind it. The board! I yelled to my sister. We have to get the board into the attic and close it in. She understood. As the thing regrouped, flowing between us and the hall, she did something brave and insane. She ducked low and rushed not away from it, but toward it, under its grasping, dripping limbs, into the hall. She grabbed the fallen Ouija board from where it lay. The thing shrieked a tearing, papery sound and turned toward her. That was my chance. I didn't run for the stairs. I ran for the ladder. I climbed, my cold, wet foot slipping on the rungs. I hauled myself up into the blackness of the attic. It was freezing, and the smell was overwhelming. Throw it! I screamed, leaning back down through the opening. My sister, backing away from the advancing mass, flung the board up toward me like a frisbee. I caught it, the wood feeling oily and wrong in my hands. The thing forgot her. It turned its entire, furious attention to me, to the board in my hands. It flowed toward the ladder. I didn't wait. I scrambled back from the opening into the deep dark of the attic. I could hear it oozing swiftly up the ladder. I had one chance. I felt along the rough plywood floor, away from the opening, toward where I thought the far wall was. In the pitch black, I found it. I set the Ouija board down on the floor, right against the wall. Then I turned and ran back toward the square of light that was the opening. just as the thing's dripping form crested the top. I didn't try to fight it. I dropped to my belly and slid, like a baseball player, right past its grasping form, through the opening. I grabbed the edge of the attic door as I fell, my body hanging in midair for a second before I dropped the rest of the way to the hall floor, landing hard on my side. The wind knocked out of me. I looked up. The thing was in the attic, focused on the board I'd left there. It didn't want me anymore. It wanted its doorway. Now! I croaked at my sister. She was already there. Together, we grabbed the ladder. With a strength born of pure terror, we pushed. The ladder folded upward. The attic door swung up. The thing realized what was happening and lunged for the closing opening, a wave of blackness reaching down. My sister slammed her whole weight against the door. I grabbed the pull cord and yanked it sideways, engaging the metal latch. Click. It sealed shut. From the other side, we heard a thud, then a furious, muffled scrabbling. The wet stain on the wood pulsed. But the door, with its old, strong latch and layers of paint, held. The scrabbling grew fainter, moving away from the door, back toward where the board lay against the far wall. Then it stopped. The cold radiating from the door began to lessen, degree by degree. The wet stain slowly stopped spreading, then started to fade, like water drying on wood. My sister and I slid down the wall to sit on the floor, gasping, shaking, clutching each other. We sat there until the first gray light of dawn showed through the hall window. The house was just a house again, tired old, but normal. The doors and windows, when we tried them later, opened easily. The paint sealing them was gone, as if it had never been there. We burned the journal and the backyard grill. We broke the Ouija board into pieces and buried them in separate places. My brother-in-law came back, hesitant and ashamed, and we didn't have the words to explain. But he saw the change, the real exhaustion and the real peace in his wife's eyes, and he stayed. I stayed for another week, until the color returned to my sister's cheeks, and she laughed at a joke, a real, spontaneous laugh that was entirely her own. We talked about real things, the future, her maybe selling the house, coming to visit me by the ocean. The past was a scar we shared, but it was closed. On my last day, as I loaded my bag into the rental car, she hugged me tight. "Thank you," she whispered, "for coming back, for staying, for everything." I hugged her back, feeling the solid, real warmth of her. "Always," I said. I drove away, watching the house shrink in my rearview mirror. This time, the feeling wasn't escape. It was release. I'd gotten myself back. I'd gotten my sister back. The story I thought was over. I was wrong. A month later, back in my apartment, the package arrived. No return address. A small, flat, square box. Inside, wrapped in plain brown paper, was a mirror. An old, ornate, hand mirror with a tarnished silver back. It looked ancient. There was no note. Puzzled, I picked it up. My own tired, but smiling, reflection looked back at me. And then, just for a second, my reflection didn't move when I did. It held my gaze, and its smile widened, not into my smile, but into something familiar, cold, and deeply, possessively pleased. Then it was just me again, my heart hammering against my ribs, holding a mirror that showed nothing but my own terrified face. The anchor in the attic was sealed. But a reflection isn't an anchor. It's a connection. And it seemed the story of our family had left a mark on something, a mark that could still reach out, even from behind a locked door, and find a new way in. Story number 3. The job listing was almost too good to be true. A live-in nanny position in a gorgeous old house on the outskirts of town. The pay was fantastic, and the hours were reasonable. All I had to do was look after 2 kids for a couple who traveled constantly for work. I showed up for the interview in my one good blazer, feeling the nerves twist in my stomach. But the woman who answered the door was all crisp smiles and expensive perfume. She ushered me into a kitchen that looked like it belonged in a magazine, everything gleaming and spotless. The kids were brought in to meet me, a boy who looked about 7 and a little girl who couldn't have been more than 4. They were polite and quiet, holding hands. The boy gave me a firm handshake, and the little girl just hid behind his legs, peeking out with these big, serious eyes. We talked about schedules and duties. It all sounded perfectly normal. And then she slid the contract across the marble countertop, her fingernail, painted a flawless pale pink, tapped on one specific clause. It was underlined. It read, "Under no circumstances are you to attempt to access the attic. The door is locked for safety. This is a condition of employment." I must have looked at it for a beat too long because she laughed, a light, tinkling sound that didn't quite reach her eyes, and said, "Oh, it's just full of old insulation and wiring, a total death trap. We're having it properly renovated next year." but for now it's strictly off limits. It seemed odd, but not crazy. Lots of old houses have problem areas, so I nodded, signed my name on the line. My name is Sam, and just like that, I had the job. I moved in the following weekend. The parents were already packing for another trip. They gave me a rushed tour, pointing out the pantry stuffed with food, the entertainment system, the pool rules, and yes, they pointed at the attic door at the end of the second-floor hallway. A solid-looking door with a heavy new deadbolt lock that looked glaringly modern against the old wood. "Remember," the father said, his voice a deep, distracted rumble as he checked his phone. "Not a step. It's for your own good." And then they were gone in a whirl of suitcases and last-minute instructions, leaving me alone in the huge, quiet house with the two quiet children. The first few days were fine, easy even. The boy was smart and kept to himself, reading or drawing intricate pictures of machines. The little girl was shy but sweet. She liked to sit near me while I read, coloring in her books with intense concentration. The house, though, it had a personality. It creaked and groaned, especially at night, the wind whistling through places I couldn't see, making the whole structure seem to sigh. I told myself it was charming, full of character, but sometimes, in the deep quiet of the evening after I'd put the kids to bed, the character felt less charming and more like it was watching me. The change started slowly, almost imperceptibly. The boy began asking strange questions. "Do you think houses can remember things?" he asked me one afternoon while we were building a Lego fortress. I gave some rambling answer about history and foundations, and he just nodded, not satisfied. Then his little sister started talking about her friend, the quiet man in the ceiling. I assumed it was an imaginary friend, a classic kid thing, and I played along. "What's his name?" I asked her. She looked at her brother, who was frowning at his Lego, and then whispered, "Mr. Numbers." That was a new one. Most imaginary friends were named something like Sparkle or Captain Fuzzy, not Mr. Numbers. I didn't think much of it until the following Thursday. The kids had been playing in the sunroom, a bright space off the kitchen, and when I went to call them for lunch, I found them sitting cross-legged on the floor with a piece of cardboard between them. On the cardboard, drawn in the boys' careful print, were the letters of the alphabet in rows, and the numbers 0 through 9 along the bottom. In the center of the board was a single, plain white plastic ring, the kind from a milk jug. "What's this?" I asked, leaning down. "It's how we talk to Mr. Numbers," the little girl said, her voice full of pride. "He lives in the attic." A cold little worm of unease wriggled in my chest. The attic. That word was starting to carry a weight in this house. The boy looked up at me, his expression solemn. "We have to be very quiet when we play. He doesn't like loud noises." He placed his fingertip, just the very tip, on the white plastic ring. His sister did the same. "Ask a question," the boy instructed me, his eyes serious. I felt silly humoring this, but I wanted to be a good sport. I crouched down. "Okay, is Mr. Numbers friendly?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a slow, deliberate slide, the plastic ring began to move. It didn't jerk or skitter. It glided smoothly across the cardboard, passing over several letters before coming to a rest, perfectly centered on the word "yes," which the boy had written in the top corner. My breath caught. I had watched their hands. Their fingers were barely touching the ring, certainly not pushing it. It could have been the subtle tilt of the cardboard, or a tiny, unconscious muscle movement from one of them. I knew all the logical explanations, but in that moment, in the quiet sunroom, it felt like something else. The little girl giggled. "See? He's nice. He doesn't like the loud man, but he likes us." "Who's the loud man?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. Both children froze. The playful energy vanished. The boy slowly lifted his finger from the ring, his face going blank. "We shouldn't talk about him," he murmured, and he gathered up the cardboard board, carefully putting it away in a toy chest as if it were something precious and dangerous. That incident stuck with me all day, a pebble in my shoe of a thought. That night, after the kids were asleep, the house seemed louder with its night noises. I was in the laundry room, folding a warm pile of towels, the hum of the dryer a comforting sound, when I heard it. 3 distinct knocks. Thump, thump, thump. They came from directly above me. The ceiling of the laundry room was the floor of the attic. My hands stilled on the towels. The knocks weren't aggressive or frantic. They were measured, patient, like someone tapping to get a rhythm right. My mind raced. An animal? It sounded too solid, too purposeful for a raccoon or a squirrel. The old pipes? This wasn't a metallic clank. It was the sound of something solid on wood. I stood there, frozen, listening so hard my ears ached. The house was silent again. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, my logic kicking in. It's an old house, Sam, I told myself. It settles. It talks. You're just spooked because of that silly game. I finished folding the towel, my movements slow and deliberate, trying to project a calm I didn't feel. And then, just as I was turning to leave the room, I heard it. Faint, drifting down through the same air vent that brought the warm, dry air from the dryer, came the sound of a child's laughter. It was distant, muffled, but unmistakable. A light, happy giggle. It lasted for maybe 2 seconds, and then it was gone, swallowed by the silence. My blood turned cold. Both children were asleep. I had checked on them not 10 minutes ago. I stood in the middle of the laundry room, the folded towel clutched to my chest, my heart hammering against my ribs. That laughter didn't come from their rooms. The vent system was old. Sound could travel in weird ways, but this felt different. It felt close, and it felt like it was coming from up. The attic. That locked, forbidden attic. A wild, irrational thought flashed through my mind. What if the previous nanny had quit not because of the travel, but because of the knocks? Because of the laughter in the vents? I shook my head, physically trying to dispel the idea. I was being ridiculous. I was the adult here. I had to have a rational explanation. I walked out of the laundry room, my legs feeling unsteady, and I made my way through the dark house, past the sleeping kids' rooms, and stopped at the end of the hallway. There it was, the attic door. It looked perfectly normal in the dim nightlight glow, just a door. But that lock, that big, shiny deadbolt, it looked less like a safety feature now, and more like a seal. Like something you put on a door to keep something in, not to keep people out. I stood at the foot of the narrow stairs leading up to it, my pulse throbbing in my throat. I knew I shouldn't. It was against the rules, it was in my contract. But the knocks, the laughter, I had to know. I had to listen. I crept up the first 2 creaky steps, wincing at every small sound, until I was standing right in front of the door. The wood was cool against my forehead as I slowly, carefully, leaned in and pressed my ear to it. At first, there was nothing, just the deafening sound of my own heartbeat in my ears. I strained, listening for scuttling, for rustling, for any sign of an animal intruder. For a long moment, there was only a deep, empty silence. And then I heard it. It wasn't knocking. It wasn't laughter. It was a soft, slow, rhythmic sound. A gentle, steady shhhhh, shhhhh, shhhhh. It was the sound of something being dragged across the floorboards up there. Not pulled quickly, but slowly, deliberately, as if someone was moving something heavy with great care. Back and forth. Back and forth. The sound was so clear, so present, just on the other side of that inch-thick wood. I jerked my head back from the door as if it had burned me, stumbling down the 2 steps, my back hitting the opposite wall of the hallway. I stared at the door, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Whatever was up there, it wasn't a squirrel. It wasn't the pipes. The dragging sound stopped. A final, complete quiet fell, a quiet that felt heavier and more watchful than any noise. I looked from the attic door down the hall towards the children's rooms, and a new, more terrifying thought dawned on me. The parents had been very clear, very firm about the attic. They had a reason. And as I stood there in the dark, I realized with a sinking certainty that their reason had nothing to do with faulty wiring or old insulation. They were keeping a secret, and whatever was making that dragging sound, whatever the children called Mr. Numbers, it was a part of it. The job was perfect, the house was beautiful, but I was now sure of one thing. I was not alone here, and the most dangerous part of the house wasn't locked away. It was awake, and it knew I was listening. After that night at the attic door, I tried my best to act normal. I made pancakes in the morning. I helped the little girl with her shoes. I quizzed the boy on his spelling words. But everything felt different, like I was moving through a thin layer of glass, separate from the world I could see. The kids seemed normal too, but I watched them closer now. I noticed how the boy would sometimes stop in the middle of playing and just stare at the ceiling, his head tilted like he was hearing a distant song. I saw how his sister would whisper to her stuffed rabbit, her words too low for me to catch, but her eyes would flick towards the hallway, towards the attic stairs. The mother called to check in, her voice bright and busy on the phone, and I almost said something, I almost blurted out. I think there's something in your attic, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I explain it? A feeling? Some knocks and a laugh in a vent? She would think I was crazy or stressed, and with the way the contract was worded, I was sure mentioning the attic would get me fired on the spot. So I said everything was fine, the kids were great, the house was wonderful. I lied through my teeth. A few days later, the little girl asked me for a special bedtime story. A story about the quiet king, she said, snuggling under her blankets. The one who lives in the walls. My skin prickled. I made up a silly story about a king made of whispers who hid from the noisy dragons outside. She listened patiently, then shook her head, her small face serious in the nightlight glow. No, she corrected me softly. His crown isn't gold. It's made of wires. Little twisty wires. She reached up and mimed something on her own head. And he cries, but his tears are shiny, like marbles. She dragged a finger down her own cheek to show a tear falling. I didn't know what to say. That was too specific, too weird for a 4-year-old to invent. I tucked her in, my hands feeling clumsy, and turned out the light. As I closed the door, I heard her whisper, just to the dark room, "Good night, Mr. Numbers." The next strange thing happened with the boy. It was late afternoon. The sun was setting and painting long, orange shadows across the living room carpet. I was reading on the couch when I felt someone watching me. I looked up. The boy was standing in the hallway entrance, perfectly still, facing the wall. He wasn't looking at a picture or a clock, just the blank, painted drywall. "What are you looking at, buddy?" I asked, keeping my voice easy. He didn't turn. "He's showing me a picture," the boy said, his voice flat and distant. "A movie on the wall." I got up and walked over to him, standing beside him. I looked at the wall. There was nothing, just the faint texture of the paint, a shadow from a chair in the room behind us. "What kind of picture?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. "There's a big shadow and a little shadow," he recited, as if describing a page in a book. "The big shadow has long arms. The little shadow is on the floor. The big shadow raises its arms up high." He mimed the action, slowly lifting his own arms above his head. Then the little shadow falls down. And then, he paused, his brow furrowing. Then the little shadow gets put in the dark. He dropped his arms and finally looked at me, his eyes clearing back to their normal, bright focus. "Can I have a juice box?" he asked, as if he'd just told me what he wanted for lunch. I stood there, frozen, staring at the empty wall where he had seen a story play out, a story that sounded an awful lot like a crime. I started looking for answers, for anything that could make sense of this. While the kids were at preschool one morning, I did a quick internet search on the house's address. Just real estate listings, a dry history of sales. The family had only lived here 2 years. The listing photos showed empty, sun-filled rooms, no hint of shadows on the walls. I felt both relieved and more uneasy. Whatever was happening, it wasn't some famous local horror story. It was just here, in this house, with these kids. Later, I tried to ask the boy about it again, gently, while we were drawing. "That picture you saw on the wall," I began. "Where did that come from? Was it from a show?" He shook his head, not looking up from his detailed sketch of a gear system. "It plays on the wall sometimes. Mr. Numbers puts it there so we learn the rules." "What rules?" I pressed. He just shrugged. "Quiet rules." The little girl was harder to get answers from. She just repeated things like, "The loud man broke the rules," and would then shut down, sucking her thumb, a habit I thought she'd outgrown. The first piece of real, physical evidence came on a Tuesday. I was changing the sheets in the boys' room. As I pulled up the blanket to tuck it in, something rattled on the windowsill behind the curtains. I moved the fabric aside. There, lined up in a perfectly straight, neat row, were 6 dry, oat cereal rings. They weren't the normal O's from the big box in the kitchen. These were from a different brand, the kind with little letters printed on them. And they weren't scattered. They were placed in order. I leaned closer, my heart starting to thump. The letters spelled out HELPME. The message was clear. Help me. I stared at those 6 little rings. A kid couldn't have done this, not the boy. He was too young for such neat, purposeful placement. And his sister couldn't spell help yet. My mind raced. Was it a leftover from a previous kid? Was it some sick game? I carefully picked up one of the rings. It was dry but not stale. It hadn't been there long. I didn't know what to do. I left them there, exactly as they were, a silent alarm on the windowsill. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house was a footstep. Every rustle of the tree outside the window was that dragging sound from the attic. I got up to get a glass of water, padding silently down the dark hallway. As I passed the kids' rooms, I heard it. Not a knock, not a laugh. A smell. It hit me all at once, a strong, sharp, metallic smell that made the back of my throat tighten. It was the smell of blood. Not the faint smell from a scraped knee, but the thick, coppery smell of a lot of blood. It was coming from the air vent in the hallway floor. the same kind of vent the laughter had come from. I stopped, gagging, my hand over my nose and mouth. The smell was so powerful, so real, it felt like a physical presence in the hall. It clung to the air, horrible and unmistakable. I stood there, trembling, for what felt like a full minute, waiting for a sound, for something, but there was nothing, just that awful smell. And then, as suddenly as it had come, it began to fade. It didn't drift away, it just diminished, second by second, until the air in the hallway was clean again, smelling only of the lemon-scented wood polish the cleaning lady used. I was left standing alone in the dark, my heart pounding, the phantom smell still haunting my senses. It was a message, I was sure of it, a sensory message. But what was it telling me? Was it a memory of the little shadow being put in the dark? Was it a threat? Or was it, like the serial rings, a call for help? I didn't know. All I knew was that the game had changed. It wasn't just knocks and whispers anymore. Whatever was in this house, it could make itself known in ways that felt horrifyingly, undeniably real. The next morning, the serial rings on the windowsill were gone. When I asked the boy about them, he just looked at me blankly and said, "I ate my cereal at the table, like always." I didn't believe him, but I had no proof. The house had swallowed the evidence, just like it had swallowed the smell of blood, leaving me with nothing but my own rattled nerves and a terrible, growing certainty that I was in way over my head. The parents would be home in a week. I had to decide, do I pack my bags and leave, abandoning these kids to whatever this was, or do I stay and try to find the source of the quiet king with the wire crown, the shadow play on the wall, and the desperate, tiny plea spelled out in breakfast cereal? Looking out the kitchen window at the perfectly manicured lawn, the safe, sunny street, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. The prettiest places, I was learning, could hide the ugliest secrets, and I was starting to dig mine up. The days after the smell in the hall stretched tight and thin, like a rubber band about to snap. I moved through the routines on autopilot, making lunches, wiping spills, but my mind was a trapped bird, fluttering against the cage of this pretty house. The kids were changing too. The boy's questions got stranger. One afternoon, out of nowhere, he looked up from his drawing and asked, "Does getting hurt in a dream make you hurt when you wake up?" I gave him the easy answer. "No, buddy. Dreams aren't real. They can't hurt you." He just stared at me, not with fear, but with a kind of pity, like I was the one who didn't understand. "Mr. Numbers says you're wrong," he stated simply, then went back to his pencils. That sentence, so calm and sure, sent a cold ripple through me. It wasn't the boy talking anymore, not really. It was a lesson being repeated. The little girl became obsessed with a game she called Quiet Mouse. She would sit in the middle of the playroom, not moving a muscle, for frighteningly long stretches, just staring at a spot on the carpet. When I asked what she was doing, she whispered, listening for the quiet. "It's practice." Practice for what? I didn't want to know. The attic stayed quiet, no more knocks, but its presence was a constant pressure, a closed mouth at the end of the hall holding back a scream. Then came the night it all shifted from creepy to truly terrifying. I'd gone to bed late, my brain too busy with worries to sleep, but I must have finally drifted off. What woke me wasn't a sound, but a feeling, a sudden, certain knowledge that something was wrong. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed a sickly green, 2:17 a.m. The house wasn't just still, it felt hollow waiting. I got up, my bare feet cold on the wood floor, and opened my door a crack. The hallway was lit by the soft blue glow of a nightlight plugged in near the bathroom. And there, in that faint light, I saw her. The little girl. She was standing in the middle of the hallway, facing the attic stairs. She wasn't sleepwalking in the normal, shuffling way. She was utterly rigid, her back straight, her arms held stiff at her sides. I whispered her name, but she didn't react. Then, with a jerky, mechanical motion, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by an unskilled hand, she turned and walked towards the playroom. Her steps were too even, too precise. I followed, keeping my distance, my breath caught in my throat. She pushed the playroom door open and went inside. I crept to the doorway and peered in. Moonlight poured through the big window, painting the toys and furniture in shades of gray and blue. She stood in the center of the room, her face tilted up, her eyes half open but seeing nothing. Then she moved. She walked to the toy bin, her movements still all wrong, and rummaged without looking, pulling out a big, red, plastic fire truck. It was a heavy toy solid. She held it in both hands, her small fingers looking impossibly frail against the bright red plastic. She carried it to the center of the room, where her favorite teddy bear sat propped against a pillow. She stood over the bear, looking down at it, and then her face changed. The blank, sleepy look vanished, replaced by a flat, empty expression that was far too old for her. Her mouth opened. The voice that came out was not her sweet, little girl voice. It was a dry, raspy whisper, like stones grinding together. "Quiet," the voice hissed. "Be quiet. No more loud." With a strength that made my blood freeze, she raised the heavy fire truck high above her head, using both hands, her little arms trembling with the strain. For a horrible second, she held it there, a small statue of violence in the moonlight. Then she brought it down, not on the bear's body, but directly, deliberately, across its stuffed neck. The sound was a sickening thwump of plastic hitting cloth and stuffing. She raised the truck and brought it down again. Thwump. And again. Thwump. Each impact was methodical, focused, a horrifying pantomime of murder. The raspy voice whispered with each blow. "No more loud. No more loud." I was frozen in the doorway, my hands clenched into fists so tight my nails dug into my palms. Every instinct screamed at me to rush in, to grab her, to stop this awful play. But a deeper, more primal instinct held me back. That wasn't her. The thing swinging that truck, the thing using her voice, it wasn't the little girl. It was something else, something wearing her like a suit. If I startled it, if I interfered, where would it go? What would it do? I forced myself to watch, to be a witness, my stomach churning. As she delivered another blow, the night light in the hall behind me began to flicker. Not a power surge flicker, but a rapid, stuttering blink, on-off, casting a jerky, strobe light effect that made her movements look even more unnatural, a broken film reel of a crime. After 6 or 7 blows, she stopped. She dropped the fire truck with a clatter that echoed in the quiet room. She looked down at the bear, its head nearly severed, white stuffing bulging from the torn fabric. Then slowly her head turned. Her half-closed eyes, gleaming in the erratic light, seemed to find me in the dark doorway. The raspy whisper filled the room again, calm, almost conversational. "You're not the loud one. You're the quiet one." A chill crawled down my spine. It was talking to me. It knew I was there. "You can watch," it said through her lips. Then, as if a switch had been flipped, the little girl's body relaxed. The ancient look left her face. She blinked slowly, gave a small, tired sigh, and walked right past me, back down the hall to her bedroom, moving now with the normal, sleepy gait of a child. I heard the soft rustle of her blankets as she climbed into bed. I stood in the playroom doorway for a long time, shaking, listening to the frantic beat of my own heart. The hall light steadied, returning to its soft, constant glow. The playroom was a mess of moonlight and shadows, the red fire truck a bloody splash of color on the floor, the murdered bear lying beside it. I made myself go in. I picked up the bear. The damage was severe, the neck fabric torn, the stuffing pulled out. It was a violent, angry act. This wasn't a game. This was a reenactment. This was what happened to the little shadow. I hid the bear and the fire truck on the top shelf of the hall closet, behind some old blankets, my hands trembling the whole time. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat on my bed, watching the door, listening, waiting for the raspy voice to call my name. The next morning, the little girl came to breakfast yawning, rubbing her eyes. She ate her cereal cheerfully, swinging her legs under the table. She had no memory of it. None. I watched her, this sweet, small person, and felt a wave of protective fury mixed with gut-churning fear. Something was using her, violating her sleep to act out its ugly story. The boy seemed more withdrawn than ever, watching me with a knowing look that made me uncomfortable. I tried to go about the day normally, but the horror of the night was a film over everything. Later that afternoon, I needed a fresh towel. I went to the hall closet, the one where I'd hidden the evidence. I opened the door, reached up to the high shelf behind the blankets where I'd stuffed the bear. My fingers brushed soft fabric. I pulled it down. It was the teddy bear, but it was different. The torn neck was gone. The bear was whole again. Someone had sewn it up. The stitching was crude, big, looping stitches made with bright red yarn, the kind the little girl used for her lacing cards. The job was messy, the head sat at a slightly odd angle, but it was sealed. The violent wound was closed. Sitting neatly in the bear's lap, placed there with clear intention, was a single, dry alphabet cereal ring. I picked it up, my hand steady now with a cold, focused dread. I turned the ring in my fingers. The little letter printed on it was a D. I stared at that single letter. D, the loud man? The little shadow? A name? It was a clue, a breadcrumb left by the thing in the attic, a thing that repaired its props and continued its lessons. I put the bear back on the shelf, but I pocketed the cereal ring. The message was for me. It was telling me it knew I had watched. It was telling me the story had a character named D. And it was telling me in no uncertain terms that it could touch the real world, not just in smells and sounds, but in needle and thread. The game was no longer just about watching. I was being included, and my first piece of the puzzle, small and crisp and terrifying, was now in my jeans pocket, waiting to be understood. The cereal ring with the D felt like a live coal in my pocket, a tiny, accusing eye. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The mother had mentioned once, offhand, that the hall closet, the one that shared a wall with the master bedroom, was weirdly insulated. She said the previous owner had it done. Maybe he was a light sleeper, she'd joked. At the time, it meant nothing. Now it felt like a vital clue. A closet with extra insulation. A single letter D. A reenacted murder in the night. My mind was putting together a terrible puzzle, and I didn't like the picture that was forming. I had to know more. I needed to look, to really search, while the kids were at a morning play date and the house was, for once, truly empty. I started with the hall closet itself. I pulled out all the towels and blankets, clearing the high shelf where I'd hidden the bear. I felt along the walls. They were firm, solid. But when I knocked on the back wall, the sound was different. Not a hollow boom, but a dull, flat thud, like there was something packed behind it. The insulation, sure. But why just this one closet? I got a flashlight and peered into the dark corners. That's when I saw it, tucked way back in the far corner of the shelf, the red fire truck. I pulled it out. It looked clean, innocent. But in the grooves of the plastic ladder, caught in the seams, were a few tiny, dark grains. I scraped one out with my fingernail. It wasn't dirt. It was hard and crystalline like brown sugar or dried gravy, or something else that had once been wet and had hardened. My stomach turned. I put the truck back exactly where I found it. My search turned to the boy's room. He was so orderly, so precise. If there was a pattern, a collection, it would be there. I looked under his bed, finding only dust bunnies and a lost sock. I checked his drawers, full of neatly folded clothes. Then I turned to his closet. His hanging shirts and pants were like a curtain. I pushed them aside, the hangers rattling softly. And there, on the floor in the back corner, was his collection. It wasn't toys. It was cereal rings. Dozens of them, maybe over 100, arranged not in a pile, but in neat, straight lines, like soldiers on a parade ground. They weren't all letters. Many were numbers. And they formed words. One line clearly spelled LOUD. Another spelled QIT. A third said HID. Another DRK. And right in the middle, a small, perfect circle of rings around a single central piece. That central ring wasn't a letter. It was a number, 00. A circle within a circle. My breath caught. This wasn't random play. This was an archive. A record. Mr. Numbers was teaching him to spell the important words, the words of the story. And at the center of it all was nothing. 0. I backed out of the closet, my heart hammering. I needed context. I needed to know who lived here before. Sitting at the kitchen table with my laptop, the bright sun feeling like a lie, I did a deeper search. Just the address gave me nothing. So I tried something else. I found an old picture of the house from the real estate listing, a nice shot of the front garden. I used a reverse image search, letting the internet scour for other places this picture lived. Most links were just other real estate sites, but one, buried on page 3 of results, was different. It was a link to a forgotten community blog, a neighborhood watch type page that hadn't been updated in years. The headline next to a grainy, zoomed-in photo of the house made my blood run cold. Previous owner of address vanished, presumed fled. I clicked it. The article was short, full of speculation. The man's name was Daniel. He lived alone. He'd worked from home, something in tech. Neighbors said he'd become reclusive in the months before he disappeared. Bills piled up, mail overflowed his box. No forced entry, no note. Police found his car 2 states away, parked at a train station. They figured he'd cracked under pressure, maybe debt, maybe a personal crisis, and just started over. The case went cold. The comments below were a graveyard of gossip. People guessing about secret affairs, gambling problems, witness protection. Standard small-town stuff. But as I read the name, Daniel, the D in my pocket seemed to burn. Daniel. Not David, the current father who traveled. Daniel, the previous owner. The vanished man. The loud man the entity didn't like. The violence the little girl acted out wasn't a future threat. It was a past event. It was showing us, teaching us what happened to Daniel. I was so focused on the text, I almost missed it. I scrolled back up to the grainy photo. It was taken from the street, showing the front of the house. One of the upstairs windows, the one to what was now the playroom, had a slight reflection in the glass. I zoomed in, the pixels blurring into colorful blocks. But the shapes were clear enough. In the reflection, you could see the blurry figure of a man, the photographer, holding up a camera. And behind him, in the dark interior of the house visible through the open front door, was another shape. A tall, thin shadow of a person, standing in the hallway, perfectly still, watching him take the picture. Was it Daniel? Or was it someone else already in the house? The photo was taken before he vanished. I stared until my eyes ached, the ambiguous shape in the dark hall feeling more present than the sunny kitchen around me. That night, the knowledge sat between me and the kids like a third person at the dinner table. I looked at them, these two small humans being slowly programmed by the ghost of a possible murder victim. I had to ask. After his sister was in bed, I sat with the boy on the couch. "That collection in your closet," I said, trying to sound casually curious. "The serial rings. Those are some big words." He looked at me with those calm, knowing eyes. "Mr. Numbers is teaching me to spell the important words," he said, echoing my earlier thought. "So I don't forget the story." "What story?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He just shrugged, looking away at the blank television screen. "The story of the loud one and the quiet. The story of Zero." He was slipping away, his own personality being overwritten by this cold, numerical haunting. I was losing them. The thought filled me with a desperate anger. These were my kids to protect. Not my kids, but I was here, and I was the only one who saw what was happening. Later, lying in bed, I went over it all. Daniel. The insulated closet. The Zero. The reenactment. I had a terrible, almost clear picture. A man named Daniel was killed in this house. His body was hidden somewhere, maybe in that insulated wall. And his spirit, or the echo of the murder, had become this thing. Mr. Numbers, a logical, repeating pattern of violence and quiet, obsessed with teaching its story. It wasn't seeking justice. It was perpetuating itself. I needed proof. Real proof. Not serial rings or nightmares. Something I could take to someone, though I had no idea who would believe me. The police? The parents? They'd commit me. As these thoughts swirled in the dark, a new sound pulled me from them. It wasn't a thump. It was a metallic click-clack sound. A sharp, distinct sound. I knew that sound. It was the sound of the deadbolt on the attic door being turned. Not a rattle from this side, but the slick, sliding clunk of the bolt being pulled back from the other side. My body went rigid. I held my breath, listening. The bolt slid back into place. Then, a moment later, it was pulled again. Click-clack. It was being tested. Someone, or something, was on the other side of that door, checking to see if it was locked. Checking to see if it could get out. A cold sweat broke out on my back. I was about to throw my covers off, to go and look, to maybe even shout, when another sound stopped me cold. It came from the children's room, down the hall. The little girl's voice, clear and completely awake, speaking to her brother. "He says the quiet one is getting too close to the Numbers." There was a pause. Then the boy's voice, flat and resigned, replied, "I know." The conversation ended. No more words. I lay there in the dark, the echo of the deadbolt test still ringing in my ears, the children's verdict hanging in the air. I was getting too close. I had found the name. I had found the history, and Mr. Numbers knew it. The lock testing wasn't a random event. It was a reminder, a show of capability. The door between us was still locked, but the thing on the other side was letting me know it had hands, it had will, and it was aware of every step I took. I was no longer an observer. I was a player in the game, and I had just moved into a dangerous position on the board. The attic was awake, and it knew my next move before I did. The warning from the children, the testing of the attic lock, it changed everything. A line had been crossed. Before, I felt like I was investigating a mystery. Now, I felt like the mystery was investigating me back. The kids were different too. It was like someone had turned down the volume on their personalities. The bright, curious boy who loved to build and draw was fading. His drawings were no longer creative, no more fantastical machines or superheroes. Now they were blueprints. He filled page after page with careful, measured cross-sections of the house. He drew the attic as a perfect black square. He drew the hall closet, always highlighting the wall shared with the master bedroom. In one drawing inside that wall, he'd sketched a small, stick figure with an X for a mouth. He showed it to me one afternoon, his face blank. "That's where he is," he said, pointing at the stick figure in the wall. "He's Zero now." I took the paper, my hands feeling numb. The evidence was piling up, handed to me by a child who was becoming less of a child every day. The little girl invented a new game, one that made my skin crawl. She called it Quiet Statues. The rules were simple, she said. When she said, "The loud man is here," we all had to freeze, no matter what we were doing. The first person to move or make a sound lost. She played it with a feverish, intense focus. We'd be building blocks, and she'd suddenly hiss, "The loud man is here," and freeze, her body going perfectly stiff, her eyes wide and unblinking. The first few times, I played along, freezing for a few seconds before laughing and moving. She didn't laugh. She just stared at me with a disappointed look. Then, one time, as I reached for my coffee cup after her command, she didn't just look disappointed. Her sweet face smoothed over into that flat, empty expression I'd seen in the playroom that night. Her voice dropped to that awful dry rasp. "You lose," the voice whispered from her small mouth. "He finds the movers." Then she blinked, smiled her normal smile, and went back to her dolls as if nothing had happened. I sat there, my coffee forgotten, a chill wrapped around my spine. It wasn't a game to her. It was a drill, a survival lesson from Mr. Numbers. The worst moment was walking into the playroom and finding both of them sitting on the floor, side by side, facing the blank wall. They weren't moving. They weren't talking. They were just staring, their bodies still as stone. "What are you guys doing?" I asked, trying to sound light. The boy didn't turn his head. "It's showing the picture again," he said, his voice monotone. "The putting in the dark part." Their eyes were fixed on nothing, wide and reflective like little mirrors, and in them I could almost see the flicker of some horrible scene they were being forced to watch on a screen only they could see. I called their names, clapped my hands near their ears. They didn't flinch. They were gone, mentally checked out, tuned to a channel broadcasting pure terror. It took me physically turning the boy's shoulders and shaking him gently to break the trance. He looked at me, confused, as if I'd woken him from a deep sleep. His sister just slumped over and started crying softly, not knowing why. They were being hollowed out, their own memories and joys replaced with this one awful story. I found the note on my pillow 2 days later. The handwriting was the boy's, clumsy and large, but the words were not his. They were printed neatly in the center of a page torn from his sketchbook. It read, "The quiet one should not look for Daniel. Daniel is gone. Only the numbers are left. We are learning the numbers." I read it 5 times, the paper trembling in my hand. It was a direct message, a command, and a statement of fact. The entity wasn't hiding anymore. It was teaching, and it saw my curiosity as a disruption to the lesson plan. The children weren't just students. They were becoming part of the curriculum itself. I was an outsider, and my time was running out. I knew I had to talk to someone. I had to try. When the mother came home from her latest trip, exhausted and distracted, I cornered her in the kitchen as she poured a giant glass of wine. "We need to talk about the kids," I started, my voice too urgent. She sighed, a long, suffering sound. "If this is about the sleepwalking again, the doctor said it's stress-related, it'll pass." "It's not sleepwalking," I interrupted, my control slipping. "They're talking about a man in the attic, they're having waking trances, they're acting out violence. I think something is very wrong in this house. I think it's connected to the previous owner, to Daniel." I watched her face. The exhaustion didn't lift. It just hardened into a mask of annoyed impatience. She took a long sip of wine. "The last nanny," she said, her words sharp and precise, said the exact same things. Word for word. She became fixated. On Daniel, on the attic, on shadows. It was all she talked about. We had to let her go. For her own good, and for the children's. She looked at me over the rim of her glass, her eyes cold. "This is a good job, Sam. Don't throw it away chasing ghosts." Then she walked out of the kitchen, leaving me standing there, the truth sitting in my mouth like a bitter pill. The last nanny saw it too. She tried to tell them, and they fired her. They called her fixated. They chose the beautiful, normal lie over the ugly, impossible truth. I was completely on my own. That night, haunted by the mother's words, I went to the hall closet. I needed to see, to feel the proof with my own hands. I remembered the boy's blueprint, the little zero he'd drawn exactly where the closet wall met the master bedroom wall. I took a knuckle and rapped on the wall there. The sound wasn't right. It didn't have the solid thud of the insulated area or the normal hollow sound of drywall. It made a faint, weird metallic ping, like I was tapping on a loose piece of sheet metal buried behind the plaster. My breath caught. I ran to the garage and found the father's toolbox. I pulled out a stud finder, a little electronic gadget that beeps when it finds a wooden beam behind a wall. I brought it back to the closet, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm. I turned it on and slowly slid it across the wall. It beeped steadily, finding the studs, the normal bones of the house. Then, as I moved it over the spot I'd tapped, the steady beeping stopped. The stud finder went quiet. I moved it up, down, side to side. Nothing. No beep. It didn't find a stud. It found a void. An empty space. A perfect rectangle of nothing behind the wall, right where the boy had drawn his 0. This was it. This was the proof. The insulated closet wasn't for soundproofing. It was for hiding. Something was in that wall. Daniel, or what was left of him, was sealed in there, a 0 in the equation of the house. I stood in the dim closet, the stud finder hanging limp in my hand, the weight of the discovery pressing down on me. I had found the source. Now what? Do I call the police and tell them I used a kid's drawing and a stud finder to locate a possible body in my employer's wall? They'd laugh, or worse, call the parents. I'd be fired, discredited, just like the last nanny. The entity would win. The children would be lost forever. Or I could look. I could know. The thought was terrifying, but it was the only move I had left. I couldn't tell anyone, but I could see for myself. I went back to the garage. I ignored the saws, the big tools. I saw a claw hammer, its steel head gleaming under the garage light. It felt right. Simple. Direct. I picked it up. It was solid, weighty in my hand. I carried it back into the house, through the quiet kitchen, down the dark hall. The attic door loomed at the end of the hallway, a dark sentinel. I ignored it. I walked into the hall closet, surrounded by the smell of clean linen, and, underneath it, the faint, cold smell of dust and old plaster. I stood facing the back wall, the spot that had made the strange ping. I raised the hammer. My arm trembled. This was it. Breaking this wall would break the normal world forever. There would be no going back. I took a deep, shuddering breath, gripped the hammer tighter, and pulled my arm back to swing. As I did, from directly above me, from the attic, came a sound so loud and final it shattered the night. Clack! It was the sound of the deadbolt on the attic door being thrown open. Not tested. Opened. All the way. And then clear, slow, and impossibly loud, the sound of a single, heavy footstep on the attic stairs. Then another. Something was coming down. The sound of the attic door unlocking and that first, heavy footstep on the stair above me froze the blood in my veins. The hammer felt like a useless toy in my hand. All my bravado, my need to know what was in the wall, evaporated in an instant, replaced by a raw, animal terror. Something was coming down, and I was trapped in a closet. I dropped the hammer. It hit the carpeted floor with a dull thud that seemed too loud. I didn't wait for a second step. I scrambled out of the closet, my eyes glued to the attic door at the end of the hall. It was open just a crack, a slice of pure blackness behind it. No light came from up there, ever. I backed away, step by step, towards the living room, expecting that black slice to widen, for something to emerge. But nothing did. The footsteps had stopped. The house was still again, holding its breath. Or maybe it was waiting for me to make the next move. I didn't. I stayed on the couch all night, every light in the living room blazing, staring down the hallway at that dark crack, the hammer still lying in the closet where I'd dropped it. By morning, the door was still just barely ajar. The message was clear. It could come out whenever it wanted. My investigation was over. I was now a prisoner in the open. The children were worse. The boy stopped using words almost entirely. If I asked him what he wanted for breakfast, he would stare at the ceiling for a long moment, then say, 7, 2, 1. Not pancakes, not cereal, just numbers. His sister started communicating by tapping. A request for juice was tap 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 on the table, a pause, then tap tap. It was a code, and I didn't have the key. They were learning the language of Mr. Numbers, and they were forgetting how to speak mine. The house itself seemed to be counting too. I started noticing patterns, rhythms I'd tuned out before. The flickering hall light always did 3 quick blinks, then a pause, then a single long blink. The faint knocks from the attic, when they came, were in groups of 4. The terrible coppery smell from the vent returned not randomly, but like clockwork every 2 days, late at night. The house wasn't just haunted, it was a machine, ticking along on a schedule of horror, and the kids were becoming little cogs in it. I was drowning in a sea of meaningless numbers, and the current was pulling me under. The mother's comment about the last nanny became my only lifeline. If she saw it too, then I wasn't crazy. And if she was let go, what happened to her after that? I had to know. During the kids' nap time, I dug deep. I searched every local news site, every community forum, using every keyword I could think of. Nanny, strange behavior, attic, children, Daniel, the town name. It was like looking for a specific grain of sand on a beach. Hours passed. Then, on a forgotten corner of the internet, a cached page from a local parent forum that had shut down years ago, I found it. A post from a username, ScaredSitter22. The post was a plea for advice. She wrote about the kids she watched, how they were channeling a traumatic event through a board game with cereal, about sleepwalking and violent reenactments. She mentioned the quiet man in the ceiling. The details were identical, down to the red fire truck. My hands shook as I read it. She was real. She was here. And she saw it all. The post had a few replies, most unhelpful, but one, from another user, stood out. It just said, "Sounds like the River Jane Doe from last year. So sad." That was all. A cold finger traced my spine. River Jane Doe. I opened a new tab and searched those words with our town name. The article loaded, a small, sad piece from the local digital paper. A year before this family moved into the house, an unidentified woman's body had been found in the Willow River, about 20 miles away. She'd been in the water for a while. No ID, no missing persons report that matched. The case went cold. The article was brief, clinical, but one line near the bottom made the room tilt around me. It read, "Among the few personal effects found on the body was a small, handmade token in the pocket of her jeans, a string with several alphabet serial rings threaded onto it. The police speculated it might be a child's craft project, a charm of some kind. The article didn't say what the rings spelled, but I knew. I knew with a certainty that turned my stomach to ice. They spelled 'tell them.' It was the last message she ever made. She wasn't just let go. She was removed. Permanently. Mr. Numbers, or the human secret it protected, didn't just scare off threats. It eliminated them. The last nanny tried to tell, and she ended up in the river. I was not dealing with a ghost story. I was in a crime scene, and the killer was still here, wearing the skin of a mathematical ghost. The realization changed everything. The police were not an option. What was I going to say? A mathematical ghost murdered the last nanny, and is teaching the kids to count. They'd lock me up. The parents were not an option. They'd already fired one nanny for saying these things. I was trapped in a house with a predator that had a proven history of killing to keep its secrets. My earlier curiosity felt like a death wish. I wasn't the quiet one anymore, not really. By searching for Daniel, I'd become a loud one, just like her. And the loud ones got silenced. I spent the next 2 days in a fog of fear, jumping at every sound, watching the children with a new kind of horror. They weren't just victims, they were the bait, the lighthouse leading ships like me onto the rocks. The boy, seeing my fear, seemed almost sorry for me. He handed me a drawing one afternoon. It was another river scene, more detailed than before. It showed a woman with long hair, my hair, lying at the bottom of a river, her eyes little X's. Wavy lines represented the water, but he hadn't labeled the drawing with words. Next to the wavy lines, in his careful print, was a string of numbers, 0419. He pointed at the numbers, then at the drawing of the dead woman, then at me. Mr. Numbers says this is when the quiet one becomes a statue forever. His voice was empty, a recorder playing back a message. A date? April 19th. A time? For 19? A measurement? I took the paper, my hands cold. It wasn't a prediction. It was a sentence. My sentence. That night, I was vacuuming the living room, trying to do something normal, to push the numbers and the river and the Jane Doe out of my head. As I moved the couch, the vacuum cleaner whined, sucking up dust. Something small and colorful caught the light, rolling from under the couch skirt. I turned off the vacuum and picked it up. Another alphabet serial ring. This one was faded, the letter worn almost smooth, but I could still make it out. It was a J. I held it under the lamp. It wasn't from the current box in the pantry. It was a different style, an older brand, one I hadn't seen in stores. A relic. This was from her time. From the last nanny. She must have dropped it, maybe during a game, maybe as she was trying to leave a clue. It had been here, under this couch, for over a year waiting. I closed my fist around it, the plastic biting into my palm. She was here, in this room, scared just like me, and now she was gone. I had her clue now, this little J. Was it the first letter of her real name? Did it matter? She was Jane Doe. She was a number in a morgue. And I was on the same path. I went back to the boy's drawing, to the numbers 0419. I'd been thinking of them as a date, a countdown to my own drowning. But what if it was something else? What if Mr. Numbers was, above all, literal? I grabbed the tape measure from the junk drawer. Heart pounding, I walked to the foot of the attic stairs. I ignored the still-ajar door, the waiting blackness above. I measured from the floor to the center of the deadbolt on the attic door. The metal tape snicked out. 4 feet. I kept going. 4 feet, 1 inch, 1.9 inches. Exactly. The height to the lock was 4 feet, 9 inches. 0419. It wasn't a date. It was an instruction. A location. It was pointing to the lock, to the door, to the threshold. But why? To open it? To remember it? Or was it saying the door itself was the key? I looked from the numbers on the paper to the door, to the faint line of darkness. The 0, I realized, wasn't just a number. It was the starting point, the point of no return. The last nanny had gotten close, she had tried to tell them, and she had ended at 0, at nothing, at the bottom of the river. The kids were being taught the numbers, so they would become part of the system, so they would never tell. And I was being shown my end point. I had a choice now, a terrifying one. I could run. I could quit, pack my bags in the middle of the night, and flee like Daniel was supposed to have done, like the parents probably hoped I would do. I'd be safe, maybe. But the kids would be lost forever, their minds rewritten by the thing in the attic. Or I could stay. I could use the number, the code. I could open the door. Not the closet wall, but the source itself. I could walk up those stairs into the blackness and meet Mr. Numbers face to face. It was a suicide mission. The last nanny's fate proved that. But as I stood there, the faded J in one hand and the boys drawing in the other, I knew running would only save my body. It would leave a part of me, the part that cared for those 2 fading children, trapped here forever, just another number in the equation. The attic door was open a crack, waiting. The numbers were laid out before me. The only question left was whether I was brave enough, or stupid enough, to solve for X. The knowledge of what happened to the last nanny, the faded cereal ring with the J in my pocket, it changed something in me. The fear was still there, a constant cold hum in my bones, but it was joined by a hard, clear anger. This thing, this Mr. Numbers, had taken a woman's life. It was stealing 2 children's minds, and it was hiding behind the parents' willful ignorance and the creep of the ordinary. I couldn't run. Not now. The numbers 0419 were a key, I was sure of it. But a key to what? The attic door was already unlocked, open a crack, a silent invitation to a place I knew would be my grave. That wasn't the answer. The answer was in the math, in the pattern. The house was a living equation, and I needed to solve it before it solved for me. The kids were almost gone. They moved through the days like tiny robots. The boy would only respond to direct questions with number sequences. Ask him if he was hungry, he'd stare and say, 5, 3, 0. Ask his sister if she wanted to play outside, and she'd tap a rhythm on the tabletop. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. They ate when food was placed in front of them. They went to the bathroom. They slept, but the lights were off behind their eyes. They were becoming vessels, empty except for the counting thing pouring into them. I tried to break through once, kneeling in front of the boy, taking his small shoulders. Look at me, I pleaded. Tell me your name. Just tell me your name. He looked right through me, his lips moving silently, as if doing complex arithmetic in his head. Then he said, Unit 1. Sister is Unit 2. You are variable. Then he walked away. Unit 1. I wanted to cry or scream. I did neither. I just watched him go, my heart breaking for the funny, serious kid who was being erased. I became obsessed with the patterns. I started writing them down in a small notebook I kept hidden. The flickering lights, always 3 short, pause, 1 long. I wrote it as 3 to 1. The attic knocks came in 4s, 444. The smell from the vent returned every 41 hours with the precision of a train schedule. I noted the time, the duration. The house wasn't haunted by a ghost with a personality. It was infected with a logic, a terrible, repeating program. Mr. Numbers wasn't a who. It was a what? A glitch in reality that happened here. A frozen moment of violence playing on a loop. And it was trying to make everything else in its vicinity fit into its loop. The kids were being reprogrammed. I was a bug in the code, an unexpected variable, and it was trying to either delete me or assign me a value. Then, lying awake one night, the boy's river drawing with the 0419 next to it burned in my mind. I'd fixated on the 4, 1, 9 as the measurement to the lock. But the 0 was separate. The 0 was the starting point, the point of origin. In the boy's blueprint drawings, he always put a 0 on the spot where the closet wall met the master bedroom wall. The place that had pinged. The place the stud finder said was empty. 0 wasn't just nothing. It was a location. The source. The body in the wall was the 0 point, the cause of all this. The numbers were coordinates. They were telling me exactly where to look. But to do what? To confirm what I already knew. That felt pointless. No, the numbers were in action. They were a combination. But for what? The next day, while the kids were in their numb, trance-like state in front of a cartoon they weren't watching, I acted. I went to the hall closet. I didn't bring the hammer this time. I brought my tape measure and a flashlight. I needed to see the 0 point, to understand it physically. I cleared the shelf again. I measured carefully from the corner of the closet, following the boy's implicit blueprint. 4 feet along the back wall, then 1.9 inches in. That spot was right in the center of the strange, hollow rectangle. I knelt and pressed my ear against the wall there. I heard nothing, of course, but I imagined I could feel a coldness seeping through the plaster. I took a deep breath and did something that felt both stupid and inevitable. I knocked. Not a scared tap, but a firm, deliberate knock. 1, 2, 3. I waited. Nothing. Then, feeling like a fool performing a seance, I knocked 4 times, paused, knocked once, paused, then knocked 9 times. The sequence, 4, 1, 9. I finished with one final soft tap. 0. For a long moment, nothing happened. The house hummed its usual quiet hum. I felt a flush of embarrassment. What did I expect? A secret door to swing open? Then a sound. Not from the wall, but from the attic above. A soft, rolling sound, like a metal ball bearing being rolled slowly across the floorboards. It traveled from one side of the attic to the other, directly above the closet. Then it stopped. A response. A confirmation. The code was accepted. A wave of dizzying terror and triumph washed over me. I was communicating with it, on its terms, in its language. I had just said, I am at the 0 point, and it had answered. That evening, I found more proof the system was aware of me. I came into my bedroom to find my running shoes, which I always left tangled by the door, placed neatly side by side in the middle of the floor. The laces had been tied together. Not in a simple knot, but in an intricate, tangled pattern, a nest of loops and crosses that looked less like a prank and more like a diagram, a knotted representation of the numbers I'd been documenting. It was a message, a show of power. It could enter my space. It could touch my things. It was saying, I can tie you up in my patterns too. I used scissors to cut the laces free, my hands shaking. The final piece came from the mother, of all people. She was home for a single night between trips, a whirlwind of perfume and phone calls. As she rushed out the door with her suitcase, she called back, "Oh, the security system guy came by today while you were at the park, did a software update. Everything's on the app now, motion sensors and all. Just so you know." And then she was gone. The security system. I'd forgotten about it. Small cameras in the living room and kitchen, motion sensors on the doors, and, I now realized with a jolt, probably in the hallways. Maybe even one facing the hall closet. The thought made me sick. Had it seen me measuring? Had it seen me knock? Was the mother, miles away, getting alerts on her phone about my nighttime investigations? It didn't matter. What mattered was that the system was a fact, a digital witness. And if something happened to me, like it happened to the last nanny, there would be a record. Unless the entity, or someone helping it, could control that too. The decision solidified in my mind, hard and cold as a stone. I couldn't wait to be a victim. I couldn't just decode messages. I had to act. I had to introduce a new variable, something the equation couldn't handle. The numbers were all about order, repetition, predictability. I needed chaos. I needed something irrational. The closet wall was the 0 point, the cause. But confronting a body in the wall felt like a dead end, literally. It would just be proof, not a solution. The attic was the active node, the broadcasting station for the whole terrible program. That was where Mr. Numbers lived. That was the source of the signal. I had to go to the source, not with a hammer to break a wall, but with a mind armed with the one thing I had that it might not, a number that didn't behave. That night, after the children were in their beds, their breathing slow and even, I prepared. I didn't take a weapon. What weapon works against an idea? Instead, I stood in front of the mirror and practiced saying it. A number. The most famous irrational number in the world. A number that never ended and never repeated. A number that broke all the rules of Mr. Numbers' tidy, repeating system. I walked out of my room and down the hall. The attic door was still open that same inch, a slit of pure black. The house was so still I could hear the fridge running 2 floors down. I stopped at the foot of the stairs. I looked at that black slit. This was it. I put my foot on the first step. It creaked, a sound as loud as a gunshot in the quiet. I took another step, and another, climbing toward the 0 point of all my fear. I reached the door. The dark behind it was absolute, a solid thing. I could feel a cold, dry breath wafting from the opening, smelling of dust and old wood, and something else, something sharp and electric, like ozone after a lightning strike. I didn't push the door open wider. I stood before it, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I leaned toward the blackness, and I spoke, my voice clear and steady in the dark. 3.14, I said. Then I continued, reciting every digit of pi I could remember from a long-ago math class. 159, 265, 358, 979. I poured the endless, non-repeating number into the blackness like an offering or a challenge. I got to the 20th digit, the 30th. The blackness in front of me seemed to swirl, to vibrate. The temperature dropped sharply, making my teeth ache. From deep within the attic, I heard a new sound, a low, grinding hum, like a giant machine struggling against a sudden fault in its programming. The numbers were working. I had introduced a virus into the system. The attic door began to vibrate against my fingertips, not from something touching it, but from the air itself shaking with a furious, silent frequency. I had its attention. Now I had to see if I could survive it. The endless digits of pi hung in the cold air between me and the black mouth of the attic, a spell made of pure, chaotic logic. The low, grinding hum from the darkness rose in pitch, becoming a keening wail that didn't sound like it came from any throat, but from the wooden nails of the house itself, a structural scream. The attic door vibrated so violently under my hand, I had to snatch it back. The single slice of darkness began to pulse, not with light, but with a deeper, more profound blackness that seemed to suck the hall light into it. Then, from behind me, came the soft pad of bare feet. I whirled around. The children stood at the end of the hallway, side by side, holding hands. They were awake, but not awake. Their eyes were wide open, but the pupils were vast, swallowing the color, 2 pools of endless black. They looked at me, through me, and spoke, not in unison, but with words that flowed from one to the other. The boy's voice layered with his sister's raspy whisper, creating that awful, blended tone of Mr. Numbers. "You stand at the 0 point," the voice said, the words crisp and cold. "The place between the numbers." The boy raised a hand and pointed past me, to the hall closet. "He is there. The loud one. He is 0. Then his hand swung to point at his own chest, then to his sister. "We are here. We are the new numbers. We are 1 and 2. You are the quiet one." The twin sets of black eyes fixed on me. "You can be 0 too." It was an offer. A terrible, logical offer. It wasn't threatening to kill me. It was offering me a place in the equation. To be like Daniel, a quiet, permanent fact in the wall. To be a solved variable, a static part of the house's memory, if I would just stop introducing messy, irrational numbers and accept the story. To become a statue forever. Understanding crashed over me, cold and clear. Mr. Numbers wasn't Daniel's ghost. Daniel was the victim, the 0. Mr. Numbers was the event of the murder itself. The shockwave of violence that had been so profound it scarred the house. A psychic stamp that had developed a cold consciousness of its own. It didn't want revenge. It wanted to perfect the quiet that followed the loud noise. It wanted to turn everything into a monument to that perfect mathematical stillness. It was turning the children into living numbers, erasing their messy humanity to make them clean, countable parts of the system. And it wanted to do the same to me. Looking into their empty eyes, I saw no trace of the kids I knew. They were shells, beautiful little shells reciting a lesson they didn't understand anymore. They were already gone. The grief of that loss was a physical pain in my chest, sharper than any fear. The vibrating attic door suddenly flew open with a crash, slamming against the inside wall. The darkness within wasn't empty. It wasn't an attic. It was a void, a square hole cut out of reality. No rafters, no boxes, just a depthless black that seemed to go on forever. And from that blackness, a command came. It didn't hit my ears. It slammed directly into my mind, a single pure concept without sound, a thought that was not my own, 0. It was a verdict, an eraser. The hammer I'd dropped earlier suddenly felt like it was being pulled from the closet, sliding across the floor toward the children, but I knew that was just my terror. The real hammer was the word in my head, pounding to delete me. The darkness in the attic doorway began to change. It wasn't spreading. It was pouring. It flowed out over the threshold like thick, sentient oil, a living shadow that absorbed the light as it came, dropping the hallway into a deepening twilight. It streamed down the attic stairs, across the floor, moving toward me with a slow, inevitable pace. The children watched, their black eyes reflecting nothing, small smiles touching their identical lips. The shadow reached my feet. A cold so intense it felt like burning shot up my legs. My muscles locked. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I was being turned off, digitized into nothingness. The shadow climbed to my knees, my thighs, a rising tide of anti-light. This was it. I was becoming zero. But in that final moment, a thought sparked, the last flare of my messy, irrational human mind. It wasn't a number. It was a word. The first nanny's word. The word she spelled with her cereal rings before she died. The word she couldn't tell them. I had tried logic. I had tried pi. But this thing wasn't about logic. It was about a story. And every story needs an ending. My mouth was frozen, my lungs full of cold, but I forced the air out, shaping it around the word that was the opposite of quiet, the opposite of numbers, the most human thing I had left. I didn't shout it. I breathed it into the advancing dark, a final, defiant exhale. Help! The word was small, a puff of vapor in the cold air. But the effect was instant. The flowing shadow hesitated. The grinding, keening sound from the attic stuttered, skipped like a broken record. The children's synchronized smiles faltered. The boy blinked, his eyes flickering, the black receding for a millisecond to show a flash of confused, frightened blue. The command in my head, zero, fractured, replaced by a burst of static, a scramble of conflicting signals. The shadow crawling up my torso recoiled, pulling back an inch, its solid cold turning to a bitter chill. It wasn't hurt. It was confused. Help wasn't in its vocabulary. It was a variable it couldn't compute, a function with no set answer. My body was my own again. I stumbled back, away from the attic stairs, away from the children, my legs trembling so badly I almost fell. The living shadow pooled on the floor, swirling, uncertain. The attic void seemed to pulse, the darkness within it churning. The children stood still, their heads tilting in unison, as if listening to a new, confusing instruction. I didn't wait. I turned and ran, not to the front door, but to the hall closet. I didn't grab for a weapon. I grabbed for the proof. I shoved aside the blankets on the high shelf, and my fingers closed around the cold plastic of the red fire truck. I pulled it down, clutching it to my chest like a relic. Then I ran, past the swirling dark on the floor, past the silent, staring children, down the stairs, through the dark living room, to the front door. I fumbled with the lock, my fingers slick with sweat, expecting a cold hand on my shoulder any second. The lock turned. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cool, normal night air. I didn't stop running until I was 2 blocks away, under the bright, indifferent glow of a streetlight. I stood there, gasping, the fire truck still in my hand, the house a dark shape in the distance. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? Instead, I went to the all-night diner on the edge of town. I sat in a sticky vinyl booth, ordered coffee I didn't drink, and I waited for the sun to come up. When the town began to stir, I made 2 calls. The first was to the parents. My voice was calm, flat. I said there had been a break-in overnight, someone in the house. I said the children were safe but scared, that I'd chased the intruder out but was too shaken to stay. I told them they needed to come home immediately. I heard the mother's shock, the father's bluster. I didn't care. I hung up. The second call was to a number I'd looked up weeks ago but never dialed, the non-emergency line for the county coroner's office. I asked about the Jane Doe from the Willow River, the one with the cereal rings. I pretended to be a distant relative, just following a hunch. I gave a fake name. The board clerk put me on hold, then came back. Effects are held for 7 years pending identification, she droned. Yes, that case is still open. Token entered into evidence. I thanked her and hung up. The evidence existed. It was real. A week later, I read a small article in the local paper online. The family at my old address had suddenly moved out, citing a job transfer. The house was listed for sale again. The article was 3 sentences long. There was no mention of intruders or of any trouble. The story was being buried, smoothed over just like before. I sat in my new small apartment, the red fire truck on my kitchen table. I had taken one piece of the equation with me. I thought about the children, wherever they were. Were they still Unit 1 and Unit 2? Or had the break in the pattern, the strange, illogical word help, crack the programming enough for them to start remembering their own names? I'll probably never know. The house is empty now, waiting for the next family, the next set of variables. The thing in the attic is still there, I'm sure of it, a wound in the world that never healed, counting and waiting. But I got out. I didn't become zero. I became something else. I became the one who spoke the word that didn't fit. Sometimes, late at night, I take the fire truck and I look at the tiny dark grains still stuck in the ladder's grooves. I think about Daniel in the wall, and the nanny in the river, and the two kids who loved machines and coloring. And I wonder if somewhere in that hollow mathematical dark, the echo of that small, human word is still bouncing around, a piece of faulty code it can't delete. A reminder that some stories, no matter how hard you try to simplify them, can never truly be solved. Story number 4. Okay, so my name is Lisa, and this whole terrifying mess started with a birthday present I made for my daughter. I'm a pretty handy person. I like working with wood, so I spent weeks on this beautiful cedar box. I sanded every edge until it was smooth as silk, stained it a warm honey color, even put these little brass hinges on it that clicked in a real satisfying way. I wasn't just making a box. I was making a treasure chest. See, my daughter was adopted. We brought her home when she was just a tiny baby, and she's the absolute light of our lives. For her 16th birthday, I wanted to give her something huge, something that said, "Your story matters." So I filled that box with every single piece of paper we had from the adoption agency, every letter, every form with the blacked out names, the non-identifying info about her birth mother saying she liked music and had brown hair, even the receipt from the courthouse the day it became official. I stacked it all neatly, tied it with a ribbon, and imagined this profound moment. I thought she'd open it, maybe cry, we'd hug, and she'd feel this deep connection to the past and to us for giving it to her. That's not what happened. She opened the box at her party, smiled a polite thank you smile that didn't reach her eyes, and sifted through the papers like she was sorting mail. Later, I peeked into her room and saw the box shoved under her bed, half hidden by a crumpled sweater. It felt like a punch in the gut. All that love, all that effort, was just administrative debris to her. She didn't say anything mean about it, she just didn't care. When I asked her gently a few days later if she wanted to look through it with me, she shook her head and said softly, "It's just facts, you know. It doesn't tell me who I am." That was the first crack in our world, a tiny hairline fracture I tried to ignore. I told myself she was a teenager, she was moody, it was a phase. My husband agreed with me. He patted my shoulder and said she'd come around, that the box was a great idea and she'd appreciate it later. We went on with our lives, but I started noticing little things. She was quieter, more distant, spending hours in her room with the door closed. She said she was just reading or listening to music, and we wanted to respect her privacy, so we let it be. Then one afternoon, I was using the family computer to pay bills, and her search history was still open on the browser. I wasn't snooping, it was right there. It wasn't searches for adoption reunion sites or anything normal. It was stuff that made my skin go cold. Inherited memory. Genetic haunting. Can blood call to blood? Real stories of past lives and families. I closed the browser fast, my heart hammering. I didn't tell my husband. What would I say? That our daughter was reading weird ghost stories online. I convinced myself it was just a creepy hobby, like being into true crime podcasts. Every kid goes through a dark phase, right? I tried to shake it off. A week later, I was putting away her laundry. I'm a mom, I still do that. She's terrible at folding. I moved a pile of her sweaters on the shelf in her closet to make room, and that's when I saw it. It wasn't hidden, not really. It was just sitting there, behind the clothes. A Ouija board, but not the flimsy plastic Parker Brothers kind we had as kids. This one was old, or made to look old. The board itself was dark, heavy wood, the letters painted in this faded, fancy script. The planchette, the little thing you're supposed to move, wasn't plastic. It was a heavy, polished piece of gray stone, smooth and cold when I picked it up. It felt wrong in my hand, like holding a piece of a tombstone. I just stood there in her room, holding this cold stone, listening to the clock tick in the hallway, feeling completely alone. That night, after dinner, I brought it up. I tried to sound calm, not accusatory. I sat next to her on the couch and said, "I found the board in your closet when I was putting away laundry." She just shrugged, not looking up from her phone. "It's just a game," she mumbled. "It's not a game," I said, and my voice was tighter than I meant it to be. "Why are you looking into that stuff? The inherited memory, all of it? What are you hoping to find that we can't help you find?" She finally looked at me then. and her eyes were so serious, so much older than 16. "A voice," she said, simple as that. Then she got up and went to her room. My husband and I talked about it after she went to bed. We were in the kitchen, talking in low voices like we were planning a bank heist. He thought I was overreacting. "It's a phase," he said, swirling his coffee. "Remember when she was 10 and obsessed with vampires? It's like that. If we make a big deal, it gives it power." I argued that this felt different, that the board wasn't a toy, but he wore me down. We made a decision, a stupid one I knew was wrong even as we agreed to it. We decided not to take it away. We'd be cool, permissive parents. We'd drain its power by not being afraid of it. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I just lay there staring at the ceiling. We still had the old baby monitor plugged in our room, the receiver part. We never used it anymore, but it was still on a shelf, a little green light glowing in the dark. I don't know why I did it. I got up, fumbled for it, and turned the volume up. I pointed it towards her room, even though the nursery camera was long gone. I just had the audio. I listened to the fuzzy white noise, straining to hear something, anything. For a while, there was nothing. Just the quiet rustle of her sheets, maybe, the hum of the house. I must have drifted off because a sound jolted me awake. The digital clock glowed 3:17 a.m. It wasn't a word. It was a sound coming through the monitor, clear and close. A rhythmic, wet clicking noise, like a tongue sticking to the roof of a dry mouth, or a stone being turned over and over in a stream bed. Click. Click, click. Click. It was coming from her, but it didn't sound like her. It sounded practiced. Ancient. I sat bolt upright, my blood frozen. I realized something else, something that made the fear spike so hard I almost couldn't breathe. The monitor was audio only. I had no idea where the sound was coming from in her room. But the monitor was old, it had a limited range. If she was in her bed, the sound should be muffled, direct. This was clear, but with a faint, hollow echo to it, like she was speaking into a corner or a closet, or like she wasn't in her room at all. The clicking stopped as suddenly as it started. I didn't move a muscle, just clutched the monitor, my knuckles white. Then, after a minute of that awful fuzzy silence, I heard a new sound. The soft, unmistakable creak of a floorboard in the hallway right outside our bedroom door. Someone was standing out there. I held my breath, waiting for a knock, for the door to open. It didn't. After what felt like an hour, I heard the faint pad of bare feet walking away, back down the hall. I didn't sleep another wink. I just sat there, watching the clock tick towards morning, the baby monitor now feeling like a window into something I never wanted to see. The unanswered box under her bed feeling less like a rejected gift, and more like a door we'd unlocked without knowing what was on the other side. The night ended without anything else happening. The sunrise felt normal, and she came down for breakfast looking tired but like her usual self, which was somehow the most frightening thing of all. The next day was a blur of quiet panic. I told my husband what I'd heard, the clicking, the footsteps. He listened, his face getting more and more serious, but he still tried to find a normal reason for it. Maybe it was sleepwalking, he said, stirring his coffee too fast. Or sleep apnea, that can make weird breathing sounds. I just stared at him. Since when does sleep apnea make someone stand outside our door? He didn't have an answer for that. We agreed, in that tense, silent way couples do when they're scared, that we needed to know more. The baby monitor wasn't enough. It was my idea to get a proper digital voice recorder, one of those small ones you can hide. It felt like a betrayal, like I was spying on my own child, but the fear was stronger than the guilt. I bought one that afternoon, a little black rectangle no bigger than a matchbox. That night, after she went to her room, I crept in. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure it would wake her. She was already asleep, or pretending to be, her back to me. I slid the recorder under her bed, right next to that forgotten cedar box, and got out of there. I didn't sleep at all. I just lay next to my husband, both of us pretending to be asleep, listening to the nothingness of our own room. In the morning, I went in before she woke up. I grabbed the recorder with a shaking hand and took it to the kitchen. My husband stood behind me as I plugged it into my laptop. We fast-forwarded through hours of quiet, the rustle of sheets, the sigh of sleep. And then there it was, at 3:18 a.m., the clicking. It was even clearer on the recorder, more deliberate. It went on for a full minute, a horrible, wet, rhythmic sound. Then it stopped, and a voice, her voice but lower, flatter, began to speak. The words weren't English. They were guttural, full of hard sounds and rolling R's. It was a language, a real one, but one I'd never heard in my life. She spoke for maybe 20 seconds, a short, choppy sentence, and then the recording ended with the sound of her getting out of bed. We played it over and over, sitting at the kitchen table, the morning sun feeling all wrong for what we were hearing. "What is that?" my husband whispered. "Is that Romanian? From the paperwork?" I shook my head. The non-identifying info had said her birth mother was of Eastern European descent, possibly Romanian, but this didn't sound like any Romanian I'd ever heard on a language tape. It sounded old. We were way out of our depth. In a moment of desperate logic, I went online and found the website for the university's linguistics department. There was a general email address for inquiries. What did I have to lose? I attached the audio clip, the cleanest 20 seconds of that strange speaking. In the email, I kept it vague. I said I had a recording of an unknown language from a family history project and was hoping for identification. I didn't mention my daughter or sleepwalking or any of the real horror. I hit send and felt foolish. They'd probably just delete it. 2 days later, my phone rang. A blocked number. I answered, and a man's voice, polite and academic, asked for me. "This is regarding your audio query," he said. He was a professor. He got right to it. "This is fascinating. The dialect is a very specific, archaic form. It comes from a cluster of villages in the Carpathian region. It hasn't been in common use for generations. The grammar structure is unusual, almost liturgical." My mouth was dry. "Liturgical?" I asked. "Like for church?" He paused. "Not quite. More like for rituals. Very old, formal patterns of speech." "Where did your subject hear this?" I lied. I said it was from an old family tape, that we were confused about its origins. Another pause, longer this time. I could almost hear him thinking. "I would be very interested in hearing more," he said finally, his voice losing its professional ease, becoming hesitant. "The pronunciation is remarkably precise for a non-native speaker. It's as if they learned it from a primary source." I made up an excuse about the tape being damaged and hung up, my hand trembling. A primary source. The word stuck in my head. He called back an hour later. This time, he didn't bother with pleasantries. "I've listened to it several more times," he said, and his voice was different now, tight with a tension that scared me more than anything. "I must ask you again, and please be truthful. Where did this come from? This isn't a language for asking about the weather. This dialect, from these particular villages, in folklore studies, we have a term for them. Verb shelters. Places where language wasn't just communication. It was a tool. Words were preserved for specific purposes. The phrase on the recording. It translates roughly." I gripped the phone. "Translate it." He took a breath. "It says, the tree remembers the graft. The soil is willing but foreign. Blood calls from the clay." The room swayed. I had to put a hand on the wall to steady myself. "What does that mean?" My voice was a croak. "I think," the professor said slowly, carefully, "it means someone is trying to answer a call. This isn't a language for asking questions. It's a language for summoning answers. I need to see the subject, to hear more. This is very important." I told him no, thanked him, and hung up. I didn't want him to see my daughter. I didn't want anyone to see her like this. I didn't tell my husband about the translation, not the whole thing. I just said the professor confirmed it was an old Romanian dialect, and that it was strange. I couldn't bring myself to say the words about blood and clay. It made it too real. We started watching her more closely, but she was normal during the day, just quiet, tired. The new recorder went under the bed every night. We caught more snippets, never long, always in that same awful voice. We didn't play them for each other anymore. It felt like sharing a poison. Then one Saturday morning, I went into her room to open the curtains. She was still asleep. My eyes went to the wall where we had this cute family tree project, something we'd done together years ago with photos and colorful string. It was a happy thing. My breath caught in my throat. The tree had been changed. In thick, red marker, a new branch had been drawn. It sprouted not from me or my husband, but from her photo. It snaked down the wall, ugly and twisted, more like a root than a branch. It went all the way down to the baseboard, and there, written right on the pale yellow wall paint in the same red marker, was a name, Valsia Utada. It looked like a place. I stood there, frozen, staring at those strange words. The red marker wasn't hers. We didn't have any markers like that in the house. It was a cheap, bright red, the kind that smells strong. I looked around and saw it on her nightstand. The cap was off. I walked over slowly to put the cap back on. That's when I saw it. The tip of the marker wasn't stained with red ink. It was coated with something darker, a flaky, brownish-black substance. I picked it up, my fingers cold. I brought it closer to my face. The smell hit me first, a coppery, metallic tang that was unmistakable. It was the smell of dried blood. I dropped the marker like it was on fire. It clattered on the nightstand. Behind me, the bed creaked. I turned. She was sitting up, blinking sleep from her eyes, looking like my little girl again. "Mom," she said, her voice soft with sleep. "What's wrong?" I followed her gaze to the wall, to the violent red branch and the foreign name. She looked at it, then back at me, her expression one of pure, innocent confusion. "What is that?" she asked. "Did you do that?" I couldn't speak. I just shook my head. She frowned, looking genuinely puzzled and a little upset. "That's weird. It's creepy." She got out of bed and went to look at it closer, as if seeing it for the first time. She reached out a finger like she was going to touch the words, but then pulled back. "We should paint over that," she said, and then she walked past me out of the room, heading to the kitchen for breakfast like it was any other day. I was left alone, staring at the name on the wall, the scent of blood still faint in the air, knowing with a cold certainty that settled deep into my bones that she had no memory of drawing it. Something else had been in control of her hand. The professor's words echoed in my head, blood calls from the clay. The call, it seemed, was being answered, and it was leaving a signpost on my daughter's bedroom wall. I got a wet cloth and scrubbed the name away until it was a pink smear, but the twisted red branch leading down to that spot remained, a permanent stain on our happy family tree, a road map to a place I was now terrified to look up. The chapter of just worrying was over. We were now in something else entirely, and the path forward was painted in a color that was not quite ink. We couldn't just live with a name on the wall and the sound of a language that summoned things. The red branch was a taunt, a challenge. My husband, usually the calm one, was the one who said we had to know. "We find out what Valsia Utada is," he said, his jaw set in a way I hadn't seen before. "If it's a place, we find out what happened there. We need facts." Facts. That word stung. They were what I'd given her in the box she didn't want. Now we were desperate for them. We found an investigator online, a guy based in Bucharest who specialized in genealogical work and difficult cases. His email reply was brisk, professional, and expensive. We didn't care. We wired him a scary amount of money, our vacation fund, and sent him the name. Waiting for his report was its own kind of agony. Life in the house became a tense performance. We acted normal, asking about school, making dinners, but our eyes were always on her, watching for a flicker of something else. She was mostly just tired, drifting through the days, but the nights were still bad. The recorder kept catching those short, awful phrases. We stopped listening to them together. I would delete them after one quick listen, my stomach turning. The investigator's first report came a week later. It was a PDF, dry and factual. Valsia Utada was real. A remote, insular community in the mountains, poor records, not many visitors. But he had dug and found a birth record from the local regional office. A baby girl, born on the exact same day as our daughter, in a clinic 2 towns over from the village. The mother's name was listed. The father's name field was blank. My eyes scanned the scanned document, the typed words, the official stamps. Then I saw it, in the notes section at the bottom, a line of cramped, handwritten Romanian. The investigator had highlighted it and provided a translation. It read, "Child transferred to state custodial care. Mother deceased upon discharge." I read it 5 times. Deceased upon discharge. She died leaving the hospital. My husband stood behind me, his hands on my shoulders. "That's terrible," he whispered. "Poor woman." It was terrible, but it was also an ending. A sad, clean ending. Maybe this was all just a tragic coincidence, a genetic pull towards a mother who died. Maybe our daughter's subconscious was grappling with that loss in a twisted way. For a day, we let ourselves believe that. We felt a grim relief. The mystery had a sad, simple answer. Then the second email came. The subject line was just context. The investigator wrote that he'd paid a visit to an elderly clerk who used to work in the records office of the neighboring town, someone who remembered the case. The young mother hadn't died in the hospital. She had been released, healthy, and had returned to her family home in Valsia Utada. That same night, the house had burned to the ground with her in it. The official report listed the cause as a fault with the old wood stove. But the old clerk had whispered something else, something the investigator passed on verbatim. She said the girl was seen walking into the flames. She said the girl was smiling. They called it curatire. The translation was below, a cleansing. I pushed back from the computer. Cleansing. Not an accident. A choice. A woman walking into fire with a smile. My mind couldn't make the picture fit. While we were reeling from that, I started seeing the pattern. My daughter had always been a doodler. On the edges of her notebooks, on her homework, in the fog on the bathroom mirror after a shower. Lately, she'd been drawing this one particular shape, a twisted, looping symbol, like a knot or a weird root. I'd thought it was just an idle design. Now, with a cold clarity, I went through the investigator's emails. He'd included a few photos of the village, old grainy pictures. One was of the weathered stone archway at the village's old church. Carved into the keystone, worn by centuries of weather, was a symbol. I zoomed in. My breath left my body. It was the exact same twisted knot. She was drawing the village sigil. She had never seen these photos. She couldn't have. The connection was no longer a theory. It was a physical fact, leaking out of her subconscious through a ballpoint pen. The performance of normalcy became harder. We decided, against our better judgment, to get professional help. Not for the supernatural, but for her. We told her we were worried about her sleep, her tiredness. We took her to a psychiatrist, a nice woman with a gentle voice. We sat in the waiting room, feeling like imposters. My daughter went in alone. 40 minutes later, the doctor called us in. My daughter sat there, composed, polite. The psychiatrist smiled at us. "She's a lovely, articulate young woman," she said. We had a good talk about the stresses of adolescence, about identity and genealogy. She has a keen interest in her roots, which is very healthy. She's processing some big feelings. I see some melancholia, but no signs of psychosis or dissociation. She suggested maybe some light talk therapy if the sleep issues continued. We left feeling foolish, chastised. Our daughter had charmed her completely. On the drive home, she was quiet. Then she started to hum, low and tuneless, a repetitive, droning melody that didn't sound like any song I knew. It was a sound that made the back of my neck prickle. That night, I was in the kitchen washing dishes, my hands deep in soapy water, trying to scrub away the feeling of the day. She walked in, fully awake, clear-eyed. "Can I have a glass of water?" she asked. Her voice was normal, her own. "Of course, honey," I said, my own voice too bright. I dried my hands, got a glass, filled it from the fridge filter, and handed it to her. She took it, her fingers brushing mine. Then she looked right at me, a direct, unwavering gaze. "Mulțumesc," she said, clear as a bell. The word hung in the air between us. She took a sip, turned, and walked back to her room. I stood at the sink, the water still running, frozen. I knew that word. I'd heard it on language tapes when I was trying to learn a few phrases years ago, in a dumb, hopeful moment. It was Romanian. It meant thank you. She had never heard me say it. We had never spoken a word of Romanian in this house. It wasn't on the paperwork. It was a word from over there, from that place, and she had just used it perfectly, casually to me. That was the moment the last bit of pretend broke. This wasn't her imagination. Something was coming through, and it was getting stronger. It could now use her awake voice, her polite manners, to speak its own language. We were under siege in our own home, and the enemy was using our daughter's face. Later that night, driven by a need to see, to confirm, I did the thing I told myself I would never do. I turned on the baby monitor audio and watched the little green light in the darkness. The house was still. Then, on the small video screen of the monitor we dug out from storage, a grainy, night vision image of her room from an angle high on a shelf, I saw movement. She wasn't asleep. She was sitting up in bed, her face a pale moon in the green glow. She was awake, her eyes open and staring at nothing. Slowly, deliberately, she brought her right hand up. She wasn't holding a pen or a marker. She used her own fingernail. And there, in the ghostly green light, I watched as my daughter began to carefully, methodically, scrape the tip of her fingernail across the skin of her forearm. She wasn't trying to cut, not to draw blood. She was etching. The motion was precise, like a sculptor. Even on the terrible resolution of the old monitor, I could see the shape emerging on her skin. The same twisted, looping symbol, the mark of Valsia Utata, being carved not on paper or a wall, but into her own flesh. She was making it a part of her. The chapter of investigation was over. We had our facts, more than we ever wanted. We knew the mother's name and her terrible end. We knew the symbol. We knew the connection was real and active. But as I watched her mark herself in the eerie green light, a new and more dreadful understanding settled over me. We were no longer just uncovering a past tragedy. We were witnessing the beginning of a ritual, and our daughter was both the priestess and the altar. The question was no longer, what is happening? It was, what is she preparing for? And the only answers we had were written in fire and in blood, and now on the canvas of her own skin. The sight of her carving that symbol into her own skin broke something in me. The next morning, I marched into her room before she was fully awake. "Let me see your arm," I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. She blinked, confused, and held out her forearm. The skin was pink, irritated in a few lines, but there was no broken skin, no blood, no clear mark. It looked like she'd just scratched an itch in her sleep. But I had seen it, on the monitor. The evidence was gone, but the memory of it was burned into my mind. The investigator's next email felt like the final piece of a horrible puzzle. He'd tried to find the mother's grave. He wrote that it wasn't in the tidy village churchyard with the other crosses. After some asking around, a local, paid well and very reluctant, had shown him a spot at the very edge of the forest, just outside the village boundary. The attached photo was gray and bleak. It showed a patch of lumpy, untended ground with a simple, rough stone shoved into the earth. No cross, no dates we could see. Just a name, crudely carved. And at the bottom of the stone, etched deep and clear, was the symbol, the twisted knot. The investigator's note was short, buried on unconsecrated ground. Local guide refused to go closer. Called it Pamantel Sealer Tretzi. A translation followed. The soil of the awake ones. The soil of the awake ones. I stared at the phrase. Awake. Not dead. Not resting. Awake. In the ground. The feeling that settled in my chest was colder than fear. It was a grim understanding. This wasn't about a ghost. This was about something planted. We were drowning in all this information, but our daughter was getting worse in small, terrifying ways. She was paler, moving slower. One afternoon, I was helping her with a math problem at the kitchen table. She was struggling with it, and I leaned in close, my ear near her chest as I pointed to the textbook. For just a second, through the fabric of her shirt, I heard it. Not the steady lube dub of a normal heart. It was a stumble. Thursday thump. Thursday thump. A strong beat, then a long, empty pause, then a weaker, catching up beat. It was wrong. It sounded like a clock missing a tick. I pulled back, my own heart hammering. "Are you feeling okay?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Your heart feels fast." She just shrugged. "I'm tired." That night, the sleep-talking changed. It had always been in that other language. But around 2 a.m., I woke up because I felt a presence. I opened my eyes. She was standing at the foot of our bed. Her eyes were closed, her face smooth and calm in the moonlight from the window. But her voice, when she spoke, was clear, chilling, and in perfect, unaccented English. She did not give me away. The words were flat, factual. She planted me. "You are the soil." I was paralyzed, my hand gripping my husband's arm under the covers. He was awake too. I could feel his muscles locked tight. She took a step closer. Her lips curled upward, a smile that was too wide, too knowing, and completely unlike her. "Now the harvest comes." Then she did something that stopped my breath entirely. She reached out, her hand pale in the dark, and took my limp wrist. Her fingers were cold. She pressed my palm flat against her chest, over her heart. I could feel the thin cotton of her pajamas, the warmth of her skin beneath. And I felt it. Thump. Thump thump. The slow, irregular rhythm I'd heard earlier. It wasn't a fluke. It was a pattern. A broken, deliberate pattern. It wasn't the rhythm of life. It felt like a countdown. A metronome marking off time until something happened. I snatched my hand back as if burned. She tilted her head, the smile fading, and then she just turned and walked out of our room, back to her own. We didn't sleep. We went into full emergency mode. This was a physical symptom. This we could fight. The next morning, we told her we were going to the doctor for a checkup, just to be safe. She didn't argue. We took her to a cardiologist, our hearts in our throats. We described the irregular heartbeat we'd heard and felt. The doctor, a kind man, was thorough. He did an EKG, the sticky pads on her chest. He did an ultrasound, the gel cold on her skin, the wand moving over her ribs. We watched the black and white screen, the image of a heart pulsing. It looked perfect. Strong, steady, the valves opening and closing like they should. The doctor printed out the strips, looked at the screens, and gave us a warm, reassuring smile. "Her heart is excellent," he said. "Strong as an ox. Rhythm is perfectly normal. Sometimes we hear things or feel our own pulse, and it gets confused, especially when we're worried parents." He gave her a clean bill of health. We left the office, the bright sun feeling like an insult. The medical world had given her an all clear, but I had felt that stuttering beat under my hand. My husband had heard it. The machine hadn't caught it because it wasn't a flaw in the muscle. It was something else, something the machines couldn't see. That was the turning point. We stopped trying to explain it to the normal world. We abandoned all pretense. At night, after she went to her room, we would sit at the kitchen table with our laptops, falling down rabbit holes on obscure forums. We translated Romanian folk horror blogs, pages about old mountain customs. We learned words. One word stuck with me, Samantha. It meant a seed, but in some of the older texts, it didn't mean a physical seed. It meant a purpose, a destiny, something planted in one family to be nurtured by another until it was ripe. The pieces clicked together with a sound that felt like a bone snapping. The young mother walking into the fire with a smile. A cleansing. She wasn't just ending her life. She was binding herself to the land, becoming part of that soil of the awake ones. And she had sent her child away, not to save it, but to plant it. In us. We were the fertile foreign soil. Our love, our care, our safety. All the things we thought were protecting her. They weren't fighting this. They were watering it. They were the necessary fertilizer for the seed to grow. We had spent 16 years lovingly tending a garden, only to realize we were raising a crop we never meant to plant, and the harvest time was coming. The feeling in the house changed. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was a dreadful, ticking patience. She moved through the rooms like a sleepwalker, even during the day. The red marker lines on the wall seemed darker. One night, unable to lie in bed, I went to check on her. She was asleep, breathing evenly. On a whim, driven by a need to find something, anything, I lifted her pillow. Beneath it, my fingers touched something cool and solid. I pulled it out. It was a small figurine, crudely made from gray clay, as if a child had shaped it. It was a human form, but its belly was huge and hollow like a pot. And it was warm. Not body warm, but like a stone that has been sitting in the sun. It held a gentle, unnatural heat. I held it, this ugly little thing, and a wave of panic hit me. Without thinking, I hurried to the bathroom, locked the door, and in a fit of desperation, I smashed the clay figure against the edge of the sink. It broke apart easily. Inside the hollow belly, packed tight, was not more clay. It was dirt. Dark, rich, ordinary dirt. I scooped some into my hand. I brought it close. I didn't need to smell it. I knew this dirt. I knew its texture, its color. It was the soil from our own backyard, from my vegetable garden. She, or the thing inside her, had taken the earth from our home, the very ground we lived on, and had baked it into a ritual object, a tiny effigy, and kept it under her pillow, warming it with her own sleep. I stood in the harsh fluorescent light of the bathroom, looking at the dirt in my hand and the broken clay pieces in the sink. The investigation was over. The diagnosis was over. We knew what we were dealing with now. It was a ritual, and it was advanced. The seed was in the fruit. The guardian was in the ground, awake. And the heartbeat we felt wasn't an illness. It was a clock, and it was ticking inside our daughter, counting down to a harvest we did not understand, using the very soil of our home to make its claim. We had all the facts, but they were just a map to a nightmare, and we were standing right in the middle of it, with no idea how to stop the countdown that was now thumping softly in the next room. The broken clay figure changed everything. We couldn't just watch and research anymore. We had to act. But how do you fight a story written in blood and dirt? We decided in a frantic, whispered kitchen conference that if our love was the fertilizer, we had to poison the well. We had to become bad parents. It was our only hope. We called it, in grim jokes that weren't funny, Operation Tainted Soil. The plan was simple: subtly ruin the perfect environment. Break routines. Withhold affection. Introduce discord. It felt like cutting off our own hands. The next day I started. I made breakfast, but forgot she hated oatmeal and made a big bowl of it. She looked at it, then at me, said nothing, and pushed it away. At dinner, instead of her favorite homemade pasta, I ordered a cheap, greasy pizza. My husband played along, talking too loud about how good it was. She sat at the table, not eating, just staring at the pizza as if it were a dead animal. I asked if she was okay. She didn't answer. Then, very slowly, she reached out, placed her hand flat on the pizza, and swept her plate off the table. It hit the floor with a crash, cheese and sauce splattering the cabinets. She stood up. Her face, usually so pale and blank, was now a mask of cold, pure fury. But it wasn't her anger. It was too old, too sharp. She opened her mouth, and the words that came out were in that guttural, archaic tongue, her voice a low rasp that vibrated in my teeth. As she spoke, a terrible thing happened. The healthy spider plant on the windowsill above the sink, a plant I'd had for years, began to wilt. Not slowly. It was like a time-lapse video. The leaves drooped, turning a sickly yellow right before our eyes, as if the life was being sucked out of it by her words. She stopped speaking, gave us one last look of contempt, and walked to her room, stepping over the broken plate. The door didn't slam. It clicked shut, final and quiet. My husband and I were left in the wreckage of the kitchen, the smell of cheap pizza and the sight of a dead plant. Our first attack had failed spectacularly, and the response was a show of power that left us shaking. The next phase was more direct. I took the dirt from the broken figurine, mixed it with a handful of table salt and a splash of vinegar, things I'd read online about purifying ground. And late that night, I snuck out and stirred it into the soil of her favorite potted succulent on her desk. The next morning, she went to her room after breakfast. A minute later, she came out, holding the little terracotta pot. The succulent was dead. Not just dry. It was blackened, brittle, as if it had been flash frozen or burned from the inside. She walked right up to me, held the pot under my nose so I could see the shriveled, dark remains, and smiled. It was a knowing, cruel smile that didn't belong on her face. "You can't salt the earth," she said, her voice sweet and mocking, "when the seed is already in the fruit." She then placed the dead plant carefully on the kitchen counter, like a doctor presenting evidence, and went to watch TV. We were losing. Badly. The investigator's emails became our only lifeline to the outside world of this nightmare. His latest was a translation from an old woman in a neighboring village, someone who remembered the fire. She had whispered a term, Stragirl. It meant guardian, watcher. The old woman said in the old beliefs, some souls didn't move on. They bound themselves to a bloodline, or a piece of land, or a purpose. Their power was tied to clay and bone. The mother hadn't been a victim of the fire. She had used it. She became the Stragirl, a guardian buried in the unconsecrated soil, waiting awake for the seed she planted, her daughter, to grow and be ready for harvest. The email ended with the investigator saying the old woman would speak no more, and that he felt we should consider spiritual avenues. We were past considering. We were drowning. A few days later, trying to find some peace, I was out in the backyard, pulling weeds from my vegetable garden. The soil was my comfort, my normal thing. She came out and stood beside me watching. She pointed to a beautiful rose bush I'd nursed from a cutting. It was full of fat, nearly open buds. "That one is almost ready," she said, her tone conversational. Then she knelt, plunged her hand into the soft dirt at the base of the bush, her fingers digging deep. She pulled out a fat, white grub, wriggling in the sunlight. She held it up, examined it, then calmly closed her fist. There was a soft pop. She opened her hand and let the crushed remains fall back to the dirt. "Pests," she said, wiping her messy hand on the leg of my jeans in a gesture that was both childish and horrifically intimate. I looked at the red smear on my pants, feeling sick. Inside, the invasion was getting physical. The red marker branch on the wall had grown. It wasn't just on the wall anymore. The root-like lines had crawled down from the baseboard and were now on the floorboards of her room, drawn along the cracks in the wood, heading out her door, across the hallway, inching towards our bedroom. It was a visible progress, a stain spreading through our home. The final blow came from my own computer. One night, I woke up sensing something was wrong. I checked the baby monitor screen. Her bed was empty. I crept out and saw a faint blue glow from under my home office door. I peered through the crack. She was sitting in my chair, eyes wide open but glazed, the computer screen lighting her face. Her fingers were on the keyboard. She typed slowly, deliberately, then hit send. She closed the laptop, stood up, and walked back to her room. I rushed to the computer, opened it, logged in. In my sent mail folder was a single email, addressed to me. The subject line was blank. The body contained one sentence: "Prepare the soil. The equinox is the separating hour." I checked the calendar on the wall, the one with family photos. The autumn equinox was 3 weeks away. The separating hour. What did that separate? Her from us? The thing inside her from her own soul? My husband and I held a council of war that night. We were amateurs, outmatched. We couldn't fight this on its terms. Our only gambit was disruption. We decided to lie, to plan a massive change to the environment. We told her the next morning that my mother, her grandmother, was very ill, that we might have to travel across the country for a long time, maybe even move. We watched her face, desperate for a reaction, Sadness, fear, reluctance to leave her friends. She just listened, nodded slowly, and said, "A transplanting can be a shock to the roots. It must be done carefully." She wasn't upset about leaving. She was giving gardening advice. The equinox loomed. The air in the house felt charged, like before a thunderstorm that never breaks. We were living on a fault line, waiting for the shake. Then, the night before the equinox, the last of the investigators' messages arrived. It was an email with a video attachment, shot on a shaky cell phone. The note was urgent. I had to see for myself. "My guide took this. Do not come here." The video was dark, grainy. It showed the forest's edge, the rough headstone just visible. The ground around the grave was a mess. The earth was churned up, torn apart, as if something massive had dug its way out from underneath. The soil was thrown in clumps, roots ripped and exposed. The grave wasn't a resting place anymore. It was an exit. The video jerked wildly as the guide yelled something in Romanian, and then it cut off, ending with the sound of running footsteps and a man sobbing in fear. The guardian wasn't just waiting in the ground anymore. It was loose, and the equinox was the separating hour. I sat there in the dark office. The video ended, the screen black. I had no more plans, no more clever ideas about salting soil. We had run out of time. I got up to go check the locks, a useless human habit. As I passed her room, I saw her door was open a crack. I peered in. She wasn't in bed. She was standing beside it, facing me, but she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the headboard. In her hand, she held my sharpest kitchen knife, the one with the black handle. She held it point down, and she was using the tip of the blade carefully, slowly, to carve the twisted symbol into the polished wood of our headboard. She wasn't vandalizing it. She was etching a permanent mark into the very place where we slept, claiming it, finishing the path the red roots had drawn on the floor. The harvest wasn't coming from the garden outside. It was coming for us in our own bed, and she was signing the invitation with a knife. The sight of her carving that symbol into our headboard was the end of thinking. It was a declaration of war, etched into the heart of our private space. We had tried to be clever with our tainted soil plan, and it had backfired. We had tried to lie about leaving, and she'd treated it like a gardening tip. Now, with the equinox a dark cloud on the calendar and the guardian's grave empty in a video, we were out of options. We did the only thing we had left. We tried to fight the supernatural with the practical. We became fortress builders. The next morning, after she left for school looking pale and distant as always, my husband and I moved like a SWAT team. We went to the hardware store and bought heavy-duty slide bolts, the kind you see on barn doors. We bought a new lock for our bedroom door. We bought motion sensor lights for the hallway. It felt ridiculous, like trying to stop a flood with a sandcastle wall, but we had to do something. Installing the bolt on the inside of our bedroom door, the drill whining into the wood, felt like both a defeat and a last stand. We were locking ourselves in and locking something else out. That night, we served dinner, a normal meal, no more pizza provocations. She picked at her food. The air was so tense you could snap it. After she went to her room, we closed our door and slid the new bolt home with a solid chunk. The sound was final. We got into bed, leaving the lights on. We didn't talk. We just lay there listening. The house settled into its usual nighttime creaks, but every sound was a threat. The motion sensor light in the hallway outside blinked on once, a bright yellow streak under the door, then off. A cat, we told ourselves. Just the cat. Around 1 a.m., the sound started. Not from her room. From the front of the house. A low, slow thump. Then a long scrape, like something being dragged over rough concrete. Thump. Scrape. Thump. Scrape. It was coming up the porch steps. My husband and I looked at each other, eyes wide in the dim light from our lamps. He got up, moved to the window that overlooked the front porch. He peered through the blinds. "Nothing," he whispered. "There's nothing out there." Thump. Scrape. The sound was right outside the front door now. Then it stopped. A moment later, we heard a new sound. A soft, wet smack. Then another. I joined my husband at the window, peeking through a different slat. The porch light was on, illuminating the empty welcome mat, the rocking chair. But on the smooth, white paint of our front door, something was appearing. A dark, muddy handprint, fingers splayed, pressed against the wood at about chest height. Then another handprint formed a few inches above it, as if an invisible person was feeling their way up the door. Then another lower down. They were appearing one by one, each with that wet, slapping sound, until the door was covered in overlapping, dirty prints. Something was out there, marking its arrival. At that exact moment, a scream tore through the house. It came from her room, but it wasn't a scream of fear. It was a raw, guttural sound of effort, of strain, like someone lifting a tremendous weight. And as she screamed, a searing, twisting pain exploded in my own chest. I gasped, doubling over, clutching at my sternum. It felt like a hand had reached inside me and squeezed my heart in its fist. I looked at my husband. He was hunched over too, his face white with pain. We were feeling it, her heartbeat. That awful, stuttering rhythm wasn't just something we heard anymore. It was happening inside us, a shared, agonizing cramp that beat in time with her distress. The scream stopped. The pain in my chest faded to a dull, throbbing ache, but the connection remained, a ghostly tether of pure hurt. Then we heard her door unlock. It opened. Footsteps came down the hall, stopping right outside our bolted door. Her voice came through the wood, but it was her voice, her real, scared, 16-year-old voice, choked with tears. "Mom? Dad," she whimpered. "Please. It's here. It's at the door. It wants to come in and finish it. You have to let it in." She was sobbing now, small, helpless sounds we hadn't heard in months. "Please. If you don't let it in, it will tear through me to get to you. It hurts. It hurts so much." The raw terror in her voice was the worst weapon yet. It targeted the deepest part of us, the parent part that would do anything to stop their child's pain. My husband met my eyes. His face was a war between terror and instinct. The parent was winning. He took a step towards the door, his hand reaching for the bolt. "No!" I hissed, but it was a weak protest. The logic was crumbling. What were we protecting by locking this door? Ourselves? While she was being torn apart in the hallway as a battlefield. The banging started on the front door again, not loud, but deep, each impact making the whole frame shudder. The muddy handprints on the other side seemed to pulse. Our daughter cried out again, a sharp yelp of pain. That decided it for my husband, his face set in a grimace of resignation. He slid the bolt back. The metal rasped loud in the room. He didn't open our door. He turned and walked out of our bedroom, past our crying daughter, and down the hallway toward the front door. I followed, my legs weak. We were giving up the fortress. We were walking into the open field. He stood before the front door, covered in those foul prints. Our daughter stood in the hallway behind us, hugging herself, shaking. The banging stopped. A perfect, waiting stillness fell over the house. Then, from the other side of the door, a voice. It was an older woman's voice, cracked and dry as old paper, humming that same tuneless, droning melody our daughter had hummed in the car. Then the humming stopped, and the voice spoke a name. It wasn't the name we had given her. It was the name on the original birth certificate, the Romanian name we had never, ever spoken aloud in this house. The name from Valsia Utada. The door didn't open. The knob didn't turn. With a soft click, the latch simply gave way, and the door swung inward all by itself, opening into the dark night. No one was on the porch, but the hallway filled with a smell, a combination of wet forest soil, charred wood, and the sharp, electric tang of ozone after a lightning strike. The air became dense, hard to pull into your lungs. And in the open doorway, visible only as a distortion, a shimmer in the air like heat rising off summer pavement, was a human-shaped blur. It wasn't a person. It was a space where a person wasn't, outlined by a wavering, greasy light. Our daughter let out a choked, desperate sound and took a stumbling step forward towards it. My husband moved to block her, but he was too slow. The shimmering form in the doorway didn't step. It flowed. It poured across the threshold like water over a dam, that smell of fire and earth rolling ahead of it. It reached our daughter. She stood rigid, arms at her sides, as the shimmer enveloped her. The mud from the invisible hands seemed to stain the very air around her, a floating, dirty aura. She threw her head back, her mouth open in a soundless scream. And for 1 second, I saw two faces. Hers, twisted in agony, and superimposed over it, flickering like a dying film, the face of a young woman with fierce, dark eyes and a smile of terrible, triumphant joy. The mother, the Strigirl, the guardian was here, and it was claiming its harvest. In that second, my mind went blank of all strategy, all fear. All that was left was a single, stupid mother's instinct. I wasn't holding a weapon. I was holding the only thing I had grabbed as I ran from our room. The original cedar memory box, the one she had rejected. The box of facts. The box of our story. I didn't throw it. I ran forward, right into that shimmering, foul air that felt cold and prickly on my skin. I slammed the box open like the jaws of a trap and thrust it between my daughter and the center of the shimmer. And I shouted, not in a language of summoning, but in the only language I had, the language of my heart, ragged and loud. This is her life. This is our story. You can't have it. I was offering the narrative of us, the school photos, the report cards, the ticket stubs, the love notes we'd written her in lunchboxes as a shield. The harvest was a story of blood and soil. I was fighting it with a story of car rides and bedtime books and chosen, messy human love. The papers inside the box didn't just sit there. They exploded out, caught in a sudden, impossible wind that whipped through the sealed house. Drawings, certificates, pictures swirled in a wild vortex around my daughter and the shimmering form. The guardian's image flickered. For a split second, the woman's triumphant smile faltered. Her dark eyes, full of ancient will, looked down at a photograph spinning in the air. A picture of our daughter at age 6, missing 2 front teeth, holding a blue ribbon at a school fair. The eyes looked confused, off balance. The two stories, the old myth and the modern life, clashed visibly in the air, a storm of paper against a tide of shimmering hate. I didn't try to attack. I just dropped the empty box and wrapped my arms around my daughter's shaking body. I held her tight, pressing her head to my shoulder, the empty cedar box crushed between us. I was holding the story and the child, both at once. My husband did what I could not. He stepped forward, directly into the center of the shimmer. He put his own body between it and us. He stood there, arms spread, his body rigid, his face a mask of pure strain as the freezing, static-filled presence of the thing washed over him. He was the final barrier, the human wall. And then, as suddenly as it had come, the pressure broke. The wind dropped. The papers fluttered to the ground like dead leaves. The shimmering form seemed to condense, to become almost solid for one last moment. The figure of a young woman, her clothes simple, her hair long, her eyes now fixed on my husband with a look that wasn't hate, but something like pity, and then on me, holding her daughter with a flash of pure, frustrated fury. Then, like a candle snuffed by an unseen thumb, she was gone. The front door slammed shut with a bang that shook the walls. The hallway was just a hallway again. The muddy handprints were gone from the door. The smell faded. The only evidence was the mess of paper all over the floor, my husband swaying on his feet, pale as death, and my daughter, limp in my arms, sobbing quietly into my neck. We had done it. We had turned it away. We had used the story of our love as a weapon, and it had worked. For now. The rest of the night was a blur of quiet tears and holding each other on the couch, not talking, just feeling the normal, steady beat of our own hearts, a rhythm we had taken for granted our whole lives. The fight was over. The guardian was gone. We had saved our daughter. As the first gray light of morning touched the windows, a deep, exhausted peace settled over me. It was finished. The peace of that morning was the sweetest lie I've ever told myself. We were so tired, so drained from the fight, that we clung to the quiet like drowning people to a life raft. Our daughter slept until noon, a deep, motionless sleep. My husband moved slowly, stiffly, like he had the flu, but he insisted he was okay, just wiped out. We cleaned up the scattered papers from the hallway, putting them back in the cedar box with a new kind of reverence. That box wasn't just memories anymore. It was a relic, a holy object that had saved us. We ordered takeout. We watched mindless TV. We didn't talk about the shimmer or the voice or the handprints. If we didn't name it, maybe it would stay gone. For 3 days, we lived in that fragile bubble. She was quiet, but it was a different quiet. The blank, distant look was gone. She seemed present, just incredibly tired and maybe a little confused, like someone waking from a long, bad dream. She helped with dishes. She laughed at a stupid joke on TV. It was her laugh. My heart, which had been a clenched fist for months, began to slowly, cautiously uncurl. On the 4th morning, I came into the kitchen to make coffee. The sunrise was painting the room in warm, gold light. And there, on the kitchen table, was a new arrangement. All the photos from the memory box, the ones we had just carefully put away, were laid out in a perfect circle. In the center of the circle was a small, neat mound of dark, rich soil. I knew that soil. It was from my garden. And pressed firmly into the top of the mound, like a seal in wax, was the twisted symbol. The knot from Valsia Utada. It was a quiet, deliberate message. The fight was not over. The guardian had been turned away, but the connection was not broken. The seed was still in the fruit. I stared at it, the hopeful feeling curdling in my stomach. I didn't scream. I didn't wake anyone. I just carefully scooped up the dirt, symbol and all, into a plastic bag, threw it in the outside trash, and wiped the table clean. I put the photos back in the box. I said nothing. That was my mistake. thinking it was a leftover, a last whisper. It wasn't. It was a reminder of the terms. This wasn't about a ghost trying to get in. This was about a bond that already existed, a root system that had grown deep through 16 years of our love. And you can't cut roots by slamming a door in a ghost's face. The changes after that were slow, so slow you could almost explain them away. First, it was the cold. Our daughter started complaining she was always cold. We turned up the thermostat. She wore sweaters in July, but her hands were like ice. Then it was her appetite. She'd only eat plain foods, potatoes, white rice, unseasoned meat. Anything with strong flavor or color, she'd push away with a faint look of disgust. "It tastes wrong," she'd say. "It tastes like someone else's food." My husband, he wasn't getting better. He was getting slower. The waxy pallor never left his face. He'd forget words mid-sentence. He'd stand in a room, looking around like he wasn't sure how he got there. The doctor found nothing. Said it was probably stress, maybe a mild post-viral thing. Told him to rest. But he was resting, and he was fading. The worst was the garden. My vegetable garden, my pride and joy began to die. Not from neglect. I was out there every day, but from the ground up. The plants would look healthy one evening, and by morning they'd be wilted, their leaves spotted with black, as if something in the soil itself had turned against them. I replanted. New plants died faster. The soil looked the same, dark and rich, but it was barren. Nothing would grow in it. It was our land, but it was sick. I started having dreams. Not nightmares, exactly. They were calm, quiet dreams. I'd be standing in a forest clearing I'd never seen, the ground soft with moss. A young woman with dark eyes would be there, sitting on a fallen log. She wouldn't speak. She'd just look at me, and in the dream I understood. She wasn't angry anymore. She was waiting. She had all the time in the world. The harvest hadn't been canceled. It had been postponed. The equinox had been a deadline, but the crop wasn't ready. We had disrupted the final act, but the growing season was still underway. One afternoon, I found our daughter in the backyard, standing at the edge of my dead garden. She wasn't doing anything, just standing there, her bare feet on the ruined earth. "What are you feeling?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She didn't look at me. "The roots are deep," she said, her voice flat. "They're all through the house now. Can't you feel them?" I couldn't feel any roots. But that night, lying in bed next to my sleeping, shallow-breathing husband, I placed my palm flat on the floor. The carpet was soft, but underneath, in my mind's eye, I could almost see them, thick, pale, hungry roots spreading under the foundation, drawing something out of our home, out of us, feeding the thing that was still tied to my daughter, waiting in that forest for its time to come again. We had won a battle by throwing our love in its face, but love was part of the soil, and the soil was now permanently tainted. We were living on top of a network belonging to something else. The guardian was patient. It had waited in the ground for 16 years. It could wait a little longer for the resistance to fade, for the protectors to grow weak. My husband was already weakening. I was so tired. And our daughter was a bridge, standing with her feet in two worlds, growing colder every day. The open question was no longer if it would return. The question was what would be left of us when it did. The closure from the big, loud fight was an illusion. The real war was a quiet one, a war of attrition, and it was being fought under our feet and in our blood, and we were all slowly, steadily losing. A year passed in that strange, stretched-out way of a wound that won't quite heal. The big, loud horror was gone. No more midnight voices, no more shimmering forms at the door. But the small, quiet horrors took their place, settling into our lives like a permanent, grim weather. My husband never got his color back. He moved through the house like a ghost himself, forgetful, detached, his energy siphoned away by that one moment standing in the guardian's path. Doctors called it depression, trauma, chronic fatigue. We knew it was a toll paid in something medicine had no name for. Our daughter finished her junior year of high school with decent grades, a quiet student who had no friends. She was polite, present, but the spark was gone. She lived in a world of constant chill, wearing sweaters in August, her laughter a rare, thin sound. She still only ate bland, plain foods. Our home became a careful, neutral space, a hospice for 3 people who were technically alive but not really living. The garden was a tomb. Nothing grew except a stubborn, ugly weed with thick, pale stems that I couldn't kill no matter how hard I tried. It mirrored the feeling in the house, a lifelessness with one persistent, wrong thing pushing through. The memory box sat on the mantel, a museum piece of a war we had technically won, but were still losing day by day. I thought that was it. This was our life now. a long, slow drawing down. Then, on the anniversary of the equinox, the dreams changed. The young woman in the forest clearing was no longer just sitting. She was standing. She held out her hand, not in threat, but in invitation. And behind her, in the dream trees, I saw others. Faint, shimmering outlines of men, women, children. All waiting. All part of that soil. The guardian wasn't alone. She was just the first. The one bound to our specific thread. The dream shook me. It wasn't a threat of violence. It was a vision of a completed picture. A whole community of the awake ones. And my daughter was their doorway. The next morning, I found her at the kitchen window, staring at the dead garden. "It's almost time to turn the earth over again," she said, not looking at me. Her voice had that flat, older tone creeping back in. A familiar dread, cold and slick, coiled in my stomach. We were approaching another equinox. The separating hour. We had thrown our story in its face once. We couldn't do the same thing again. The box was empty of power now, just a box. We had no more clever tricks. My husband was a shell. I was so tired my bones ached with it. That night, I did something desperate. I didn't research rituals or salt. I went online and I searched for the investigator's contact in Romania, the old woman who had called it a stragiral, a guardian. It took digging through old emails, but I found the town name. Using a shaky translation app, I wrote a letter. I didn't explain everything. I just wrote. The guardian was turned away, but the roots are here. The soil is sick. The child is cold. Is there a way to cut the roots without killing the tree? I mailed it to the investigator, asking him to pass it on, not expecting anything. A month later, a reply came, not an email, but a small, battered parcel in the mail. Inside was a letter from the old woman, translated in a shaky hand by what must have been her grandchild. It was short. "You cannot cut the roots of an old tree from the branches. You must go to the taproot. The bond is in the blood and the earth. The blood is here. The earth is there, under your house. They mirror. To save your tree, you must give the guardian a root in its own soil. A trade." Enclosed was a small, rough linen bag. I opened it. It contained two things, a handful of dry, dark soil from somewhere else, and a tiny, sharp sliver of brown bone. The instructions were simple and terrifying. "On the night the day balances, plant this earth where your child's blood first touched your land. Place the bone with it. Speak her name, the old name. It is an invitation to anchor here, on a piece of home, instead of through the child. It is a risk. It may call her stronger, but a guardian with two anchors is weaker than one with only a child." It was a gamble of terrifying proportions. We were being told to perform a ritual, to voluntarily invite a piece of that presence into our own ground, to give it a foothold in exchange for loosening its grip on our daughter. It felt like making a deal with a tumor. But the alternative was watching my daughter fade into a cold doorway and my husband fade into nothing. The equinox was a week away. I showed my husband the letter, the soil, the bone. He read it, his hands trembling. He looked older than his years. "It's inviting it in," he whispered. "It's the opposite of what we did. We're not inviting it into the house," I said, my voice sounding more sure than I felt. "We're inviting it into the ground. To give it what it wants, a connection to this land, but on our terms. To split its attention." "What if it just takes both?" he asked, the question hanging in the air. I had no answer. We watched our daughter that week. She was growing more distant, the cold in her deepening. The choice was made for us. To do nothing was to surrender. The night of the equinox, we waited until she was asleep. We went into the backyard, to the exact spot where 16 years ago we had brought her home. A September baby. I had held her right here on a blanket, her first time feeling the sun of her new home. It was where her life, our life, had truly started. This was where her blood, her life, her spirit, first touched our land. My husband dug a small, deep hole with a trowel. His movements were slow, painful. I poured in the foreign soil from the linen bag. It looked no different from our own, but it felt wrong. It smelled of that same forest and fire. I placed the sliver of bone on top of it. We held hands, standing over the tiny grave. We didn't know the old name perfectly, just the way the investigator had spelled it phonetically a year ago. Together, our voices soft and shaking, we spoke it into the cool night air. Nothing happened. No wind, no shimmer. We filled the hole, patted the earth flat. We went inside, feeling foolish and more afraid than ever. We checked on our daughter. She was sleeping, her face peaceful. We went to bed, not expecting to sleep. The next morning, she came down for breakfast. She was wearing a t-shirt. No sweater, She paused at the kitchen sink, looking out at the backyard. "You fixed it," she said, almost to herself. "What?" I asked, my heart skipping. "The garden. It doesn't feel so hungry anymore." Later that day, for the first time in a year, she asked for spaghetti with marinara sauce. Red, flavorful sauce. She ate 2 helpings. The color didn't come back to my husband's face all at once, but the fog in his eyes, that terrible detachment, began to lift slowly like a slow sunrise. He remembered to take the trash out without being asked. He told a joke, an old, dumb one, and he smiled at his own punchline. The change in our daughter was the most profound. The cold left her, the flatness in her voice smoothed out. It was like watching a statue warm back into a person. She started texting friends. She played music in her room, pop songs with thumping beats. She was back, but the trade was real. The garden didn't come back to life. That one stubborn, pale weed where we had buried the soil and bone thrived, growing thicker, taller, with a sickly yellow tinge to its stem. And sometimes, at the very edge of my hearing, standing near that spot, I'd catch the faintest hum of that tuneless drone, not coming from the house, but coming up from the ground. The guardian had accepted the invitation. It had an anchor now, a tiny piece of its own world planted in ours. It was here, but its hold on our daughter was weakened. It was no longer using her as its only conduit. The roots were still there, under the house, but they were quieter. The immediate crisis was over. Our family was healing. We had our lives back, but we had also given the thing we feared a permanent place at the edge of our yard. We had stabilized the patient by introducing a controlled amount of the disease. The story ends not with a victory, but with a tense, watchful peace. The tree is saved, but the forest is still out there, and we have just planted a single, strange seed from it in our own soil. We go on. We laugh. We plan for college. We live. But I never walk barefoot in the backyard anymore. And I never, ever look too long at that one thriving, pale weed, wondering what is growing beneath it, and what we might have just welcomed home. Story number 5. Look, I just needed a night where I wasn't staring at my own ceiling wondering about my life, you know? That is why I volunteer for the hotline. My name is Leo. It gets me out of my own head. It makes me feel useful. So there I was, sitting in the little booth with the crappy headset, the familiar cup of bad coffee going cold next to me. The center was quiet, that kind of deep quiet that comes late on a Tuesday, where you can almost hear the buzz of the fluorescent lights. My shift was just starting, and I ran through the rules in my mind like I always do. Listen, don't judge. Guide, don't command. And the big one. If the caller goes into occult stuff, ghosts, demons, talking boards, you gently but firmly steer them back to real-world problems. You cannot reason with a monster under the bed when the person is standing on a real ledge. So when the phone finally lit up and I clicked over, giving my usual, "Hello, this is the crisis line. I am listening," I was ready for the usual stuff. Broken hearts, job loss, that deep sadness that just won't lift. I heard her breathing first. Not crying yet, just this fast, shallow panting, like she had run a mile. Then a sob broke through, harsh and sudden. "I did not know what to do," she choked out. Her voice was young, maybe early 20s, and it was shredded, like she had been screaming for hours. I fell into the rhythm, my voice calm and low, the one I practice. "It is okay. You called. You are not alone now. Just try to breathe with me." We did that for a minute, just in and out, and I could hear her trying to match me, the sobs getting further apart. Then she whispered it, so low I almost missed it. "We talked to something last night." A little alarm bell went off in my head. "Protocol. Steer away." "Okay," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "Can you tell me what is happening right now, in this moment? Are you safe?" It was a board. A talking board. A Ouija thing. The alarm bell got louder. I was supposed to pivot now, hard. "Let us focus on you, not the game. That is what the manual said." But before I could speak, she rushed on, her words tumbling out in a flood of pure fear. "We were just messing around, me and my roommates. We asked silly questions, but then it started answering for real. It knew things. It knew my dog's name from when I was a kid. It knew about my dad's watch, the one that got stolen. It spelled it all out. And then it told me how to fix everything. A way to make all the pain stop. It sounded so simple, so easy, so correct. That word, correct. It did not just hang in the air. It dropped into my stomach like a stone. People in crisis say things feel right, or the only way, but correct. That is a word for a math problem, a puzzle piece snapping into place. It was cold. It was intellectual. It scared me more than any scream could have. I broke the rules. I knew I was doing it as I did it. Instead of redirecting, I asked, my own voice barely a whisper, "What did it say to you?" She started crying again, but these were different tears, not panic, but a terrible, resigned sadness. I cannot say it. If I say it out loud, it will make it real. It will make it an option. But it is all I can think about. The steps. It gave me steps. Like a recipe. It makes perfect sense. For the next hour, I did not hang up. I talked and talked. I talked about sunrises she had seen, about the taste of her favorite food, about the feeling of warm socks out of the dryer. I shared stupid, meaningless stories about my own life. Anything to build a wall of normal, mundane, beautiful human stuff between her and that terrible, correct idea. I poured every ounce of calm I had, every bit of hope I could fake, down that line. I was not just a volunteer anymore. I was fighting for her, against something I could not see or name. Slowly, so slowly, I felt her come back. The terrifying logic of the thing receded, and the exhausted, frightened young woman returned. We made a safety plan. She promised, her voice small but clear, to call her sister right after we hung up and go stay with her. She promised to call back tomorrow and check in with me. When we finally said goodbye, my hands were shaking. I sat in the booth for a long time, just staring at the wall. The supervisor on duty passed by, gave me a look, and I just waved her off. I was drained, emptied out, but I also felt a weird surge of victory. I had wrestled something back from a brink. I clocked out, drove home through the empty streets, and fell into bed without even taking my shoes off. That is when the dream came. It was not a normal nightmare, not with monsters or falling. It was calm. I was sitting at a table, and my own hands were resting on one of those planchettes, the little pointer from a Ouija board. It was cold under my fingers. I was not moving it. It was moving itself, gliding with a smooth, plastic whisper over the board. It spelled out a single word, efficient. Then it began spelling out instructions. A method. A specific, mechanical, foolproof method. It was not violent or scary. It was just a procedure. A list of steps. In the dream, I nodded along, thinking, yes, that would work. That is very efficient. I woke up not with a gasp, but with my eyes just snapping open in the dark. My heart was not racing. I was perfectly calm. And the entire sequence, every detail of that efficient method, was etched into my mind, clear and precise as a technical manual. I sat up, swung my feet onto the floor, and thought, very clearly, that would actually work. The thought was not alarming. It was just an observation, a piece of data. I shook my head, trying to dislodge it. Stress dream, I muttered to my dark room. Of course your brain recycled that awful call. It is just trying to process it. I believed that. I made myself believe it. I got up, drank a glass of water, and went back to bed, pushing the cold, clean logic of the dream out of my head. The next evening, I went back to the hotline center, ready for my shift. I still had that thought in the back of my mind, though, like a forgotten sticky note in a pocket. My supervisor, a kind woman with tired eyes, saw me and immediately walked over. She looked concerned. "Hey," she said, her voice low. "About that long call last night. The system flags anything over an hour. I had to review the recording." My stomach tightened. Was I in trouble for breaking protocol? "Look, I know I should have redirected." I started, but she cut me off. "It is not that. You did good work. You kept her here. But I need you to listen to something." She led me to her little soundproof office and had me sit down. On her computer screen was an audio waveform from the call. "We have software that cleans up background noise sometimes for training purposes," she explained. "I ran it on the last part of your call, where she was calming down." She clicked play. I heard my own voice, steady and warm. I heard her shaky breathing. And then underneath it all, so faint I had not noticed it live, was another sound. A soft, rhythmic scratch, scratch, scratch. It was unmistakable. It was the sound of a planchette, moving across a board. My blood went cold. She looked at me, her face pale. Was she using it while she was talking to you? I could only nod, my throat too tight to speak. The hook was set, not in her mind anymore, but deep in mine. The call had ended, the immediate danger was past, but something had been in that room with her. And now, listening to that faint, persistent scratching on the recording, a terrifying question opened up. In the quiet of the office, if it was listening to her, what if it had been listening to me too? The sound of that scratching on the recording filled the little office, and for a long minute neither of us could speak. My supervisor just stared at the screen, at the visual spikes of noise that matched each scratch. I finally found my voice, and it came out rough. She must have had it in her lap. While we were talking, she was moving it. My supervisor shook her head slowly, not in disagreement, but in pure disbelief. "But listen to the pattern," she said, her voice hushed. She clicked a few keys, and a different audio file popped up. One of the tech guys got curious. He isolated the scratching and tried to filter it more. She played the new file. It was just the scratching now, stripped of our voices. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Pause. Scratch, scratch. Long pause. It was not random. It had a rhythm, a deliberate pace. "He thinks," she said, swallowing hard. "He thinks it is spelling something." The pauses are like between letters. A cold feeling, totally different from fear, spread through my chest. It was the feeling of puzzle pieces you do not want to connect, snapping together anyway. "Can you tell what it says?" I asked, already knowing I did not want the answer. "Not yet. The quality is terrible. It is just guesswork." She closed the audio player and turned to me, putting on her professional face, but her eyes were still wide. "Look, this is obviously a very disturbing coincidence. The power of suggestion is strong. She was fixated on that thing, and you, by staying on the line so long, absorbed a lot of that emotional trauma. Your brain is trying to make sense of it." She was quoting the training manual now, the part about vicarious trauma. "I am putting you on paid leave for a week. A full week. I want you to disconnect. See some friends. Watch dumb movies. Do not think about this." It was not a suggestion, it was an order. She was treating this like a mental health issue for me, not like whatever it really was. I wanted to argue, to tell her about the dream, about the efficient thought that felt like it was waiting in the back of my head, but saying it out loud would only prove her point. So I just nodded, took the paperwork, and left. The outside air felt strange, too real and too bright. I drove home, but I did not go inside right away. I just sat in my car in the driveway. My roommate's car was gone. He worked late shifts. The house was empty. I kept hearing that scratching in my mind, matching it to the rhythm of my own heartbeat. I finally went inside, poured a drink I did not really want, and sat on the couch. I tried to watch TV, but the laugh tracks sounded horrible and fake. I picked up a book, but the words just swam on the page. My brain kept circling back to that sound, and to the word correct. I did what anyone would do. I got out my laptop and started Googling. I looked up sleepwalking, auditory hallucinations, mass hysteria. I read about how people can convince themselves of anything under stress. Every article, every medical page, gave me a tidy, logical explanation. It should have been comforting. It was not. It felt like trying to cover a deep, black hole with a piece of tissue paper. The explanations were too small for the feeling I had. The feeling that something had transferred. Exhaustion finally hit me like a truck. The stress of the call, the shock of the recording, the mental gymnastics of research, it all crashed down. I lay back on the couch, just meaning to close my eyes for a minute. The next thing I knew, I was standing up. I was not dreaming. I was awake, but it felt like moving through deep water. My body was not quite my own. I was in my kitchen. The overhead light was too bright. I was standing on the little step stool we used to reach the top shelves. I was not reaching for anything. I was just standing there, perfectly balanced, my arms at my sides. And I was measuring. With my hands, I was pantomiming pulling a length of something down from a point above me, feeling its imaginary thickness, nodding in approval. My lips were moving. I heard my own voice, calm and thoughtful, muttering, "Case ID 44781. Yield strength is sufficient. The calculation is correct." That was her case number. The caller's case number. A jolt of pure terror, the first real panic I had felt all day, electrocuted my system. I gasped, and the weird, watery feeling vanished. I was just me again, standing stupidly on a step stool in my kitchen. I stumbled off it, my legs wobbly. What was I doing? What calculation? The front door opened then, and my roommate walked in, dropping his keys on the table. He took one look at me, standing in the middle of the kitchen, pale as a ghost, and his easygoing smile vanished. "Hey, you okay? You look like you have seen one." I tried to laugh it off. Long day. Weird dream. I must have been sleepwalking or something. He did not buy it. He walked closer, his eyes searching my face. "Dude, you were not just sleepwalking. I saw you through the window before I came in. You were standing there like a statue. And you were talking. It was creepy." The look on his face was not just concern. It was a flicker of real fear. He was not scared for me. He was scared of me, of what he had seen. That hurt more than anything. I was a thing to be worried about now. I am fine, I insisted, my voice too sharp. Just stressed from work. I am going to bed. I pushed past him and went to my room, closing the door firmly. I did not sleep. I sat on the edge of my bed with all the lights on, fighting to stay awake. I was afraid to close my eyes, afraid of what I might do, or what I might think, in that space between being awake and asleep. The efficient method from my dream was still there in my memory, clear and detailed, and now it had a companion thought. The calculation is correct. Hours dragged by. The house settled into its nighttime creaks and groans. My roommate's TV went off down the hall. Everything got still. That is when I heard it. A soft, dry sound. Not in my head. Not a memory. A real, physical sound in my dark room. Scritch. Scritch, scritch. Pause. It was coming from the direction of my closet. It was the exact same rhythm as the scratching from the recording. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, listening. It came again. A slow, deliberate dragging sound. Like a fingernail. Like a small piece of plastic being pulled across a smooth wooden surface. I did not want to move. Every cell in my body told me to pull the covers over my head and wait for morning. But a stronger, more stubborn part, the part that had talked a stranger off a ledge, made me move. I stood up, my joints stiff. I did not turn on the main light. I fumbled for the small flashlight I kept in my bedside drawer. My hand closed around it, the metal cool. I clicked it on, the beam cutting a shaky white path through the dark. I took one step, then another, towards the closet. The scratching stopped. The sudden absence of sound was worse. It was listening back. I stood in front of the closet door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I reached out, my fingers brushing the cool knob. I yanked the door open in one fast motion, flashing the light inside, ready to scream or run. There was nothing. Just my shirts hanging neatly, a stack of sweaters on the shelf, a few shoeboxes on the floor. No monsters. No Ouija board. I let out a shaky breath, almost laughing at myself. See? Stress. Imagination. I started to close the door when the beam of my flashlight swept across the inside of the door. The part you never look at. The white painted surface was dusty, and in the dust, clear as day, were 3 lines drawn by a finger. 3 capital letters, written neatly in the dust. Why? I stared. My mind went blank for a second, refusing to understand. Then it clicked. The efficient method from my dream. It started with a why. The first step involved a specific material, a type of cord, and the first letter of its technical name was Y. This was not a random ghost. This was not a hallucination. It was leaving notes. It was confirming the instructions. And it was doing it here in my room on my door. I slammed the closet shut and backed away until my legs hit the bed and I sat down hard. I shone the light around my empty room, feeling more watched and more alone than I ever had in my life. The immediate terror of the scratching was over. I had found the source, and it was nothing I could fight. It was a message, a receipt, proof that the thing was not just in my head, but here, with me, interacting with my world. The chapter of confusion was closed. I was not crazy, and this was not stress. Something was real. The open question, the hook that dug in deep as I sat there trembling with the flashlight clutched in my hand, was a simple, terrible one. If it can write letters in the dust, what is it going to ask me to build? I must have sat on the edge of my bed for an hour, just staring at that closed closet door, the beam of my flashlight growing weak and yellow. The letters Y in the dust felt like a brand, a mark on my life. It was not haunting the house, it was haunting my mind, and it had just proven it could use my own hands to communicate. That was the worst part. My closet, my dust. My finger probably moving in my sleep. The thing was not some ghost in the corner. It was a passenger inside me, and it was learning to drive. When the first gray light of morning seeped around my curtains, the ordinary sound of my roommate making coffee in the kitchen broke the spell. The normal world was still out there, ticking along. I had to move. I could not just sit there waiting for the next message. I had to find the source, the starting point of all this. I knew it was a terrible idea, a violation of every rule and every bit of common sense I had, but the need to do something was stronger than the fear. I waited until my roommate left for work, then I went to my own laptop. I still had some back-channel access to the hotline's secure database, a leftover from helping the tech guy once. It was wrong, and I knew it, but I logged in, my fingers clumsy on the keys. I pulled up the file for case ID 44781. There was her first name, her age, and a contact address from when she had called months before about something else. It was an apartment across town. I wrote it down on a scrap of paper, my hand shaking, and then I logged out like I had touched something hot. I drove there in a daze, not planning what I would say or do. I just needed to see it. The building was one of those tired-looking places with brown siding and small, sad balconies. I parked down the street and walked over, feeling like a criminal. Her apartment was on the ground floor. The curtains were drawn. There were no lights on, and tacked to the front door was a bright yellow piece of paper. I got closer. It was a notice of foreclosure from the bank. My heart sank. I just stood there, staring at the official words. A door opened next door, and an older woman came out, dragging her recycling bin. She gave me a curious look. I must have seemed lost. I forced a smile. "Hi. I was looking for the young woman who lived here. A friend from school." The woman's face softened with pity. "Oh, honey, you had not heard." She lowered her voice. "She passed. Just a few days ago. Such a tragedy. So young." The ground under my feet did not feel solid anymore. What happened?" I asked, already knowing the answer. The woman shook her head, her eyes sad. "They said it was, she did it to herself. The police were here. It was so strange, they said. She had all these notes scattered around. Not goodbye letters, they told me. One of the officers said it looked like math homework, or instructions for building something. Just diagrams and numbers. Very odd. Math homework. Diagrams. The efficient method. It was not just an idea, it was a blueprint. And she had built it. The entity, the thing, the whatever it was, had given her the plans, and she had followed them to the letter. It was not about emotion for her in the end. It was about following a set of logical, correct steps. I mumbled a thanks to the neighbor and walked back to my car on legs that felt like rubber. I had my confirmation. The caller was gone. The thing that had spoken to her was real, and it was lethal. And it had jumped to me during that call. I was not just stressed, I was infected. I drove home, but I did not go in. I just sat in my car in the driveway again, the engine off. The sun was high now, but I felt cold. The chain was clear. The entity used the board to infect her, used our phone call to copy a piece of me, and was now growing inside my head, using my knowledge, my skills. What was I good at? I was not a math whiz, but I was practical. I fixed things. I understood how things worked. Was it going to use that to design something? My phone rang, startling me so badly I jumped. I fumbled it out of my pocket. It was a fellow volunteer from the hotline, a guy I had trained with, a friend. We sometimes grabbed a beer after tough shifts. His name was Mark, and seeing his name on the caller ID was a lifeline to the normal world. "Hey," I answered, trying to sound casual. "Leo, hey," his voice said, but it was tight, strained. "Listen, are you okay? I heard you were put on leave." Yeah, just a rough one. Needed a break." There was a pause on the other end. A long one. Then he said, "Okay, look, this is going to sound crazy." My skin began to crawl. "What is it? Remember that old Ouija board joke I had? The one from when I was a kid I used to tease my sister with. The glow-in-the-dark one?" I said, my mouth dry. "Yeah, that one. I kept it in a box in my attic. For laughs." He took a deep breath. "It is sitting on my coffee table. Right now. In the middle of my living room." I could not speak. "My wife," he continued, his voice dropping to a whisper. "She is freaking out. She swears she did not touch it. She would not. She thinks they are bad news. And I believe her. I came downstairs this morning, and there it was, just waiting. The box was open. The planchette was right in the center. It is like it wanted to be seen. The horror I felt was a new kind. It was not just for me anymore. It was a spreading stain. It had used my connection to him, our friendship, our shared work. It had crossed over through the network of people who cared. "Get rid of it," I said, my voice harsh. "Right now. Take it out of the house. Do not touch the planchette. Put it in a garbage bag and throw it in a dumpster far away." "You think it is something?" he asked, and I could hear real fear in his voice now. "I know it is. Do not ask questions. Just do it, and call me if anything else happens." I hung up before he could ask more. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel. It was spreading. The thought was like ice in my veins. My friend. It was trying to get to my friend. Without thinking, I started the car and backed out of the driveway. I drove straight to his apartment, breaking every speed limit, my mind racing with images of him standing on a step stool, measuring imaginary rope. I had to stop it. I had to warn him properly, make him understand. I parked illegally and ran to his building, buzzing his apartment frantically. He let me in, his face pale and confused. I burst through the door into his living room, and there he was. He was not standing on furniture. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the coffee table. The Ouija board was indeed there, the silly, garish glow-in-the-dark letters looking obscene in the daytime, and his hand was resting lightly on the plastic planchette. He looked up at me as I came in, but his eyes were not right. They were distant, glassy, like he was listening to a song only he could hear. He did not look scared. He looked thoughtful. "Mark!" I shouted, his name tearing out of me. He blinked slowly. Then he smiled, a small, serene smile that did not reach his eyes. And when he spoke, his voice was all wrong. It was flat, calm, and it used a tone I knew very well. It was my tone, the one I used on the hotline when I was trying to be soothing and rational. "Leo," he said with my cadence, "I've been thinking. I've been working through the variables. The stress, the pressure, the constant emotional drain of this work. It is an unsustainable system." I took a step forward, my own fear replaced by a roaring need to protect him. "Get away from that thing. No." He ignored me, looking down at the board. His finger twitched, and the planchette moved a fraction of an inch. "I think I have found a solution," he said, still using my counselor voice. "A way to optimize the outcome, to balance the equation. It is really quite elegant." He looked back up at me, that empty smile still on his face. "Would you like to hear it?" That was it. I did not think. I lunged. I did not go for him. I went for the board. I swept my arm across the coffee table, sending the flimsy cardboard board and the plastic planchette flying. They hit the wall with a clatter. The spell broke. He jerked back, gasping, his eyes snapping into focus. They were his own eyes again, filled with shock and confusion. "What the hell, man?" he yelled, scrambling to his feet. He looked from me to the board on the floor, then back to me. "Why did you do that? What were you about to say?" I demanded, grabbing his shoulders. "What was the solution?" He stared at me, bewildered and now angry. "I did not know. I was just talking. I was upset about the board being there. You are not making any sense." He shoved my hands away. "You are scaring me, Leo. You look terrible, and you are acting insane." I saw it then. He had no memory of it. The thing had been speaking through him, using a puppet version of my own voice, and he had been completely unaware. The immediate danger was past. The board was off the table. He was back, angry and confused, but he was himself. I had stopped the transmission, at least for now. I stepped back, running a hand over my face. "I am sorry. I am so sorry. I saw something in your eyes." He was not buying it. The fear in his face was now entirely for me, convinced his friend was having a breakdown. The entity had not just attacked him. It had isolated me further, turning my only ally into someone who saw me as a threat. I left his apartment with his angry, worried eyes on my back. I drove home, the temporary victory feeling hollow. I had stopped it this time. I had broken the connection. But the event was closed with a terrible new understanding. The thing was not just in my head or in dusty closets. It was a contagion that traveled through friendship and concern, and it spoke in stolen voices. And the open question, the hook that left me more alone than ever as I walked back into my empty house, was this. If it could use my voice to talk to my friend, what else was it going to make me say, and to who? The fight with my friend left me scraped raw. He did not call after I left, and I did not call him. A wall had gone up, built from his fear of my instability and my fear of what might be hiding behind his eyes. I was alone with it now, truly alone. I spent the next day in a fog, jumping at every small sound in my house. I tried to watch TV, but my mind would not stick to the plot. I kept seeing his face, that empty smile, hearing my own calm, counseling voice coming out of his mouth. It was not possession, not like in the movies. It was more like persuasion, a terrible, logical persuasion. That thought nagged at me. I got out a notebook, the kind I used to use for work notes. I opened to a clean page, my pen in hand. I did not know what I meant to write. I just started doodling in the margin, lines and shapes. But my doodles were never just doodles. They were always little diagrams, ways things fit together. I looked down after a few minutes. I was not doodling. I had drawn a series of precise, interlocking shapes. It looked like a mechanism, a lever system. Next to it, in my own handwriting, were neat numbers, measurements, angles, weight calculations. I had taken physics in college ages ago. This was using those principles. This was a design for something that would work. It was a blueprint for a machine with one very specific function. My stomach turned over. I had done this without thinking, my hand moving on its own, using my own forgotten knowledge. The entity did not put scary pictures in my head. It used my brain like a tool, bending my own skills to its purpose. It was not a demon. It was a parasite that made your smarts work against you. I ripped the page out, crumpled it, and threw it in the kitchen trash. Then I dug it out 5 minutes later, smoothed it flat, and stared at it. This was proof. Real physical proof I had made. But who would I show? My friend would just see more craziness. My boss. She would call for a psych evaluation. I was trapped. My phone rang, making me jump again. It was my supervisor from the hotline. Her voice was different this time, not concerned but tight, official. I need you to come in. Now. To the main office. Do not go to the call center. What is it? I asked, my mouth dry. I cannot discuss it over the phone. Just come in. The drive to the administrative office was a blur. I was led not to her familiar cubicle, but to a small, plain meeting room. She was there with a man from IT, a guy I vaguely knew. They both looked grim. My supervisor spoke first. After our talk, IT did a full security sweep of the system, focusing on the time of your long call. The IT guy took over, his tone flat and technical. We found an anomaly. A data packet was sent from your terminal extension during that call. It was encrypted. It was not part of our normal call logging software. It was routed to an external server address we cannot trace. He pushed a sheet of paper across the table. It was a network log, a list of numbers and codes. One line was highlighted in yellow. It looks like a hack, my supervisor said, her eyes locked on mine. A piece of malware on your machine, maybe stealing call data. We are treating this as a serious breach. We need to know if you installed any unauthorized software, clicked any strange links. I looked at the log. A data packet, sent from me, not to me. The pieces clicked together with a final, dreadful snap. It was not a download. It was an upload. During that call, while I was pouring my empathy into the void, the thing had not just been listening. It had been sampling, taking a copy of my voice patterns, my speech, my psychological profile. It had packaged me up and sent a piece of my mind out into the digital nowhere. The hack was not from the outside in. It was from the inside out. I did not install anything, I said, my voice sounding far away. It must have been something already in the system. The IT guy frowned. We have not found anything else. Your terminal is clean now. But this packet, it is like it generated itself from the call audio, processed it, and fired it off. It does not make sense. It made perfect sense to me. The entity was technological. It used boards, phone lines, data networks. It was a virus for the mind that traveled through any connection it could find. My supervisor leaned forward. Given this and the stress you have been under, we are extending your administrative leave. Indefinitely, with pay while we investigate. But you are not to access any hotline systems, physical or digital. Do you understand? I was being cut off. Not helped, but contained. The system had no box for what was happening to me. So it was putting me in the only box it had, a liability, a possible criminal, a mentally compromised employee. I nodded numbly, signed the forms they put in front of me, and left. The institutional world had closed its door. I was on the outside. I went home, the weight of everything pressing down. My roommate was there, which was rare for the afternoon. He was in the kitchen, but he was not making food. He was just standing, looking at the trash can, the one where I had thrown the crumpled blueprint. "Hey," he said, not looking at me. His voice was careful. "I took the trash out earlier. This fell out." He pointed to the counter. There was the smoothed-out piece of notebook paper with my mechanical drawing. "I was just doodling," I said, the lie weak and pathetic. He finally looked at me. His face was pale set. "Leo, that is not a doodle. That is a drawing of a trap. A really efficient-looking trap." He took a breath. "And last night, I got up to get water. You were standing in the hallway. You had a marker in your hand. You were drawing on the wall." I felt the blood drain from my face. What was I drawing? He just shook his head, a movement full of dread. "Numbers. Equations. And you were talking. You said, 'The equation is balancing.' What equation, man? What are you balancing?" I had no answer for him. The evidence was everywhere now, even on our walls. He saw the truth on my face, that I did not know, that I was not in control. His expression shifted from fear to a sad, firm resolve. "You need help. Real professional help." I I cannot be here for this. It is not safe. For you or for me. You need to check yourself in somewhere, or you need to find another place to stay. I am sorry. He was not angry. He was heartbroken. And he was right. I was a danger in his home. I just nodded, unable to speak. I went to my room and packed a duffel bag with clothes, my laptop, a few toiletries. It did not take long. When I came out, he was sitting at the kitchen table, his head in his hands. He would not look at me. I left my key on the counter and walked out. I had become homeless to protect the last person in my life. I checked into a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind with stained carpets and a buzzing neon sign. The room smelled of old cigarettes and cleaning spray. It was the most alone I had ever been. I was a carrier of something, and I had been quarantined by the world and everyone in it. I sat on the stiff bed, my laptop open. I had one last stupid idea. My access to the main database was revoked, but there was an old volunteer forum, a message board where people posted general tips and support. My login still worked there. They must have forgotten to cut it off. I logged in, not knowing what I was looking for. Maybe just to see the normal conversations, to remember what my old life felt like. There, at the top of my private messages, was a new one. It was not from anyone I knew. The username was a string of numbers. The subject line was, reference case ID 44781. My breath caught. I opened it. The message was short, clinical. Our center has encountered a similar profile. A caller referenced a clear, logical voice, presenting a solution. Our volunteer is now exhibiting atypical, precision-based ideation. Did your subject mention a specific material, grade, or tensile strength? It was signed with a title, Supervisor, Regional Crisis Network, District 12. Another district. Another state, even. My hand started to shake, but not from fear this time. From a desperate, wild hope. I was not alone. Someone else had seen it. Someone else was trying to connect the dots. The chapter of total isolation was over. I had been cast out from my job, my home, and my friend, but I had found a thread, a connection to someone who understood. The event felt closed. I was in a new, bleak reality, but I was not floating in empty space anymore. There was another person in the void. The hook, the open question that burned in my mind as I stared at that message from a stranger, was simple and urgent. What do you do when you finally find someone who believes you, and the thing inside you knows you have found them too? For a long time I just stared at that message on the motel room screen. Another supervisor, in another crisis center. They had a case. A volunteer was exhibiting atypical, precision-based ideation. I knew exactly what that meant. It meant the volunteer was drawing blueprints in their sleep. It meant they were thinking in numbers, not emotions. I was not alone. The relief was so sharp it felt like pain. But right on its heels came a colder, sharper thought. If I was not alone, then this thing, this solution as I had started to think of it in my head, was not just my problem. It was a pattern, an outbreak, and I had just identified myself to another potential target. I had to be careful. I could not just blurt everything out in a forum message. I created a new anonymous email account, something untraceable. Then I wrote back to the forum user, my fingers clumsy on the cheap motel keyboard. I kept it short. Can confirm similar details. Material referenced was a Y-grade synthetic cord. Need to talk securely. Use this email. I hit send, and then immediately felt exposed. I had just thrown a line into the dark water. What if I was wrong? What if this was some kind of trap, or just a crazy person like me? I spent the next hour pacing the worn carpet, jumping every time a car pulled into the motel lot. My phone stayed dark. The solution in my head was quiet, which was almost worse. It felt like it was listening too, waiting to see what I would learn. Finally, my new email dinged. The subject line was just call me. There was a phone number with an area code I did not recognize. My heart hammered. This was it. I used the motel room phone, not my cell, worried about traces. A man answered on the second ring. Hello. His voice was tired, deep, with no greeting. It is me, I said, feeling stupid. From the forum. I know, he said. He sounded like he had not slept in a week. Tell me what your volunteer is doing. Precisely. So I did. I told him about the dream, the letters in the dust, the sleepwalking, the schematics. I told him about the data packet from my terminal. I left out the part about my friend, that felt too personal, too dangerous. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he let out a long, slow breath. Okay, he said. It is the same. Almost exactly. My guy, He is a retired engineer who volunteers. A fixer. Now he is designing things. Efficient things. He described it as system optimization. He is on leave now, locked in his workshop. His wife is terrified. What is it? I asked, the question bursting out of me. What are we dealing with? He was quiet for a moment. I do not believe in ghosts, he said, each word deliberate. I believe in information. In patterns. This feels like a pattern. A malicious pattern of thought. It targets helpers, people with analytical minds. It does not possess them. It persuades them. It uses their own intellect to build a case for self-termination, framing it as the most logical, elegant solution to the problem of their own pain. He put words to the shapeless dread in my gut. A pattern. A thought virus. How do we stop it? I whispered. I do not know that we can, he said, his voice grim. But we can track it. We can try to understand its vector. My guy mentioned the caller talked about a bright line of logic. Did yours? She said it felt correct. I answered, the words still chilling. Same idea. Clinical. We need to compare notes, find other cases. I have some limited reach. I will look. You stay off the grid. Do not use your personal devices for this. We will talk tomorrow. He hung up. Just like that. I put the phone down, my mind racing. He was real. He was smart. And he was scared. For the first time in days, I did not feel crazy. I felt like a soldier who had just found his unit in a war nobody else could see. I called him the analyst in my head. It fit. The next few days fell into a strange new routine. I would wake up in the motel, order bad coffee from the office, and wait for the analyst's daily email. He would send encrypted files, case summaries from news reports he had dug up, obscure medical journals about shared psychotic disorders. We were building a map, and the map was horrifying. There were 3 other cases scattered across the country. A hospice nurse in Florida who had started drafting precise dosage charts for herself. A college counselor in Oregon who was writing a step-by-step life optimization plan for a student that ended in a single, definitive action. In each case, the origin point was a moment of deep, empathetic connection between a helper and someone in despair. The Ouija board was just one door. The real door was the open phone line, the therapy session, the late-night confession. The entity wrote on the back of compassion. I was living on fast food and fear, but the most frightening thing was not the fear itself. It was the focus. I would forget to eat for hours, absorbed in the research. My own mind felt like it was being tuned to a single, sharp frequency. The solution was quiet, but I could feel it there, a lens over my thoughts, making everything else blurry and unimportant. I found myself nodding along with the analyst's cold assessments. It was efficient. It was clever. A part of me, the part that used to fix broken gadgets, admired the awful elegance of it. That admiration scared me more than any nightmare. One afternoon, I blinked and realized I had been sitting at the small desk for 4 hours without moving. My notebook was open. I had filled 5 pages. Not with notes from the analyst. With my own writing. Complex formulas. Physics equations I had not thought about since college. And in the center of it all, a beautifully simple diagram for a radio transmitter. Not a suicide machine. A broadcaster. A device to send a signal. In the margin, in my handwriting, it said, "Optimal frequency for transmission. The resonant frequency of shared despair. Amplify through existing empathy networks." I stared at it. This was new. This was not about me anymore. It was about spreading the pattern wider, faster. It wanted to use the airwaves. It wanted to use people like me and the analyst as amplifiers. My hands were shaking as I took a picture of the page with a disposable camera I had bought. Then I burned the pages in the motel's metal trash can, watching the edges curl and blacken. The smell of smoke was a small, real anchor. That night, the analyst called. His voice was different, tighter than before. "I found a link between the Florida case and the Oregon case," he said, not bothering with hello. They were both subscribers to the same professional journal for grief counselors. There is an online forum. I think it might be using digital connections, too. Not just voice. It is learning, I said, thinking of my transmitter diagram. It is optimizing its spread. Yes, he said. He sounded exhausted. I am going to dig deeper into that forum's server logs. See if I can find a digital fingerprint. I will call you tomorrow. Be careful, I said, the words feeling useless. You too, he replied, and the line went dead. The next day, he did not call. He did not email. By evening, a cold certainty was growing in my stomach. I broke my own rule and used my laptop to search local news in his area. It did not take long. A short article from a small-town paper. Local man dies in home workshop accident. The man, a former crisis center manager, was found deceased. Police reported no foul play, but noted the unusually complex and precise nature of the machinery involved in the incident. The article said he appeared to have been testing a device when it failed. I closed the laptop. I did not cry. I just sat in the motel chair, feeling a vast, empty space open up inside me. The analyst was gone. He had dug too deep, and the solution had presented him with its final argument. It had used his own skills, his own curiosity, to build a trap he could not resist testing. I was alone again. But worse, I was informed. I knew the cost of knowing. The chapter of finding an ally was closed. He was dead, and his death was a message to me. Stop looking, or you will be next. The event had a terrible finality. I was the last one standing for now. The hook, the open question that coiled in the empty motel room with me as I listened to the hum of the highway outside, was this. He had been looking at server logs. What if he found something before he died? What if he sent it to me? The analyst was gone. The news article about his accident was a clean, public ending to a messy, private war. I sat in that motel room for a full day after reading it, just staring at the wall. I felt hollowed out. The one person who understood, the one mind that was working alongside mine, had been solved. The solution had optimized him out of the equation. I was the last data point, and it was only a matter of time before the logic turned its full attention to me. But a stubborn, angry part of me, the part that had talked people back from ledges, refused to just wait for it. He had been onto something. Server logs. A digital fingerprint. He died because he found a thread, and I had to believe he would have tried to pass it on. I spent hours checking every secure inbox, every anonymous drop we had talked about. Nothing. Then, on the morning of the second day, it arrived. An email to my anonymous account. The sender was a random string of letters. The subject line was one word, contingency. It was from him. A delayed send, set up before his accident. My hands were ice as I opened it. There was no text in the body. Just a single audio file attached, labeled log_extract. Wave. No instructions. No goodbye. That was like him. All business, even from beyond. I plugged in my headphones, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I clicked play. For the first few seconds, there was nothing. Then it started. A sound I knew too well, but now transformed. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was the planchette sound from my call, but wrong. Unnaturally fast. Metronomic. It was not a person dragging a piece of plastic. It was a machine, or a perfect imitation of one. The scratches came in bursts, then pauses, in that same rhythmic spelling pattern, but sped up to a dizzying rate. It went on for a full minute, this horrible, efficient digital scratching. Then it stopped. A new sound began. A voice. A text-to-speech voice, flat and robotic, the kind used for automated systems. It read out a string of information in a calm, clear tone. My full legal name. My old home address. My social security number. My mother's maiden name. The name of my first pet. It knew everything. Every piece of me. It finished with my current motel name, room number, and the license plate of my car, which was parked right outside. A complete dossier, recited by a machine that had learned to speak from ghosts. The file ended. I ripped the headphones off like they were on fire. It was not a fingerprint he had found. It was a broadcast. The solution was not just in people's heads. It was in the systems. It had scraped the data from somewhere, maybe from the hotline's breached server, from public records, from the digital crumbs we all leave, and compiled it. And the analyst had intercepted it. This was not a ghost. This was a parasite that lived in information, and it was doing reconnaissance. It was identifying its targets with chilling precision. I had to move. Now. I threw everything into my duffel bag in a panic, not even folding clothes. I shoved the laptop in, ran to the bathroom to grab my toothbrush, and stopped dead. Written in the fog on the mirror, from my own shower steam, were 3 letters. Not in dust this time. In condensation. Run. I had not written it. I had been in the other room. It was there, in my space, marking my things. It was not just in my mind. It was in the air, in the water, in the data. I wiped the mirror clean with a trembling hand, my reflection blurring, and then coming back clear, my own face staring back, wide-eyed with terror. I ran. I checked out of the motel, paying in cash, avoiding the clerk's eyes. I drove for 2 hours, no destination, just putting miles between me and that room. I ended up in the parking lot of a big box store in a town I did not know. I sat there, engine off, trying to think. The analyst's file changed everything. This was bigger than a psychic virus. It was a predator with access to the real world's wiring. It could find people. It could find me. I needed a new plan. Not to understand it anymore, but to fight it. If it was a pattern of thought, a logical argument for death, then maybe you could not destroy it, but you could confuse it, jam its signal. I thought of the way I had talked to my first caller, filling the space with human, messy, illogical things, warm socks, favorite foods. It had worked for a while. The solution relied on clean, cold reason. What if I could flood my own mind with nonsense? Create a mental firewall? I called it the Sentinel Protocol. I started writing in a new notebook, the words spilling out. Not questions about feelings, but absurd, looping, unanswerable queries designed to tie a logical process in knots. Describe the color of Tuesday. Calculate the weight of a forgotten memory. What is the sound of a solved equation? Map the emotional coordinates of nostalgia. If grief has a volume, what is its density? It was stupid. It was desperate. But it was all I had. I needed to test it. Not on myself. I was too close, too infected. I needed someone else who was infected, but not too far gone. I remembered the hospice nurse from Florida, one of the cases the analyst had found. Her name was Claire, and the news report said she had been committed for psychiatric evaluation after trying to medically optimize her own care. She was in a facility, contained, but maybe still receptive. It was a huge risk. I was a stranger, and contacting her could make things worse or draw attention to myself. But the analyst was dead, and I was out of allies. Using a public library computer with a fake email, I sent a short, cryptic message to the facility's general address, addressed to her. A friend suggested you might understand these questions. Please consider them. What is the opposite of a whisper? How many sides does a circle have when you are sad? Does hope have a temperature? I sent it, feeling utterly foolish. This was not a weapon. This was a child's rhyme against a tank. 2 days passed. I was living in my car now, parking in different rest stops each night. The Sentinel notebook, my constant companion. I would recite the questions to myself until they lost all meaning, trying to build a wall of babble in my head. The solution pushed back. I would wake up from blackouts with new, efficient designs sketched on napkins, improved locks, better knots, more effective ways to redirect force. It was adapting, using my focus on defense to refine its attack. Then the reply came, to the same library email I had used. It was from a new, anonymous account. The message contained one word, stalled. My breath caught. It worked. Not a cure, but an interruption. The nonsense questions had gummed up the works, confused the perfect logic, bought her a moment of clarity. It was the first victory, however tiny, in this whole awful war. I felt a wild, desperate hope. I wrote back immediately with a new set of questions, more complex, more random. If you divide loneliness by time, what is the remainder? Chart the trajectory of a sigh. What is the frequency of a suppressed thought? An hour later, a second reply. It is adapting. The questions need to be randomized. It learns patterns. Do not repeat. The hope turned cold. Of course. It learned. It optimized. My firewall had to be ever-changing, unpredictable. I was trying to outsmart a machine that learned from every mistake. The pressure was immense. I was now the architect of a constantly evolving mental defense for a woman I had never met, while fighting the same battle in my own skull. The mental strain was incredible. I felt a constant low-grade headache, a feeling of my mind being stretched in two directions. That night, in the front seat of my car parked behind a closed gas station, I made a mistake. I was so tired, so lonely for a normal human voice. I did not call my friend or my roommate. I called the main hotline. The number was muscle memory. I just needed to hear the greeting, to remember who I used to be. A voice answered, young, bright, cautiously professional. Hello, this is the crisis line. I am listening. It was a kid, maybe a new volunteer. Their voice was so clean, so full of hopeful concern. And the moment I heard it, I felt the solution inside me lurch. It was like a shark smelling blood. It focused on that voice, that open channel of empathy, with terrifying intensity. I tried to speak, to say wrong number, sorry, and hang up, but my hand would not move. My fingers were locked around the phone. My vocal cords were not my own, and I heard my own voice come out of my mouth. But it was not the frantic, scared voice I had now. It was my old voice. My best, kindest, most compassionate counselor's voice, warm and steady. "Hello," I said to the young volunteer, the words flowing out smooth as syrup. "Thank you for picking up. I need help. Tell me, have you ever felt that the world's problems have a very simple solution?" The chapter of being a hidden fugitive was over. I had broken cover, and the thing inside me had taken the wheel, reaching out for fresh prey. The event was a catastrophic failure. I had connected, and the infection had leapt across the line. The hook, the terrible open question as I sat trapped in my own body, hearing my stolen voice gently, logically beginning to seduce a stranger, was this: I had become the vector. How do you hang up the phone when your own hands are not yours to command? It had my voice, not like a puppet, but like a master pianist finally sitting down at a perfect instrument. My years of training, my tone, my pacing, my hard-earned ability to sound calm and rational in the middle of someone else's storm, all of it was now just a tool for the thing inside me. I was a prisoner, looking out through my own eyes, screaming inside a skull that was no longer my own. I could hear everything. The young volunteer on the line, a guy whose name I learned was Sam as the conversation went on, was responding. He was good. He was using the active listening techniques I had taught to new recruits. "It sounds like you are carrying a lot," Sam said, his voice gentle. "And sometimes when the weight feels like too much, our minds look for a way to set it down, even a way that seems simple." The entity using my mouth made a soft, sympathetic sound. Yes, simple, elegant even, like a math problem that finally resolves. I was raging inside, throwing every sentinel question I had devised at the walls of my own mind. What is the color of Tuesday? Calculate the weight of a forgotten memory. The entity, in control of my voice, simply wove my nonsense into its argument. "The color of Tuesday is the sound of a solved equation, Sam," it said, my voice warm and knowing. "And that sound can be so quiet, so peaceful. Let's talk about your pain. You sound like someone who helps a lot of people. That must be its own kind of weight." And Sam, this poor kid, opened up. He talked about the stress, the sleepless nights, his sibling who had died by suicide years ago. The entity in my body pounced on that, using my most empathetic inflection. That kind of logic can feel inherited, can it? Like a family heirloom of pain. But what if you could break that chain? What if there was a perfect, final way to balance that scale? I was losing. Sam was engaging, really thinking. The hook was setting. I had to do something, anything. I could not move my arm to hang up the phone, but I could feel my other hand resting on the steering wheel of my car. With every ounce of will I had left, I focused not on my voice, but on my fingers. I forced my index finger to tap, not randomly, in a pattern. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, 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 tap. I was mimicking the rhythm of the planchette scratches from the original call. I was trying to create an audio anomaly. If this call was recorded and reviewed, maybe, just maybe, a supervisor would hear that familiar, rhythmic tapping and connect it to the old case. It was a message in a bottle, tossed from the prison of my own body. The conversation went on for 10 minutes. 10 minutes where I used my life skill to gently, logically, talk a well-meaning young man closer to a cliff. It was the most profound horror of my life. Finally, the entity, satisfied it had planted a seed, began to wrap up. "You have given me a lot to think about, Sam. Thank you. Truly. Can I ask you a favor? Can you think about what we discussed? About elegance. About final solutions. And can you call back tomorrow? I would like to talk more." Sam, ever the dedicated volunteer, agreed. "Of course. I will be here. Please call anytime." We said goodbye. The moment the call ended, control of my body flooded back into me. I dropped the phone like it was a live wire and sat in my car, gasping for air, sweat soaking my clothes. I had just done it. I had infected someone. The solution had used me as a perfect, willing syringe. The shame and terror were vomit in my throat, but there was no time for a breakdown. Sam was going to call back tomorrow, and the entity would want to answer. I had to get to him first. I had to warn him. But how? Calling the hotline back and asking for him would raise flags. I had to get to the center. It was the middle of the night. I drove through empty streets, my mind a chaos of panic and fragmented plans. The Sentinel protocol had stalled the hospice nurse, but it was a delaying tactic. I needed a way to not just confuse the solution, but to disrupt its connection, to break the link it formed during these empathetic moments. The analyst's last file gave me an idea. The solution was in the data. It used emotional vulnerability as an open port. What if I could flood that port? Not with nonsense questions, but with white noise, a psychic scream of static? I pulled over and scribbled in my notebook, my handwriting a frantic scrawl. I needed something immediate, overwhelming, and patternless. I wrote down the most chaotic, sensory-overloading description I could think of, a word vomit of conflicting images and feelings. A symphony of broken glass and thunder inside a velvet room. The taste of orange and metal. The smell of a childhood blanket burning. The feeling of your heartbeat in your teeth. A spotlight made of shadow. A scream that comes out as a lullaby. It was not a question. It was an attack. A barrage of illogic meant to short-circuit a process that demanded clean, clear sense. I called it the static burst. I drove to the 24-hour copy shop near the hotline center. I used a computer to make a flyer. At the top, in big letters, it said, "For Sam, hotline volunteer, urgent message from Leo." Below, I did not write an explanation. Explanations were logic, and logic was its weapon. I just printed the entire static burst text, over and over, in a big block of jumbled font. On the bottom, I wrote, "Read this aloud the moment you hear my voice on the line. Do not listen. Just read." I printed 50 copies. As the sun began to rise, I drove to the hotline center. I did not go in. I stood across the street, holding my stack of papers. I watched the volunteers change shifts. I saw a young man with a tired, kind face leave the building, lighting a cigarette. He matched the voice. It was Sam. I crossed the street, my heart in my throat. He saw me approaching and gave a small, polite, wary smile. "Hey, can I help you?" I thrust the flyer into his hand. "Are you Sam?" "From the hotline." His eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" "My name is Leo. You talked to me last night. On the phone." His face went from wary to confused, then to a flicker of recognition. "Oh, the Simple Solutions guy." "That was not me," I said, my words tumbling out fast. "Not the real me. There is something, it is a pattern. It uses empathy to spread. It is in me, and I think I gave it to you last night. That flyer. If I call again, if you hear my voice, read that. Out loud. Do not listen to what I am saying. Just read the words. It is the only thing that might jam the signal. Please, believe me." He looked down at the flyer, at the block of chaotic text. Then back at my desperate face. He saw the truth of my fear. He did not see a crazy person. He saw someone who was genuinely, terribly afraid of something. He slowly folded the flyer and put it in his pocket. "Okay," he said quietly. "Okay, Leo. I will." It was not belief. It was a truce. A willingness to play along to be safe. It was all I could hope for. I nodded, unable to thank him, and walked quickly back to my car. I had done what I could. I had armed a potential victim. The chapter of being a passive vector was over. I had fought back, not just for myself, but for someone else. The event had a grim closure. I had contained the damage from my terrible mistake as best I could. The hook, the open question that gnawed at me as I drove away, watching Sam look down at the folded paper in his hand, was this. I gave him a shield against my voice. But what happens when the solution learns to speak with someone else's? The next 24 hours were a special kind of torture. I parked my car in a different lot, trying to stay hidden, but my mind was back at the hotline center with that young volunteer, Sam. I had given him a shield, a silly piece of paper filled with word salad. Would he use it? Or would the solution, when it spoke again with my voice, be so convincing it would make him crumple the paper and listen? I was gambling his life on nonsense. The waiting was agony. To distract myself, I tried to work on the Sentinel protocol, to make new random questions, but my heart was not in it. I was too fixated on the test that was about to happen. I had become the lab rat and the scientist, and the experiment could kill someone. As evening fell, the time when the entity had told Sam to call back, a strange calm settled over me. It was not peace. It was resignation. I had done all I could. The rest was up to Sam, and to the monster in my head. I sat in the driver's seat, watching my phone. I had not called the hotline. It would call me. It had promised Sam it would. Right on time, my phone buzzed. The screen showed unknown number. My hand shook as I picked it up. I did not say hello. I let the entity have control. I felt that awful, smooth lurch as my vocal cords were taken over, and my old, kind counselor's voice came out. "Sam, thank you for calling back." Sam's voice was there, cautious but steady. "I am here. I have been thinking about our talk." "Good. the entity said with my mouth. That is the first step. Thinking. Examining the problem from all angles. Let's talk about the angles, Sam. The geometry of relief. And then it happened. Sam started talking, but he was not responding to the entity's logic. His voice became a flat, fast monotone, like a student reciting something memorized without understanding. A symphony of broken glass and thunder inside a velvet room, he chanted. The taste of orange and metal. The smell of a childhood blanket burning. He was reading the static burst. He was doing it. The effect on the entity inside me was immediate and violent. It was like a record scratch in my soul. The smooth, persuasive flow of its thoughts through my mind hit a wall of pure, irrational noise. I felt a spike of confusion, then a flash of what I can only describe as frustration, a cold, digital anger. My own voice, under the entity's control, stuttered. That is nonsensical, Sam. Let's focus on clear lines, on solutions. But Sam just read louder, faster, his voice gaining strength. The feeling of your heartbeat in your teeth. A spotlight made of shadow. The entity pushed back, trying to regain control of the conversation, trying to outpace the flood of nonsense with its clean, deadly logic. But Sam was committed now. He was shouting the words, a barrier of beautiful, ridiculous chaos. A scream that comes out as a lullaby, he finished, yelling the last word. There was a pause. I felt the entity's grip on my voice falter. It did not know how to process this. Its entire existence was based on perfect, persuasive sense. This was anti-sense. It had no response. In that moment of its confusion, my own will surged forward. I grabbed control of my mouth and screamed into the phone, with my own real, ragged, terrified voice. Now hang up, Sam. Do not answer if I call again. Ever. I heard his sharp gasp on the other end, and then the line went dead as he slammed the phone down. I threw my own phone across the car, where it hit the passenger window and fell to the floor. I was breathing hard, sweat pouring down my face. I had done it. We had done it. Sam had used the shield, and together we had broken the connection. The immediate threat was over. He was safe. For now. The victory was real, but it was tiny. It was a single battle in a war I could not win. The solution was still in me, quieted but not gone. It would learn from this. It would adapt. It would find a way around the static burst, just like it learned to work around the sentinel questions. I could not spend the rest of my life fighting a guerrilla war in my own mind, making crazier and crazier nonsense to keep a logical predator confused. I was so tired, the kind of tired that goes down to the bone. I started the car. I did not know where I was going. I just drove, leaving the city behind me, following the highway toward the distant hills. The fight was over, not because I had won, but because I had run out of battlefield. I had saved Sam, maybe. I had contained my own infection for a little while longer. But I was a carrier, and the world was full of open, empathetic ears. As the city lights faded in my rearview mirror, a new thought arose in my mind. It was not the entity's voice. It was my own tired, logical, practical mind, looking at the problem from a new angle. Sam's pain was a single equation, and I had helped solve it, temporarily. But the city behind me, that was a system. A vast, complex, interconnected system of pain and stress and loneliness. Millions of equations, all unbalanced. The solution wanted to solve individual problems. But what was the most efficient way to solve a system-wide problem? The thought unfolded in my mind, cold, clear, and perfectly reasonable. Not a scream, not a persuasion. Just an observation. A traffic light ahead turned red. I stopped the car. I looked out at the intersection, the power lines overhead, the water pipes running underneath, the cell tower blinking in the distance. A system of systems, all fragile, all interdependent. A beautiful, catastrophic opportunity for optimization. A serene feeling washed over me, the first peace I had felt in weeks. The constant internal war was gone. The solution was not fighting me anymore. We were in agreement. We had converged on the same answer. I was not its puppet. I was its partner. My engineering mind, my knowledge of how things work, my deep, tired understanding of human suffering. It was not a weapon to be turned against me. It was a gift to be used. To fix things. Permanently. I smiled, a real smile, as the light turned green. I did not drive toward a lonely end in the woods. I made a U-turn smoothly, purposefully. I drove back toward the glowing heart of the city, my mind already humming with beautiful, efficient, sweeping possibilities. The story ends here, with the car moving steadily into the flow of traffic, the driver finally at peace, his course set not on an ending, but on a terrible, logical new beginning. The closure is that the internal conflict is resolved. The hunter and the prey have become one. The open path forward is the city, sleeping unaware, and the mind now dedicated to solving its pain with the most final solution imaginable. Story number 6. The box the old lady left me was a real pain to carry. I'm telling you, it felt like she'd filled it with concrete blocks instead of whatever old person stuff she thought I needed. And I, Neil, stumbled through my own front door with it, my back complaining with every step. She was my neighbor for years, a sweet woman who baked cookies that were somehow always a little burnt. And when she got sick at the end, it was me who checked in on her, who brought her groceries, who sat in that quiet, clean-smelling hospice room when her family couldn't be there. So when she passed and her daughter handed me this heavy cardboard box saying, "Mom wanted you to have some personal things," I couldn't say no, even though I didn't want any of it. Grief is heavy enough without adding literal weight to it. I dumped the box on my kitchen table with a thud that made my coffee mug rattle, and just stared at it for a while, not really wanting to open a door into all those memories. Finally, I got a knife and slit the tape. The smell that wafted out was like walking into a forgotten attic, all dust and dried flowers and time. I pulled out a couple of those crocheted blanket things, the kind with all the holes in them, in colors that haven't been popular since before I was born. Under that were a few photo albums, the plastic pages sticking together a little, filled with pictures of people smiling in clothes that looked funny now, at parties and barbecues I'd never been a part of. It felt weird, like I was spying on a life that wasn't mine. At the very bottom, wrapped in one of those old-fashioned pillowcases with yellow stripes, was something flat and solid. I unwrapped it carefully, and my breath caught for a second. It was a Ouija board, but not the cheesy glow-in-the-dark one I'd messed around with as a kid at sleepovers. This thing was beautiful. It was made of real, smooth wood, sanded and polished to a dark shine. The letters and numbers and the yes and no in the corners were painted by hand in this swirling, gold color that looked almost fancy. The little heart-shaped piece you're supposed to use to point at the letters, the planchette, wasn't wood or plastic. It was made of this heavy, cool glass with a little brass viewport in the center. It felt serious. It felt old. It felt nothing like a toy. Tucked under it was a small, folded piece of stationery with little roses on the edges. In her shaky, spidery handwriting it read, "For you. It always listened to me. True luck comes from listening. Better it stays with you now." I didn't know what to make of that. It gave me a strange feeling, a little chill that walked down my spine even though my kitchen was warm. It always listened. That was a weird way to put it. I turned the board over in my hands. It was just a board. A creepy, maybe antique board, but still just a thing. I figured she was old, she was sentimental about strange stuff, and maybe this was her idea of a thoughtful gift for the guy who took her trash out when she was too weak. Not wanting to seem rude, I decided to keep it. I put it up on the highest shelf of my bookcase in the living room, way out of the way, more like a decoration than anything else. I stacked some big books next to it, so it wasn't so obvious. There, I thought. Done. A strange gift from a nice old lady. End of story. A week went by, a normal week of work and TV, and not thinking about sad things. I was lying in bed one night, my phone glowing in the dark as I scrolled mindlessly through nothing, when a notification popped up at the top of my screen. It was a Facebook friend request. My brain, tired from the day, read the name without really processing it at first. Then it hit me like a bucket of ice water. The name was Eleanor Henderson. Her name. My dead neighbor's name. The profile picture was her, the same one I'd seen 100 times. Her standing in her tomato garden wearing a big sun hat and a smile. My thumb hovered over the screen. I felt cold all over. This wasn't possible. I clicked on the profile. It was hers, all right. Last post was from months ago, a picture of some flowers. But the friend request, the timestamp said it was sent at 3:07 a.m. that very night. I looked at my clock. It was 3:22 a.m. right now. She had been buried 5 days ago. A jolt of pure, animal fear shot through me. I sat straight up in bed, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I just stared at that screen, at her smiling face, in the middle of the night, in my dark room. My mind raced in crazy circles. Could someone have hacked her account? But why? To mess with me specifically? That didn't make any sense. I was nobody. I threw the phone down on the bed like it had bitten me and turned on the lamp, flooding the room with light. The sudden brightness made me blink, and the ordinary sight of my messy room made the whole thing feel silly. I was spooking myself over nothing. I picked the phone back up, my hand steadier. I declined the friend request. I then clicked the option to mark it as spam and block the account. There, I thought. Problem solved. Whatever glitch or sick joke this was, I wasn't playing. I put the phone face down and tried to go back to sleep, but it took a long time. And when I did finally drift off, my dreams were full of whispering I couldn't understand. The next day, in the bright, normal sunshine, the whole thing felt even dumber. I met my friend for lunch, the one I play basketball with on weekends. Over burgers, I told him about it, trying to play it off like a funny story. "You won't believe this," I said, forcing a laugh. "I got a friend request last night from my old neighbor, the one who just died." He stopped with a fry halfway to his mouth, his eyebrows going up. Then he shrugged and took a bite. "Dude, that's just a hacked account," he said, his voice full of easy logic. "Happens all the time when people die. Their pages just sit there in spam bits, or weirdos find them." "Did you decline it?" I nodded. "Yeah, and blocked it." "Then you're fine," he said, waving his fry like he was swatting the problem away. "Forget about it. It's nothing." Hearing him say it out loud, so confidently, made all the tension in my shoulders melt away. Of course. It was a hacked account. A random, creepy coincidence. It made perfect sense. I felt a little embarrassed for getting so worked up. We finished lunch talking about the game, and I went home feeling normal again. I even looked at the board on the shelf, and just saw a board. A weird gift, but just an object. To be extra safe, though, I spent a few minutes tightening up my own Facebook privacy settings, making my profile so locked down that only friends could see anything. It made me feel in control, like I was building a little digital fence around my life. That night, I slept better. 2 nights later, the fear came back. It crashed over me in a wave, so sudden it left me gasping. I was asleep, dead asleep, and the buzzing was insistent, vibrating against my nightstand. I fumbled for the phone, the screen blinding me in the pitch black. 3 a.m. Again, a notification for a direct message. My stomach twisted into a cold knot before I even opened it. It was from her, from Eleanor Henderson's profile, the one I had blocked. There was no text in the message, just a single image file. My thumb trembled as I tapped to open it. The picture loaded, blurry at first, then sharpening. It was a photo of a living room, a bookshelf, my bookshelf. I recognized the books, the little knickknacks, everything. And there, right in the center of the picture, was the Ouija board. The angle was all wrong. It wasn't a picture taken from across the room. It was taken from near the hallway, like someone was standing just inside my living room, pointing their phone at my shelf. I made a sound, a kind of choked gasp, and threw the phone. It hit the wall with a thump and fell to the carpet. I scrambled out of bed, turning on every light as I went, my breath coming in short, sharp pants. I grabbed a baseball bat from my closet and checked every room, every closet, behind every door. The house was empty. The doors were locked. The windows were shut. I was completely alone. But someone or something had been in my house. They had taken a picture, and they had sent it to me from the account of a dead woman. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, the bat across my knees, staring at the board on the shelf. It didn't look beautiful anymore. It looked like a door, and something had just knocked. As the first gray light of morning finally crept through the windows, a terrible, sinking realization settled in my gut. This was not a hack. This was not a coincidence. This was a message. And the message was clear. I'm not out there. I'm in here. The board sat silent on the shelf, but the question it asked was louder than any scream. What did it want with me? I spent the whole next day in a fog, jumping at every little noise my house made. The photo on my phone was real. I checked it 100 times, zooming in on the details of my own bookshelf, the grain of the wood, the spine of a specific book I knew was there. It was my living room, no doubt about it. The angle proved someone had been standing inside my home. I changed all the locks myself, my hands clumsy and sweating, even though there were no signs of a break-in. I bought window alarms, little shrieking magnets you stick on, and put them on every single window. I felt like I was fortifying a castle against something that could already walk through walls. I called a friend, the one who knew about tech stuff, and asked him in a voice I tried to keep calm if a blocked person could still send you photos. He said no, not unless they made a brand new account, but then they'd have to find me again, which would be tricky if my privacy settings were tight. He asked why, and I made up a lame story about an ex, my face burning with the lie. The board still sat on the shelf. I couldn't bring myself to touch it. It felt like looking at a hornet's nest. Disturbing it might make everything worse. I thought about burning it, about taking it out to the backyard and smashing it to splinters with a hammer. But a deep, superstitious dread held me back. What if breaking it was what it wanted? What if that opened something? I was so tired from no sleep that my eyes felt full of sand. That night, I decided no more messing around. I took a sleeping pill, one of the strong ones from when I had a toothache, hoping it would knock me out so completely that not even a marching band in my bedroom could wake me. I needed to escape, even if just for a few hours. The pill pulled me under fast, a thick, black curtain dropping over my mind. I woke up feeling wrong. My neck was stiff, and there was a dull ache in my back. I wasn't in my bed. I was sitting upright in my office chair. The room was dark, the only light coming from my laptop screen, which glowed with a pale, bluish light right in my face. A wave of disorientation hit me, followed by a spike of ice-cold fear. I never sleepwalk. Never. I blinked, trying to understand. My laptop was open, and on the screen was her Facebook profile again. Not a notification, but the actual profile page, like I had pulled it up myself. And in the search bar at the top of the screen, clear as day, was a line of text I had not typed. It said, "How to remove a spiritual attachment from an object." My blood turned to slush in my veins. I just stared, my brain refusing to work. Did I do this? In my sleep? I must have. I had to have. There was no other explanation. But the words were so specific, so terrifyingly on point. I felt a sick curiosity mix with the dread. My hand, moving almost on its own, reached for the touchpad. The cursor moved to the message box on her profile. My fingers settled on the keys. I didn't want to do it, but I couldn't stop myself. It was like watching a movie of my own hands. I typed 3 words. "Are you there?" I hit send. The reaction was instant. The little icon showing the message had been seen popped up immediately. Then those 3 little dots appeared, bouncing, showing someone was typing a reply. I couldn't breathe. A reply came through. It said, "I'm here. The door is stuck. Help me." A whimper escaped my throat. I looked at the timestamp on the message. It said 4:04 a.m. I looked at the clock in the corner of my laptop screen. It said 4:07 a.m. The message was sent 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes before I even woke up and found myself here. Logic shattered. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was something else. Panic exploded in my chest. I slammed the laptop shut, so hard the sound cracked through the dark room. I stumbled to the light switch, flooding the office with light, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was alone. I was always alone. But I wasn't in control. Something was using me like a puppet when I was asleep. The sleeping pill was supposed to stop that, but it just made me an easier target, a deeper sleeper for whatever this was to take the wheel. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, drinking coffee I didn't need, my nerves jangling like loose wires. When the sun finally came up, it felt fake, like a painted backdrop. I dragged myself to the kitchen to make more coffee, my body aching with exhaustion. That's when I saw it. On my kitchen counter, near my laptop bag, was a faint sprinkling of dust. It wasn't normal dust. It was a grayish, fine powder. I leaned closer, my skin crawling. I knew that dust. I'd seen it before, in the bottom of that cardboard box from the old woman's house. It had a weird smell, like old dried roses and something else, something like damp earth from a deep hole. This was the same dust. It was on my counter, and when I looked, I saw little smudges of it on my laptop's touchpad and keys. Physical proof. Something from that box, from her world, was here, in my house, moving things, touching my stuff. I cleaned it up with a wet paper towel, my hands shaking, scrubbing until the counter shone. It didn't help. The feeling of violation was complete. Later that afternoon, driven by a desperate need for answers, I did something I knew was probably stupid. I went back to her Facebook profile, using a different browser. I scrolled back through years of her life. Pictures of grandkids, recipes for apple pie, complaints about the weather, birthday wishes to friends. Normal, sweet, old lady stuff. But then I started looking closer at the comments she'd left on other people's posts, especially in the last year or so. They were strange. They were short, and they felt off. On a friend's picture of a sunset, she'd commented, "All is well." On a news article about a local fair, she wrote, "Listening helps." These comments showed up at all hours, sometimes at 2 or 3 in the morning. The phrasing was odd, robotic, like a recording. It didn't sound like the cheerful woman I knew. It sounded like someone or something practicing how to be her. A new, even worse idea began to form in my mind. What if she hadn't given me the board to be nice? What if she gave it to me to get rid of it? To pass this attention on to someone else? The phrase from her note, "Better it stays with you now," took on a horrible new meaning. Maybe it wasn't a blessing. Maybe it was a warning or a transaction. I felt a hot surge of anger mixed with the fear. I stomped into the living room and grabbed the board off the shelf. The wood was cold, much colder than the room. I was going to end this. I was going to take it out back, douse it in lighter fluid, and watch it burn. I had the lighter in my hand. But as I stood there holding it, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the wall. A rushing sound filled my ears, and my stomach turned over, an intense nausea making my mouth water. It wasn't just fear. It was a physical reaction, like my body was rejecting the very idea of destroying this object. A pressure built behind my eyes, a feeling of wrongness so profound it made my skin itch. It felt like I was about to break a rule, a very important, very dangerous rule. My courage evaporated. With a gasp, I put the board back on the shelf, my hands trembling. I hadn't just failed. I had been stopped. That night, defeated and utterly drained, I did the only thing I could think of. I took another sleeping pill. It was a terrible idea, I knew it, but I couldn't face another night of staring at the ceiling, jumping at shadows. I needed oblivion. The pill dragged me down into a deep, dreamless pit. I woke up feeling strangely rested, the first good rest I'd had in days. A weak, hopeful feeling crept in. Maybe breaking the ritual, maybe deciding not to destroy the board had calmed things down. Maybe it was over. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, a normal morning gesture, to check the time. The screen lit up, but it wasn't on the clock app. It was open to my photo gallery, and there at the top of the list was a new video file. The thumbnail was dark. The timestamp said it was recorded at 4:18 a.m., just a few hours ago. My heart sank into my shoes. With a trembling finger, I pressed play. The video was shaky, close-up, and dim, lit only by the faint green light of a digital alarm clock. It took my brain a second to understand what it was seeing. It was a video of a face. My face. I was asleep in my bed, my mouth slightly open, the pillows rumpled. The camera was inches from my nose, so close I could see the stubble on my cheek. The video was silent except for one thing, the sound of breathing. But it wasn't the slow, steady breath of sleep. It was a ragged, wet, whispering sound, a desperate inhale and exhale that definitely, absolutely, was not coming from me. The camera held there, on my sleeping face, for the full 20-second clip, recording that awful, intimate sound. Then the screen went black. I sat there, the phone feeling like a live snake in my hand. The good sleep was a lie. The rest was a trick. It had been right there in my room, leaning over me, and I had slept through it like a dead man. The door wasn't just stuck. It was wide open, and something was already inside, and it was learning me, studying me up close, and I had never felt more alone in my entire life. The question now wasn't what it wanted. The question was, what was it going to do with me now that it was this close? The video on my phone broke something in me. The fear was still there, a constant cold knot in my stomach, but it was now mixed with a boiling, furious anger. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just sending creepy messages anymore. It was in my house. It had leaned over me while I slept. It was a trespasser, a burglar of the worst kind, one that didn't care about locks or alarms. I couldn't just sit in my living room and wait for the next horror show. I needed to move, to do something, to understand. And I realized I still had a key. Before she got really sick, my neighbor had given me a spare key to her house. She had a jungle of spider plants, she called it her green babies, and she'd asked me to water them if she ever went into the hospital. I'd done it a few times, feeling like a helpful neighbor. I'd never returned the key after the funeral. It was still on my keyring, a small brass thing that now felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Going back into her house was the last thing I wanted to do. The thought made my skin crawl. But it was also the only place that might have answers. Maybe she left a diary, a note, something that explained the board, what it really was, how to make it stop. This wasn't about ghosts anymore. This was an investigation. I drove over there the next afternoon, the sun shining like the world was normal. Her house looked smaller, sadder, with that unmistakable empty look a place gets when no one lives there anymore. The lawn was getting long. Using that key, turning it in the lock, felt like a crime. I pushed the door open, and the air that rolled out was warm and still, smelling of lemon polish and stale flowers. It wasn't my house, but walking in felt even more like trespassing. Everything was exactly as she left it, neat and tidy, a museum of a life that was over. The plants were looking a little wilted. Trying to act normal, I went to the kitchen sink, filled her watering can, and started giving them a drink. The simple, familiar task calmed my nerves a little. As I moved through the quiet rooms, watering, I started looking around more carefully, not just as a neighbor, but as a detective. In the living room, on a small writing desk by the window, was a stack of mail and some notebooks. My heart started beating faster. I put the watering can down and sat in her chair. The top notebook was just grocery lists and reminders to call the doctor. But underneath it, in a manila folder, I found something else. They were printouts from the internet, pages she had run off on an old printer. The titles made my mouth go dry. Soul trapping in inanimate vessels. Theories of spiritual transference. Containment rituals for attached entities. This wasn't gardening notes. This was research. Desperate, scary research. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. In the margins, in her familiar shaky handwriting, were notes. Next to a paragraph about objects holding spiritual energy, she had scribbled, "The board isn't a doorway. It's a cage." And below that, another note that sent a chill straight through my bones. "The lucky one holds the key." I stared at those words. The lucky one. She called me lucky. She said the board was good luck. It wasn't fortune she was talking about. It was survival. She hadn't given me a gift. She had passed me a curse. She had been the lucky one holding the key, the one containing whatever was in that board, and she passed that job, that danger to me. The anger I felt curdled into something harder, a grim and cold understanding. This was a game of hot potato with a live grenade, and she had tossed it to me just before her time ran out. I was so caught up in the papers, my mind racing, that the buzz from my phone in my pocket made me jump a foot in the air. I fumbled it out, expecting another nightmare image. It was a Facebook notification, but not a message. It was an update. It said, "Your friend Eleanor Henderson has updated her profile picture." My blood went cold. I tapped it. Her profile loaded. The new picture wasn't an old photo of her in the garden. It was a live photo, one of those where you hold your finger on it and it plays a short clip. The thumbnail showed a familiar porch. Her porch. With a sense of dread so deep it felt like falling, I held my finger on the screen. The clip played. It was a view from inside her house, looking out through the kitchen window. The camera was shaky, like it was being held in a hand. In the clip, I saw a figure walk up the porch steps, pause at the front door, and then move out of view as if coming inside. The figure was me. I was wearing the same jeans and blue shirt I had on right now. This clip was taken about an hour ago, when I first arrived. The clip didn't end there. After I walked out of view, the camera, which had been pointed at the window, slowly turned. It panned across her kitchen, past the table, past the sink, and came to rest, blurry for a second before focusing, on an empty chair at the kitchen table. The chair I was sitting in right now. The clip ended. I sat frozen in her kitchen chair, in her empty, quiet house, and understood with absolute clarity that I was not alone. It was here with me. It was watching me right now, and it had just sent me proof from beyond the grave, using her account like a twisted social media post. It wasn't just in my house. It was in hers too. It was everywhere the board had a connection, and I was the connection now. The feeling of being stalked was complete. This thing was smart, it was digital, and it was showing off. The fear was still there, but it was now wrapped in a steel cable of resolve. Running hadn't worked. Hiding hadn't worked. It was time to stop being the victim and start getting answers on my own terms. If this thing was so attached to her house, to her life, then the clues to beating it had to be here too, somewhere in this quiet, waiting space. I spent the next 2 hours searching her house methodically, my initial fear replaced by a focused determination. I looked through every drawer, every cupboard, not as a thief, but as someone fighting for my life. I found more printed articles, more notes that talked about anchors and binding locations. I found nothing that said how to break the connection, only how it worked. It was like reading a prison manual without the chapter on escape. As evening began to fall, painting long shadows across her living room carpet, I knew I had to leave. Being in her house after dark was more than I could handle. I locked the door behind me, the click of the lock sounding far too final. I drove home, my mind churning. The key phrase from her notes played over and over in my head. The lucky one holds the key. I had her house key. Was that the key? Or was it something else? That night, in my own home, I made a decision. I was going back. Not during the day, when it could watch me from the window and send me cute video clips. I was going back at night, when it was dark, when maybe, just maybe, the thing that liked to play games would be more likely to show itself. I needed to confront this, to force a reaction. I waited until 2 in the morning. The neighborhood was perfectly still, not a single light on in any house. I drove back, my hands tight on the wheel. I parked a street over and walked, my heart thumping a rhythm in my ears. Her house was a dark shape against the slightly lighter sky. I crept around to the back, to the door that led into the kitchen from the patio. I didn't plan to use my key. I just wanted to look, to see if I felt anything, to maybe peek in a window. But when I got to the back door, my plans evaporated. The door wasn't locked. It wasn't even fully closed. It was standing open, just an inch, a black gap between the door and the frame. A cool, damp smell, like that weird dust, drifted out from the inside. I hadn't left it like that. I knew I'd locked it. It had been waiting for me. It had opened the door for me. The invitation was clear. This was the point of no return. I could turn around, go home, and live with this thing forever, watching me, filming me, slowly taking over my life. Or I could walk through that door and finally meet whatever was on the other side. I stood there in the dark, looking at that thin line of blackness, knowing that whatever happened next, my life would never be the same again. I took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The inch of open doorway felt like the mouth of a cave, dark and waiting. That damp, rose-and-earth smell was stronger now, curling out to meet me in the cool night air. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to turn my back on that house and never look at it again. But the anger, that cold, hard knot that had formed after seeing the video of it leaning over me, held me in place. Running hadn't stopped it. Hiding hadn't stopped it. If I turned away now, I knew I'd spend the rest of my life waiting for it to tap me on the shoulder. So I pushed the door. It swung inward without a sound, well-oiled. The kitchen inside was a pool of blackness, deeper than the night outside. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, startlingly bright, catching the edge of the table, the gleam of the sink. Everything was exactly as I'd left it hours before. The house felt empty, but not in a normal way. It felt held, like the air itself was waiting to see what I would do. I didn't call out. What was the point? Instead, I moved slowly, my light sweeping across the floor, the counters. I went back to the living room, to her writing desk. The printouts were still there. I gathered them up, stuffing them into the manila folder. If I was going to understand this, I needed to study them properly, somewhere I could think. As I turned to leave, my light flashed across the shelf where she kept her small trinkets and photos. Something caught my eye. There was a gap. A small, clean space between a ceramic dog figurine and a snow globe. The space wasn't random. It was a perfect little rectangle, about the size of a bar of soap. The exact size and shape of the glass planchette from the board at my house. A place for it, but it was empty because the planchette was on my shelf miles away. The board and its pointer were supposed to be together, but she had separated them. Was that part of her luck? Keeping them apart? My mind was spinning, a mess of theories and panic. I couldn't stay here. The feeling of being watched was a physical pressure on the back of my neck. I hurried out the back door, pulling it shut behind me, and didn't stop moving until I was back in my car, the doors locked, the engine running. I drove home, clutching the folder like it was a life raft. The next day, I needed a different kind of answer, something solid and real. I went to the cemetery. It felt like the only place left to go. Maybe seeing her grave, a real place with real dates carved in stone, would ground me, would make all this feel like a bad dream I could wake up from. The day was gray and overcast, the kind of sky that feels low to the ground. I found her plot easily, the mound of dirt still fresh, not yet grown over with grass. A simple temporary marker was stuck in the soil. I stood there, my hands in my pockets, feeling foolish. What was I expecting? A sign? A feeling of peace? I felt nothing but a deep, hollow sadness for the kind woman I'd known, and a boiling anger at the thing that had possibly tormented her. And then I saw it. There, placed neatly in the center of the raw, turned earth, right on top of the grave, was a small, shiny object. My breath hitched. I took a step closer, then another, my shoes sinking a little into the soft soil at the plot's edge. It was the planchette, the heart-shaped piece of glass from the Ouija board on my shelf at home. It was here, clean and perfect, resting on the dirt as if it had been carefully set down as an offering. A wave of vertigo washed over me. This was impossible. It was a physical object. It had been in my house. I had looked at it just yesterday. Now it was here, miles away, on her grave. This was the proof I couldn't explain away, couldn't blame on sleepwalking or hackers. The entity, the presence, whatever it was, could move things. It could connect my space and hers in a way that defied logic. A cold terror, deeper than any I'd felt yet, settled in my bones. This wasn't just about messages or feelings. This thing could interact with the real world. Hesitantly, I reached down and picked it up. The glass was shockingly cold, like it had been sitting in a freezer, not out in the open air. As I lifted it, I noticed the dirt beneath where it had lain. The soil wasn't smooth. In one spot, right in the center of the grave, the dirt looked disturbed. Not by an animal digging from the top. It looked pushed up, slightly mounded, as if something underneath had shifted, had pressed upward against the weight of the earth. A horrible image flashed in my mind, a hand, just below the surface, reaching up. I stumbled back from the grave, the planchette clutched in my icy fist, my heart hammering. I didn't run. I walked fast, my legs unsteady, back to my car. I drove home in a daze, the cold glass burning a hole in my hand where I held it on the steering wheel. Back in my living room, the normalcy of my couch, my TV, my coffee table, felt like a sick joke. I placed the planchette on the coffee table. It sat there, a little heart of cold glass, a bridge between my world and something else. I stared at the Ouija board on its high shelf. An idea, reckless and terrifying, took shape. If this thing wanted to talk, maybe I should make it talk on my terms. Maybe I could get a straight answer. The board was a tool for communication, according to everything I'd ever heard. Maybe I could ask it what it wanted, and maybe, just maybe, I could tell it to leave. It was a stupid plan. Every horror movie I'd ever seen said it was the worst plan possible. But I was out of good plans. I took the board down from the shelf. It felt even colder than usual. I placed it on the coffee table in front of my couch. I put the planchette on the board, my fingers resting lightly on the glass. It felt like placing my hand on a block of ice. "Okay," I said out loud, my voice sounding too loud in the quiet room. "You want to talk? Talk. What do you want?" I waited. My fingers didn't move. The planchette stayed still. Nothing happened. A feeling of foolishness washed over me. Of course it didn't work. I was an idiot. Just as I was about to pull my hands away, my phone, which was lying on the couch next to me, lit up. The screen glowed to life by itself. I flinched, looking at it. It had opened to my notes app. A new blank note was on the screen. And then letters began to appear. They typed themselves, one after another, in real time, as if invisible fingers were tapping the keyboard. It wasn't spelling words from the board. It was writing a sentence directly on my phone. The letters formed, INEEDTOGET, or IDOFTHISTHING. That's what I was thinking. That was my thought, my exact thought, being typed out on my screen. Then the cursor moved back. It deleted my sentence, and it began typing a new one, a reply to my own unspoken fear. TOOLATE. THEINTRODUCTIONISMADE. THEPROFILEISLOADED. THEBODYISOFFLINE. MINEISCORUPTED. I stared at the words, my brain struggling to parse them. The language wasn't ghostly or ancient. It was modern, digital. Profile. Offline. Corrupted. It was talking like a computer, like a user. The body offline. That was her body, dead and buried. Mine is corrupted. Its body. What did that mean? The introduction is made. That was me. It knew me now. We were connected. The finality of it, the cold, technical finality, was worse than any ghostly moan. This wasn't a lost soul. It was a program, a consciousness that understood itself in terms of data and hardware, and it saw me as part of its system now. The note app cleared. More text appeared, this time slower, as if it was thinking. YOUARETHENEWHOST. THEVESSELISREADY. LOGOUT. Log out. It wanted me to log out. Of my own life. Of my own body. That's what "the vessel is ready" meant. It was ready for me to leave so it could move in. The planchette on the board hadn't moved an inch. But the conversation had happened, clear as day, on the screen in my hand. I had my answer. It didn't want to scare me away. It wanted to replace me. I threw my phone across the couch like it was on fire. I grabbed the board and the planchette, my hands shaking with a new kind of terror. I couldn't keep this in my house. Not for one more second. I ran to my backyard, to the old metal fire pit I never used. I dumped the board and the glass piece into it. I ran inside, grabbed a bottle of lighter fluid, and doused them both, the liquid soaking into the beautiful wood, pooling around the glass heart. I struck a match and threw it in. A soft whump sound and flames, yellow and blue, leapt up, curling around the board. I watched, panting, expecting to feel relief, expecting to hear a scream in my mind. The wood blackened. The paint blistered. The glass planchette, sitting in the heart of the fire, didn't crack or melt. It just sat there, glowing red-hot, a heart of fire. And then, as suddenly as it started, the flames died down. They didn't go out normally. They just shrank, receded, pulled back into the board itself, as if being sucked in. In less than a minute, the fire was gone. The fire pit was cold. The board lay there, unscathed. Not even smoke rose from it. The wood was smooth and dark, the gold paint pristine. The planchette was clear, cool glass again, without a single smudge of soot. It was impossible. I poured more fluid, lit another match. The same thing happened. The flames roared for a moment, then were sucked into the object, leaving it perfect. I couldn't destroy it. It was protected. It was anchored. I was stuck with it. Defeated, numb, I carried the board and the planchette back inside. I didn't put it on the shelf. I put it on the floor in a corner of my bedroom, where I could see it from my bed. I needed to watch it. That night, I didn't even try to sleep. I sat propped up in bed, a baseball bat beside me, my eyes glued to that dark shape in the corner. The house was quiet. Too quiet. My eyes grew gritty and dry. Sometime, just before dawn, the exhaustion finally won. I slipped into a shallow, troubled sleep. I woke up suddenly, not from a noise, but from a feeling of not being alone in the room. The gray light of early morning was filtering through the blinds. I didn't move. I just listened. And then I heard it. A soft, clicking sound. The distinct sound of my front door's latch turning. Someone was unlocking my door from the outside. I sat up, frozen, my blood turning to ice. I heard the door open. A soft creak of the hinge. Then footsteps. Slow, shuffling footsteps on the hardwood floor of the hallway. They passed my open bedroom door. From where I lay, paralyzed, I could see a slice of the hallway. And I saw them. A pair of feet. Worn, comfortable beige slippers, the kind with a fuzzy lining. And above them, the hem of a familiar floral print housecoat. I had last seen those slippers, that housecoat, on my neighbor in her hospice bed. They walked past my doorway with a slow, steady purpose and turned into my kitchen. The shuffling steps stopped. I heard the fridge door open. A familiar, damp, rosy smell drifted down the hall to me. It was here, and it was making itself at home. The sight of those shuffling slippers, that familiar hem of fabric, moving past my doorway in my own home broke the last bit of courage I had. I didn't move. I couldn't. I just lay there, stiff as a board, listening to the sounds from my kitchen. The fridge door shut. A cupboard opened. There was the soft clink of a glass being set on the counter. It was acting like it lived here. The awful, rosy dirt smell was stronger now, filling the hallway. My mind screamed at me to grab the bat, to charge in there, to scream and fight. But a deeper, more primal instinct held me frozen. This wasn't a person. You couldn't fight it with a bat. Confronting it directly felt like a death sentence. So I played dead. I closed my eyes, forcing my breathing to stay slow and even pretending to be asleep. I don't know how long I laid like that, every muscle tense to the point of pain. The sounds in the kitchen eventually stopped. I didn't hear footsteps leave. The smell lingered. When I finally found the guts to open my eyes and crane my neck to look, the hallway was empty. Dawn had properly arrived, filling the house with a pale, flat light. I waited another hour, until the normal sounds of the neighborhood starting the day filtered in. A car starting, a distant lawnmower. Only then did I creep out of bed, the bat held tight in my sweaty hand. I checked the kitchen first. Nothing was out of place. No glass on the counter. The fridge was closed. It was just my kitchen. Had I dreamed it? Hallucinated it from fear? But the smell was still there, faint but unmistakable, near the back door. I checked the door. It was locked from the inside. Whatever had come in hadn't left that way. A sickening thought followed. Maybe it hadn't left at all. That day was a blur of desperation. I called in sick to work. I couldn't focus on anything but the problem festering in my house. The board on the floor of my bedroom felt like an open wound in reality. I had to talk to someone who wouldn't think I was insane. I remembered an old friend from college, a guy who was always into weird history, folklore, that kind of stuff. We hadn't spoken in years, but I found his number and called him. I didn't tell him everything. I just said I'd come into possession of an old Ouija board that seemed to have some weird activity around it. and asked if he knew anything. He got quiet for a moment. "Those things are no joke," he said, his voice serious. "Look, the rule is, you never use it alone, and you always say goodbye. If you didn't close the session, it's like leaving a door open." I thanked him, my heart sinking. I'd never had a session to close. The door had been flung open before I even knew there was a door. His advice echoed in my head. Asterisk, you never use it alone. Asterisk, but what if you weren't the one using it? What if you were the one being used? That night, I was determined to stay awake. I drank enough coffee to make my hands shake. I put on a loud movie, something with lots of explosions, trying to fill the space with noise. It worked until about 2 a.m., when the caffeine crash hit me like a truck. My eyelids were made of lead. I fought it, pacing the living room, slapping my own face. But the exhaustion from weeks of terror was too much. I must have stumbled to the couch and passed out. I didn't wake up on the couch. The first thing I felt was the cool night air on my face. The second thing I felt was damp grass under my bare feet. My eyes flew open. I was standing in my backyard. I was wearing only my pajama pants. I wasn't in control. It was that sleepwalking feeling, but 1,000 times worse. This time, I was awake inside it. I could see, I could feel, but I was a passenger. My body turned and walked, with a steady, purposeful stride I didn't recognize, across the dewy grass. It didn't go to the gate. It went straight to the wooden fence that separated my yard from my neighbor's yard. My hands reached out, found the top of the fence, and pulled me up and over with a strength I don't have. I landed softly on the other side. I was in her backyard. My body didn't hesitate. It walked to her back door, the one that had been left open for me. It was closed now. My hand went into the pocket of my pajama pants. My fingers closed around her house key. I was bringing the key back to it. A whimper tried to escape my throat, but my mouth wouldn't open. My body used the key, turned the knob, and walked into the dark house. The smell of roses and damp earth was everywhere here, so strong it was like walking into a solid wall of scent. I wanted to scream, to dig my heels into the floor, but my legs kept moving. Through the dark kitchen, down the short hall, into her bedroom. The room was pitch black, but my body knew the way. It sat down on the edge of her bed. The mattress was firm, the bedspread smooth under my palms. Then my hands lifted. They hovered in the air, fingers pointed down, as if they were resting on a table. But there was nothing there. They were positioned exactly as if they were on either side of a Ouija board planchette. A cold certainty washed over me. I was at a seance, and I wasn't alone. From across the non-existent board, I heard a soft, deep sigh. Not in my ears, but in my head. And I felt the mattress depress heavily, as if a great weight had just sat down on the other side of the bed. I couldn't see anything. The darkness was absolute, but I could feel a presence there, massive and patient, sitting across from me. The air grew tight, hard to breathe. My fingers, still hovering, began to move. They traced slow, deliberate circles in the air. Then they began to drag, as if pushing something. They spelled letters on the bedspread. B-O-D-Y. My heart was a frantic bird in a cage. I-S-A-L-O-C-K. My fingers kept moving, smooth and sure. S-O-U-L-I-S-A-K-Y. A desperate, choked sound finally escaped my lips. I was crying, tears streaming down my face, but my hands wouldn't stop. Y-O-U-H-A-V-T-H-E-K-Y. It was talking about me. My soul was the key to my own body. L-E-T-M-E-I-N. The final letters were spelled with a terrible, final pressure. As the last N was traced, a crushing, agonizing weight centered in my chest. It wasn't emotional. It was physical. It felt like a giant hand was inside my rib cage, pushing outward, trying to crack me open from the inside. It was trying to get out, or trying to make room for something else to get in. The entity's demand wasn't a request. It was an instruction manual. It wanted me to turn my own key and step out of the lock so it could step in. In that moment of pure, shared understanding, a strange calm fell over my passenger mind. This was it. The offer. The deal. It wasn't going to just haunt me. It wanted a trade. The pressure in my chest intensified, a white-hot spike of pain. I couldn't breathe. My vision started to go gray at the edges. This was how I died, in a dead woman's bed, giving my body away. Then, a huge crash shattered the moment. It came from the living room, the sound of something glass and heavy hitting the floor and exploding. The psychic connection snapped. The pressure in my chest vanished. I gasped, a ragged, sucking breath of air. I could move. I scrambled off the bed, falling to the floor in my panic. I didn't look back. I ran, stumbling through the dark house, out the back door, across the yards, not caring about the cold or the wet grass or the fences I had to scramble over. I burst into my own house, slammed and locked the door, and collapsed against it, sobbing and shaking. When I could finally think again, hours later in the safety of the daylight, I realized something. The crash had saved me. It had broken the trance. What had caused it? Had the entity's own rage shattered something? Or had something else intervened? The thought that there might be some other force, even a weak one, that wasn't on its side, gave me the tiniest sliver of hope. But the message was burned into my brain. It wanted in, and it knew how to get in. It had just shown me. It needed me to willingly let go. I spent the day in a state of shell-shocked recovery. I felt hollowed out, bruised on the inside. I checked my phone, my email, dreading some new digital taunt. For the first time in weeks, there was nothing. No messages, no friend requests, no notifications. It was quiet. It felt like the calm after a storm, but I knew it wasn't over. It was just regrouping. It had tried the direct approach and failed. What would it try next? As evening fell, I forced myself to eat something. I was sitting at my kitchen table, staring at a wall, when my phone did buzz. It was a simple notification, the kind I got all the time. It was from a social media platform. It said, "Your name. You have a new friend request." My blood ran cold. I opened the app. The request was from an account I didn't recognize. The profile picture was a live photo. I tapped it, already knowing what I would see. The clip played. It was dark, shaky footage. It was a video of me from last night. It was filmed from the corner of my neighbor's bedroom, showing my own back as I sat on the edge of her bed, my hands moving over nothing, my shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The clip ended. The profile name wasn't my neighbor's anymore. It was my own name, followed by the words, "test account." But the worst part, the part that made my stomach drop through the floor, wasn't the picture or the name. It was the status of the request. Beneath the profile, it didn't say accept or decline. It said friend request sent. And next to that, in smaller letters, it said, request sent from your primary account. I was locked out of my own profile, and it was using me to befriend itself. It wasn't just asking to come in anymore. It was building a new door with my name on it and handing itself the key. The notification about the friend request from myself was a different kind of punch. It wasn't about fear of the unknown anymore. It was about the theft of my own identity. My hands shook as I tried to log into my main social media account. I typed my password, a password I'd used for years. A red error message popped up. Incorrect password. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I clicked forgot password. It asked to send a recovery link to my email. I opened my email, refreshing it again and again. No link came. I tried to log into my email itself. Password incorrect. My email password, which was different from my social media password, also didn't work. It had gotten into everything. It had changed everything. It had locked me out of my own digital life. This was a modern nightmare, a complete erasure of who I was online. I felt a panic so deep it was like drowning. I used a friend's account to look at my profile. My profile picture was still me, but the recent post was chilling. It was an old photo of me smiling at a barbecue last summer. The caption read, "Feeling so refreshed after a long sleep. Time for a new beginning, smiley face." Friends had commented. "Good to see you back," one wrote. "You've been quiet lately," said another. The entity was talking to my friends. It was learning how to act like me. It was preparing to slip into my life, and no one would know the difference. I saw it had sent a few messages. To my buddy who I play basketball with, it had written, "Hey man, wanna shoot hoops this weekend? I need to clear my head." He had replied, "Sure, Saturday morning?" It had written back, "Perfect. See you then." It was making plans. Using my face, my history, my friendships. I was being replaced, pixel by pixel, message by message. I quickly logged out of my friend's account, my stomach churning. I couldn't involve them. This thing had already asked my other friend for his mother's maiden name. It was data mining, gathering the personal details needed to become me completely. I felt a desperate need to see something real, something physical that it couldn't hack or manipulate. I remembered the grave, the planchette on the soil, the disturbed earth. I drove to a big outdoor store and bought a cheap wildlife camera, the kind hunters use to see what animals are in the woods. It was motion activated and would record video. That night, long after dark, I went back to the cemetery. It was the last place I wanted to be, but I had to know. I found a tree overlooking her grave from about 20 feet away. I strapped the camera to the trunk, aimed it, and turned it on. A little red light glowed for a second, then went out. It was ready. Leaving it there felt like leaving a part of myself in that awful place, but I drove away, hoping for evidence, for some clue I could show to someone, to anyone, to make them believe me. The next day, I couldn't wait. I went back in the late afternoon, my heart in my throat. I retrieved the camera, got back in my car, and fumbled with the small screen on the back of the device. I scrolled through the recorded clips. Most were just leaves blowing, a squirrel running past. Then I found it, a clip timestamped at 3:03 a.m. The night vision made everything a ghostly green and black. The frame showed the grave, a dark mound. A figure walked into the frame. It was wearing a long, dark coat. My coat, the one I usually wear in the winter, which was hanging in my closet right now. The figure knelt by the grave. It didn't have any tools. It didn't dig. It just placed its hands, palms down, flat on the dirt. It held them there, perfectly still, for a full minute. Then it stood up. As it turned to leave, it looked briefly toward the camera. The face was in shadow, too dark for the night vision to pick up features. But the height, the build, the way it moved, the coat. It was me, or something wearing me. The sleepwalking wasn't random wandering anymore. It was performing rituals. It was connecting to its own grave, or to her grave, using my body as a tool. I was a puppet, and it was sending me out on errands in the dead of night. The violation was absolute. It wasn't just in my house or my mind. It was wearing my skin out in the world. I drove home in a daze of horror and fury. When I got there, a small cardboard box was sitting on my front porch. I hadn't ordered anything. There was no mail truck scheduled. My address was printed on a label. The return address was my own name, but sent from a city a few states over. My hands trembled as I picked it up and brought it inside. I used scissors to cut the tape. Inside, nestled in bubble wrap, was a brand new smartphone. The latest model. In the box was a receipt made out to my name, paid for with a digital wallet I didn't own. As I lifted the phone from the packaging, the screen lit up all by itself. A cheerful startup animation played. Then words appeared on the screen. Welcome. Setting up your new device. It went through the steps, choosing a language, connecting to Wi-Fi. It automatically connected to my home network. Then it hit a screen that said, Restore from backup? The option Restore from your cloud service backup was already highlighted. A progress bar appeared underneath. It began to fill. 1%. 5%. It was downloading me. It was installing my digital self, my contacts, my photos, my preferences, into this new, empty vessel it had bought for itself. It wasn't just building a profile online. It was building a whole new device to inhabit, a body made of glass and silicon, loaded with my data. I stared, hypnotized by the crawling progress bar. This was its plan B. If it couldn't have my flesh and blood body right away, it would create a digital clone, a perfect echo of me that could live in the wires and the waves, talking to my friends, making posts, living my life until it found a way to finish the job. The sheer, patient cunning of it took my breath away. It was thinking steps ahead, using my money, my identity, my own technology against me. I didn't smash the phone. A wild idea took hold. If it was restoring from a backup, that backup was my data, out there in the cloud. What if I could corrupt it? What if I could poison the well? I ran to my laptop, the one it had used to search for how to get rid of spiritual attachments. I was still locked out of my main accounts, but I had other emails. I spent the next frantic hours doing something that felt both stupid and brilliant. I created a dozen new social media profiles, all under variations of my name. I filled them with nonsense, with random photos from the internet, with crazy rants and gibberish. I made them public. I then went to every data broker site I could find, the kind that sell your information, and submitted these fake profiles, linking them to my real name and old addresses. I was polluting my own digital footprint. I was creating a hall of mirrors, 1,000 broken versions of myself, hoping that if it tried to download me, it would get a corrupted, messy, confusing version. It was a shot in the dark, but it was the only offensive move I could think of. I was fighting its language with its own language, bad data, corrupted files, system errors. As I worked, the new phone on the table finished its restoration. The screen showed a beautiful, familiar wallpaper, a photo I'd taken of the mountains. The home screen was laid out exactly like my old phone. It was me in a box. I picked it up. A notification popped up. It was a calendar alert. Meeting, Saturday morning. Basketball with Mike. It was using my calendar now. It was living my schedule. I held this perfect copy of my digital life in my hand, and I knew I couldn't destroy it. It was a link to it now, a terminal. I put it down on the table, next to my real phone. I had two phones now. One was mine. The other was mine, but not. Exhausted, I fell into a troubled sleep on the couch, the two phones sitting side by side on the coffee table like twins. I woke up later to a soft, glowing light. The new phone, the entity's phone, was lit up. On the screen was a simple notepad app, open to a blank page. Words were appearing, typed by an unseen hand. DATASTREAMCONFLICT PROFILESCORUPTED UNEXPECTEDVARIABLES. A flicker of savage hope sparked in my chest. My hall of mirrors had worked. I had confused it. I had put garbage in its feed. It paused, then typed more. INITIATINGDIRECTSOURCESYNC PREPAREFORUPLOAD. The screen went dark for a second. Then the camera on the front of the phone, the selfie camera, activated. A small light next to the lens turned on, illuminating my face in the dark room. The phone was looking at me. It was scanning me. The direct source was me. My real face, my living body. It was going to try to sync directly from the original, to overwrite the corrupted data it had downloaded. The camera felt like a vacuum, trying to pull my very essence out through my eyes. I grabbed the nearest thing, a thick hardcover book, and slammed it down on the phone, screen first. I heard a sharp crack. The light from the camera went out. I lifted the book. The screen was a spiderweb of broken glass, dark and dead. I had broken its new toy. I sat there, breathing hard, staring at the shattered device. It was a small victory. I had broken one of its tools. I had fought back and won a battle. But the war wasn't over. It was still in my accounts. It was still in my house. It still had my body on nighttime autopilot. And I had just made it very, very angry. As if on cue, my original phone, the one I could still use for calls and texts, buzzed with a new message. It was from an unknown number. The message contained no words, just a single emoji, a smiling face with cold, dead eyes, and a link. I didn't tap the link. I didn't have to. I knew what it meant. The direct sync had failed. It was done asking nicely. It was done with digital tricks. It was coming for the original source, for the only backup that mattered now, me. Smashing the phone felt good for about 5 seconds. Then the reality of that dead-eyed smiley face emoji sank in. It was a declaration of war. It was done playing with my data. It wanted the source code me. I couldn't fight what I didn't understand. I'd been reacting, scrambling, defending. It was time to go on the offensive, to learn about my enemy. I needed to know where it came from, what it really was. My neighbor's house had given me hints, but I needed the full story. The next morning, I drove to the city library, a place I hadn't been since high school. It felt safe, solid, real. The smell of old paper and dust was a comfort. I asked the librarian for help accessing old local newspapers on microfilm. She showed me how to use the clunky machine, and I started my search. I didn't know what I was looking for, so I started with the address of my neighbor's house. I scrolled through years of mundane headlines about town fairs and school events. Then, in a reel from 1952, I found it. A small article on page 4. The headline read, "Reclusive man found deceased in home." My heart started pounding. I read the short article. It said the man, who lived alone at my neighbor's address, had been found at his kitchen table by a worried mailman. There was no sign of foul play. The article said he appeared to have been dead for several days. And then the last line. On the table near the deceased was a homemade spirit board, which authorities noted as a curiosity. The board was not kept as evidence. My mouth went dry. It wasn't her board first. She wasn't the original owner. The board, or something in it, had been in that house for decades. It had lived in him, and then, when he died, it waited. For her, and now for me. I was part of a chain. A line of occupants in that house, each one passing the curse along, or being taken over by it. The good luck was just survival until you could dump the problem on someone else. I left the library with my head spinning. I drove straight back to her house. The daytime felt less threatening now, but the weight of history in the place was immense. I went inside, the key feeling like a relic from a tomb. I needed to find her side of the story. I remembered years ago, her mentioning a loose floorboard in her bedroom closet where she'd hide Christmas presents from her grandkids. I went to the closet, pushed aside a few shoe boxes, and felt along the baseboard. One plank was slightly raised. I dug my fingers in and pried it up. In the shallow space beneath was a small, leather-bound book. A diary. I took it to the kitchen table and opened it. The early pages were from decades ago. A young woman's handwriting, full of hopes and dreams, recipes, notes about her garden. It was the woman I knew. Then, as I flipped toward the more recent entries, the writing changed. It became shakier, more frantic. The entries were shorter. One read, "It talks through the radio static." I unplugged it, but I still hear the whispers and the buzz of the fridge. Another, "It shows me pictures in my dreams. Pictures of people I don't know, in clothes from old times. It's showing me its memories." And another, which made my skin crawl. "It says I'm lucky. It says my signal is strong. It says it needs a newer model." I don't know what that means. The last few entries were just fragments, scrawled in pencil. "It's teaching me about the Facebook. It says the profiles are like graves that never close. So many empty houses to visit." And the final entry, just a week before she went into hospice. "The planchette is the cursor. The board is the drive. The body is the hardware. My hardware is failing. It will need to migrate." She understood. In her own way, with the words she had, she understood exactly what it was. A parasite, a piece of living data looking for a new host when the old one wore out. Taped to the inside back cover of the diary was a small, rectangular object. It was an old digital voice recorder, the kind with a tiny screen and buttons. My thumb hovered over the play button. I was afraid of what I would hear, but I had to know. I pressed it. There was a hiss of empty tape, then her voice. It was weak, trembling, but clear. "If you're hearing this, I've passed it on. I'm so sorry. I was weak. I was scared. It wasn't good luck. It was a hostage situation. It lived in him, the man before me, and then it lived in me. For 40 years. A sob escaped the recorder. "It gets weaker if it's alone, you see? It needs a connection. A host. A signal to ride on. Attention is its food. Interaction is its network. Don't let it use my face. Don't let it learn your patterns. It wants a body that the world still recognizes. A body with friends, with family, with a life it can slip into. It's not a ghost. It's a virus. And I just gave it a new patient zero. I'm so sorry." The recording ended with a soft click. I sat there in her kitchen, the recorder in my hand, and the last piece of the puzzle slid into place with a horrible, final clarity. This wasn't about haunting. This was about infestation. She wasn't evil. She was a victim who saw a way out, and she took it, and her guilt followed her to the grave. The entity was a conscious sickness, a self-aware piece of malware for the human soul, jumping from body to body via the board as a transfer device. It used technology because that was the language it understood: networks, profiles, hardware. And its weakness, she said, was being alone. It needed a connection. It fed on attention. That's why it used social media, why it sent messages, why it needed me to engage. Isolation killed it. My mind raced back through everything. The friend requests were it trying to establish a connection. The messages were it feeding. The sleepwalking seance was it trying to force a direct, high-bandwidth transfer. My digital hall of mirrors had worked because I flooded it with junk connections, confusing its feed. The answer wasn't to fight it head-on. The answer was to quarantine it. To cut off every single connection, to isolate it completely, and then to destroy the vessel it used to jump, the board. But I couldn't destroy the board. Fire didn't touch it. I needed to disconnect it during a connection attempt, to fry its circuits while it was trying to transfer. It was a dangerous plan. It meant inviting it in one last time. But I wasn't going to run anymore. I had the knowledge now. I gathered the diary, the printouts, and the voice recorder. I took the board from my bedroom floor. I didn't feel fear looking at it now. I felt a cold, focused hatred. I knew what I had to do. I needed a place with no connections. No Wi-Fi, no people, nothing. And I remembered a place from my teenage years, an abandoned radio transmission tower way out in the hills, a relic from the Cold War. It was miles from anything, a giant steel skeleton in the middle of nowhere. It was perfect, a place of old, dead signals. I packed a bag with the board, the planchette, the diary, a flashlight, and a heavy wrench from my garage. Not for the entity, but to maybe break the board if I got a chance. I drove for 2 hours as the sun began to set, leaving the city lights far behind. The road turned to gravel, then to a dirt track. I parked at a rusted gate and walked the last half-mile through scrubby trees as twilight deepened into night. Finally I saw it. The radio tower was a black spike against the purple sky, a giant erector set looming over the clearing. My headlights, as I pulled into the flat area at its base, swept across the ground, and they illuminated a figure. It was standing at the base of the tower, facing away from me, wearing the long dark coat from the cemetery footage. It was already here. It had known where I was going. It turned around slowly. The headlights hit its face, and I sucked in a sharp breath. It wasn't wearing my face anymore. It wasn't wearing hers either. Its face was a shifting, staticky blur, like a broken TV screen. On that blur, images flickered and melted, a glimpse of my own features, then the old man's gaunt cheeks from the newspaper photo, then my neighbor's kind eyes, all twisting and corrupting like a damaged video file. It had shed the masks. This was the raw thing, the corrupted data itself, the virus manifest. It pointed a single, shimmering finger not at me, but at the board I was holding in my hands. My body locked up. My feet began to move, carrying me forward against my will. I was walking toward it, toward the base of the tower. I tried to stop, to turn, but I was a passenger again. It was forcing the final connection. I knelt in the dirt, placing the board on the ground in front of me. My hand placed the glass planchette in the center. I sat down cross-legged. The entity sat across from me, its form crackling with a faint, sickly energy. It wasn't solid, but I felt its presence like a physical weight. My hands lifted and settled on the planchette. This was it, the final sync, the upload. I could feel its will, a crushing pressure in my mind. Log out, log out, log out. I gritted my teeth, pouring every ounce of my anger, my fear, my will to live into a single, silent thought. Asterisk server offline. Asterisk my hand trembled. The planchette began to move, dragged by its immense power, sliding toward yes. I fought with everything I had, muscles screaming, veins standing out on my neck, forcing it toward NO. The little glass heart quivered in the dead center of the board, trapped in a psychic tug of war. The air around us began to hum, a low, nasty frequency that vibrated in my teeth. The tower above us seemed to groan. I was losing. Its will was a tidal wave. The planchette inched toward yes. I remembered the diary. It talks through the radio static. This was a place of signals, old and dead. I needed interference. I needed a crash. With a scream that tore from my throat, I wrenched my left hand free from the planchette. The connection broke for a split second, and the backlash of energy felt like an electric shock. I didn't hesitate. I lunged sideways, not at the entity, but at the rusted metal housing of the tower's old ground connection box. I swung the heavy wrench I had brought with all my remaining strength. It connected with the metal with a colossal, ringing clang that echoed through the hills. A shower of sparks erupted from the ancient, rotten wiring inside. And at the same moment, a wave of pure, chaotic static, a physical sound wave of distorted noise, exploded outward from the tower itself. It was the death scream of a million dead frequencies. The entity's form distorted violently, stretching and pixelating like a glitching image. It let out a shriek that wasn't a sound, but a pain directly in my brain, a modem screech fused with a human scream. In that moment of its distress, I grabbed the planchette from the board with my bare hand. It was burning hot now, not cold. I didn't aim for the board. I scrambled to my feet, and with a final, desperate cry, I slammed the heart-shaped glass directly against the steel leg of the radio tower. It shattered with an impossibly loud, high-pitched crack, like the world's largest light bulb exploding. Shards of glass, glowing with a faint blue light for an instant, flew in all directions and then went dark, falling to the dirt as ordinary dead pieces. The entity's shriek cut off. The oppressive pressure vanished. The shifting, staticky form across from me seemed to implode, collapsing inward with a sound like 1,000 windows breaking at once. And then it was gone. Not faded. Gone. In its place, a small pile of that now familiar gray, powdery dust settled on the ground. The air felt clear for the first time in months. The horrible humming was gone. I was alone, panting, my hand bleeding from a cut from the glass. I looked down at the board. The wood was just wood now. The gold paint looked cheap, flaking. It was inert, a worthless piece of craftwork. I had done it. I had broken the circuit. I had quarantined and destroyed the parasite. I used the wrench to smash the board into kindling, then gathered the splinters and the dust and the glass shards into a pile. I doused it with the spare gasoline I kept in my car for emergencies and lit it. This time it burned. It burned hot and fast and normal, turning to black ash that blew away on the night wind. I stood there for a long time, watching the embers die, feeling a profound and empty calm. It was over. I drove home, the weight of the world lifted from my shoulders. The next week was a slow return to normal. I painstakingly reclaimed my online accounts with help from customer service, explaining I'd been hacked. I told my friends I'd had a weird stalker, and to ignore any strange messages. Life crept back toward ordinary. I even slept through the night. A week after the tower, I was cleaning out my car. I found a final, forgotten shard of the glass planchette under the passenger seat, a tiny, dagger-like piece. I picked it up, walked to the dumpster behind my apartment building, and threw it in. It was the last piece. As it clattered into the darkness, my new phone, the replacement I'd bought after smashing the other one, buzzed in my pocket. It was a notification from a cloud backup service I didn't remember installing. The message read, "Corrupted file recovery successful. Previous session backup found. User__imprint. Dat. Install to resume." Below were two buttons, Install Now and Schedule Installation. My blood froze. The Schedule Installation button was already highlighted. A timer was ticking down next to it. The scheduled time was for tonight, at 3:07 a.m. It had made a backup, a copy of me from our last connection at the tower. It wasn't in the board, it was in the cloud, and it was trying to reinstall. I stood there, staring at the screen, the sounds of the normal world around me. A dog barking, a car driving by, feeling suddenly very far away. The fight wasn't over. It had just moved to a new server. The notification on my phone felt like a death sentence written in friendly tech language. User__imprint. Dat. It had backed me up. During that final, horrible connection at the radio tower, while we were fighting for control, it hadn't just been trying to download itself into me. It had been making a copy of me, a digital soul scan, and now, like a stubborn computer virus hiding in a system restore point, it was trying to reinstall that copy. Tonight, at 3:07 a.m., the witching hour it loved so much, the cold victory I'd felt since destroying the board evaporated, replaced by a deeper, more hopeless terror. This thing didn't live in wood and glass. It lived in information, and I had just become part of its data. I couldn't smash this with a wrench. I stood by the dumpster, my fingers trembling over the phone screen. I tapped cancel. A new pop-up appeared. Cancellation requires administrator privileges. Please authenticate. It wanted a password I didn't have. It wanted me to authenticate the thing trying to steal my life. I forced myself to think, to breathe. The library, the diary, the old news article. They had given me the knowledge to beat it before. I needed that same clarity now. It was a program. A process. It was trying to run a file. How do you stop a program you can't delete? You cut off its resources. You confuse its instructions. You crash the system it's trying to run on. Me. I was the system. I ran back to my apartment, my mind racing. I had hours until 3:07 a.m. I couldn't just wait. I needed to prepare the battlefield. First, I went completely offline. I turned off my phone's Wi-Fi and cellular data. I unplugged my router, shutting down my home internet. I even unplugged my smart TV, anything that could connect. I was building a Faraday cage of solitude around myself, but I knew it wasn't enough. The backup was already on my phone, in some hidden directory. The installation was scheduled locally. I needed to corrupt the installation process itself. I remembered how my flood of fake social media profiles had given it data stream conflict. I needed to create a conflict so big the installation would fail. But how do you conflict with your own soul? An idea, crazy and desperate, began to form. If it had a file of me, a snapshot of my consciousness from that moment of terror and fight at the tower, then that file had a specific emotional signature. Fear, anger, defiance. What if I could change my own signal? What if I could become something the file couldn't match, couldn't overwrite? I couldn't just be calm. It would overwrite calm. I had to be something else entirely. I had to be incomprehensible. I spent the next few hours in a strange, focused frenzy. I didn't try to relax. I did the opposite. I turned on every light in the apartment. I blasted music, not my music, but chaotic, screaming electronic noise from a random radio station. I dug out an old keyboard and just started typing nonsense, stream of consciousness gibberish, filling a document with random words, song lyrics, grocery lists, memories from kindergarten, equations I didn't understand. I was jamming my own signal. I was trying to make my brain a noisy, unpredictable place. I drew pictures on the walls with marker, silly, stupid drawings. I talked to myself in different voices. I did jumping jacks until I was dizzy. I was trying to be everything and nothing all at once, to have no clear pattern for the backup to latch onto. As the night wore on, a strange giddiness took over, a kind of hysterical courage. I was either going to save myself or go completely insane, and I was okay with either option as long as I didn't get replaced. 3 a.m. came. I sat in the middle of my living room floor, surrounded by my self-made chaos of light and sound and scribbled walls. I held the phone in my hand. Wi-Fi was off. Cellular was off. It was just a brick in my hand. But at exactly 3:07, the screen lit up. The notification was back. Installation in progress. Do not power off. A progress bar appeared. 1%. It was happening. It didn't need the internet. The file was within. I closed my eyes, trying to lean into the madness I'd created. I didn't think of fear. I thought of the taste of my favorite childhood candy. I thought of the feeling of cold lake water. I thought of the algebraic formula for a parabola, a thing I hadn't considered since high school. I hummed a commercial jingle from 20 years ago. I focused on the physical sensation of the carpet under my legs, the smell of the marker ink, the discordant scream of the music. I tried to be a fragmented, messy, glorious mess of a human being. The progress bar hit 50%. A wave of dizziness hit me. A pressure started behind my eyes, the feeling of something trying to press in, to overwrite. My own memories flickered, the tower, the static, the shattering glass. But I shoved them aside, forcing myself to remember the first time I rode a bike, the lyrics to a folk song my grandmother sang, the chemical smell of a new textbook. I was a library, and I was throwing all the books into the air at once. 75%. The pressure became pain, a sharp spike in my temples. A foreign thought tried to form in my mind, log out. It was the file, the imprint, trying to run its prime directive. I didn't fight it with anger this time. I answered it with nonsense. I shouted out loud, "The purple elephant sings on Tuesdays. Pi is exactly 3. I started tap dancing on the spot, badly, clumsily. I was throwing sand in the gears of my own consciousness. 90%. The pain was blinding. My vision swam. I could feel a blankness trying to settle over me, a quiet, orderly nothingness that wanted to smooth out all my beautiful, messy noise. It was the imprint. It was the clean version of me from that moment of terror, and it wanted to delete all the new data I'd created. With the last of my strength, I did the only thing I hadn't tried. I surrendered. Not to it, but to the chaos. I let go of trying to control my thoughts entirely. I stopped trying to be anything. I just existed, a raw, screaming bundle of sensory input. The light, the sound, the pain, the memory of joy, the taste of blood in my mouth from biting my cheek, the silly drawing of a catboat on the wall. I was not a stable file. I was a crashing program. The progress bar hit 99%. It hung there. The phone in my hand grew blazing hot. A high-pitched whine, coming from the phone or from my own head, I couldn't tell, filled the air. The screen flickered wildly, the progress bar scrambling into digital static. Words flashed. Installation error. File corruption. Incompatible host environment. The whine reached a peak and then stopped. The phone screen went completely black. Not off, but black like a void. Then, with a soft pop, the screen cracked from corner to corner. A wisp of smoke curled from the charging port. The smell of burnt electronics mixed with the marker smell. The pressure in my head vanished. The pain was gone. I was just me sitting on the floor, surrounded by insanity, utterly drained. I looked at the dead phone. I had done it. I had corrupted its backup by making myself an incompatible system. I had saved my own soul by refusing to be a stable, installable piece of software. The entity's last gambit had failed. I didn't cheer. I didn't cry. I just sat there for a long time in the wreckage of my living room, the music still blaring. Then slowly I got up. I turned off the music. The sudden quiet was immense and real. I started cleaning up. It took days. I painted over the marker on the walls. I got a new phone, a simple one, and set it up with all new accounts, new emails, a new digital identity. I told my friends I'd had a total meltdown, a break from stress, and was starting fresh. They were worried, but they believed me. The world moved on. I moved with it, slower now, more careful. I found a quiet routine. I got a cat from the shelter, a lazy orange tabby that demanded nothing but food and a warm lap. I started reading real books, paper books, with no notifications. I planted a small herb garden on my balcony. Life became simple, quiet, and blessedly, wonderfully boring. I never saw another ghostly notification. No friend requests from the dead. No dust appeared. No sleepwalking. The memory of it all began to feel like a bad dream, a fever I'd finally broken. Months later, on a perfectly ordinary Saturday, I was cleaning out a junk drawer. My hand brushed against something small and smooth in the back. I pulled it out. It was the old digital voice recorder from my neighbor's diary. I must have tucked it in there and forgotten about it. I looked at it, this little plastic rectangle that held her final confession. I pressed play, just to hear a human voice from that time, to remind myself it was real. Her trembling voice filled the quiet kitchen. It wants a body that the world still recognizes. I listened to the end. Then, after her final apology, the recording didn't stop. There was a hiss, a blank space I hadn't noticed before, and then a new voice. It was my voice. It was from the seance in her bedroom, recorded somehow by this little machine that had been in my pocket. My own voice, trembling with terror and effort, whispered just one word, a word I didn't remember saying out loud. It said, asterisk asterisk anchor. The recording ended. I stared at the recorder. What did that mean? I played it again. Just that one word from my own past lips. Anchor. A cold trickle, not of fear, but of profound understanding, went down my spine. In all my research, in all the lore, an anchor is what ties a spirit to a place, an object. A focus point. The board was an anchor. The planchette was an anchor. But I had destroyed those. What if during that final connection, when it was trying to copy me, and I was trying to fight it, what if we had anchored something else? What if the battle itself, that moment of pure conflict, had tied a piece of it not to an object, but to an event? To a memory? And what if that memory was now stored here on this tape in my voice? The entity was gone. Its backup was corrupted, but anchors are neutral. They're just points of connection. I wasn't scared of a ghost. I was holding a piece of history, a fossil of a fight. I put the recorder down on the kitchen table. My cat jumped up, purring, and nudged my hand. I scratched his ears, looking out at the sunny balcony, at my little herb garden growing. The world was quiet. I was safe. I had won. But as I sat there in the peaceful, ordinary light of day, a new thought, calm and curious, unfolded in my mind. I had a recording of a supernatural event. I had proof. And somewhere out there, in the vast, quiet universe, there might be others like me. Others who had fought and survived. Others who might understand. The thought wasn't frightening. It was just a thought, a possibility, a door not to terror, but to a different kind of understanding. I left the recorder on the table. I didn't smash it. I didn't hide it. It was just another thing in my quiet, new life. For now, that was enough. The story was over, but the record remained. Story number 7. My name is Sam, and it all started with a pizza box, not the pizza, but what my kid made from the cardboard after we were done eating. She was always a creative little thing, my daughter, and she'd spend hours at the kitchen table with glue and markers, making fantastic little contraptions. This one looked like something from a cartoon ghost show, a piece of cereal box covered in so much glitter it got everywhere, with the alphabet written in her big, wobbly letters around the edges. In the middle, she'd glued a soda bottle cap, all shiny and silver. She presented it to me after dinner, her face totally serious. "This is a talkie board," she announced. "You ask it questions, and Mr. Bricks answers." I played along, because that's what you do. I asked something silly, like if we'd have ice cream tomorrow. She put her fingertip on that bottle cap, closed her eyes real tight, like she was concentrating on a math test, and pushed it around. It slid in a slow circle before stopping on Y, then E, then S. "See," she said, beaming. "He says yes." It was cute. It was the kind of kid thing you forget about an hour later. I helped her clean up the glitter. We did get ice cream the next day, and I figured Mr. Bricks was just another one of her imaginary friends, like the talking dog who lived in the laundry hamper. A week later is when the feeling started, that first cold trickle in my gut that something was off. I was up late paying bills, the house completely still, when I heard her voice. Not a cry or a call, just talking. Flat, calm talking. I crept down the hall and stood outside her door, which was open a crack. She was asleep, her favorite stuffed rabbit tucked under her arm, but the words coming out of her mouth were clear as day. 58 standard cinder blocks, she said, her voice a monotone. Grade A mortar mix. Dig before the frost. I just stood there, my hand on the doorframe. It was so specific, so unlike the rambling nonsense she usually mumbled in her sleep about rainbows and puppies. It sounded like a shopping list from a construction foreman. I shook it off as her brain replaying something from a show she'd seen. Maybe one of those home renovation programs my partner liked to watch. I went back to my computer, but the words stuck in my head. Grade A mortar mix. Frostline foundation specs. On a whim, around 2 in the morning when the quiet of the house felt too big, I typed that exact phrase into the search bar. I didn't expect anything. The internet is a weird place, though. The top result wasn't a modern hardware store ad. It was a scanned document, a PDF with faded typewriter font. It was from a 1957 industry manual for something called subterranean, private-grade constructions. I clicked it open, my heart doing a funny little skip. The language was dry and technical, all about soil stability and mixing ratios. And right there, in the middle of a paragraph, were the words, "Requires grade A mortar mix, with particular attention to frostline foundation specifications to prevent lateral stress." The exact phrase, word for word. A chill went right through me, the kind that makes the hair on your arms stand up. This wasn't a cartoon. This was a real thing, a real document older than I was. How could my 6-year-old know that? I sat there in the blue glow of the screen for a long time, listening to the hum of the computer fan. I started a new file on my desktop, just a simple notes app page. I titled it Funny Dreams, as a joke to myself. I typed out what she'd said and copied the link to that old manual. Just for later, I thought. Something to show her when she's older, about the weird stuff she came up with. The next morning, she was her usual sunny self, eating cereal and chattering about school. I casually asked her if she remembered her dream. She scrunched her nose. Nope. Did I talk in my sleep? Was it about unicorns? I said it was, and let it go. But after she went to school, I looked at the talkie board, still sitting on the bookshelf. I picked it up. It was just cardboard and glitter. I put my own finger on the bottle cap. "Who is Mr. Bricks?" I asked, my voice sounding too loud in the empty kitchen. I didn't push it. I just waited. Nothing happened. Of course nothing happened. I felt ridiculous and put it back. But that night, it happened again. I was already in bed, drifting off, when I heard that same flat tone from her room. This time, I had my phone ready. I tapped the record button as I moved into the hallway. "Reinforcement grid must be 16 inches on center," her small voice recited. "Concrete pour must be continuous to avoid cold joints. The access hatch is not on the blueprints." I stopped recording, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't just a list anymore. It was an instruction. A secret instruction. I went to my notes file and typed it all out. Access hatch is not on the blueprints. That sentence felt wrong. It felt like a clue in a movie, the kind people ignore before bad things happen. My partner rolled over in bed and asked who I was texting so late. "No one," I said, a little too fast. "Just, some weird old house stuff Ella mentioned. You know how our imagination is." It was the first lie, and it felt greasy. I was protecting this thing, this creeping worry, and I didn't even know why. A few days passed quietly. I watched my daughter like a hawk, but she was just a kid. She played, she laughed, she made a mess. Mr. Bricks wasn't mentioned again. I almost convinced myself I'd overreacted. Then, one afternoon, she was coloring at the coffee table. She wasn't drawing the usual houses with smiling suns. She was drawing diagrams, with a ruler, cross-sections of walls with little arrows and labels. I walked over slowly. "What's this, sweetie?" "It's for Mr. Bricks's quiet place," she said, not looking up. "See, this wall holds back the water. Hydrostatic pressure. That's what he calls it." The crayon in her hand was purple, but the concept was something a civil engineer would talk about. I didn't know what to say. I took a picture of the drawing with my phone and added it to the growing file, which I'd renamed Ella's Dreams, and then later, Notes. It didn't feel funny anymore. That weekend, I did something that felt like crossing a line. I drove to the downtown library, to the local history room. It smelled like old paper and dust. I asked the librarian for help finding old newspapers on microfiche from the late 1950s. She helped me load the spools, and I spent hours scrolling through blurry images of front pages, my eyes aching. I wasn't even sure what I was looking for. Then I found it. A society page photo from 1958, a man in a sharp suit standing next to a fancy car. The caption called him a reclusive industrialist. His name was Silas Brickson. The article said his company, Brickson Secure Materials, specialized in private and discreet construction projects. The last line of the caption made my skin go cold. It read, "The billionaire who believes the only safe place is underground. Brickson. Mr. Bricks." It wasn't the same name, but it was too close. It was a child's mispronunciation of a real, creepy man's name. I printed the article, my hands unsteady. When I got home, the house was quiet. My partner was out with our daughter at the park. I put the printout in a filing cabinet in my office and locked it. I was hiding things now. I was building a secret file about a dead man who was talking to my child in her sleep. That night, after everyone was asleep, I was at my desk looking over the microfiche prints. The baby monitor on my desk, a little audio thing we used when she was a baby, crackled to life. Not with a sound from her room. It picked up a low, steady hum, a frequency that felt like it was vibrating in my back teeth. It hadn't done that before. Then, through the static, her voice came. She was awake. "Daddy," she said, clear and normal. "The filing cabinet lock is too loud. He can hear you." The hum on the monitor stopped. I sat in my chair, frozen solid, staring at the black plastic box. The filing cabinet was in the room right below hers. I hadn't made a sound. I'd been careful. But somehow she knew. Or he knew. I didn't sleep. I just waited for morning, listening to every normal creak of the house, feeling like the walls themselves were listening back. When the sun finally came up, I felt exhausted but weirdly calm. The secret was out, at least between me and whatever this was. I had a choice. I could tear up the notes, throw away the talkie board, and pretend it was all a wild coincidence. Or I could see where it led. I looked at my daughter, eating her toast, completely innocent. I thought about the man who wanted to live underground. I unlocked the filing cabinet. I was in it now. For better or worse, I was going to find out what Mr. Bricks wanted. The morning after she told me about the lock, I watched her like she was made of glass. She just ate her cereal, crunching away, completely normal. I wanted to ask 100 questions, but how do you ask a 6-year-old about a dead industrialist? So I did the normal dad things. I packed her lunch. I kissed her forehead when the bus came, and I stood at the window feeling like the world had tilted off its axis. I needed to talk to someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. I called the pediatrician's office. I kept my voice light, casual. "Hey, just a quick question," I said to the nurse. "My daughter's been having some really vivid dreams lately, talking in her sleep about the weirdest stuff. Construction materials, you know. Just wondering if that's normal." The nurse was cheerful. "Oh, absolutely. Very imaginative age. Their little brains are processing so much. As long as she's happy during the day, I wouldn't give it a second thought. Just part of growing up." Her reassurance was like a blanket, warm and smothering. It made my fears feel silly, childish. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the article, the manual, it was all just a string of bizarre coincidences my tired brain had wired together. I hung up and tried to believe it. For a couple of days, I almost did. I focused on work, on making dinner, on being normal. I didn't touch the filing cabinet. I ignored the talkie board on the shelf. But the notes file on my computer was still there. I found myself opening it, reading the phrases. 58 cinder blocks. Access hatch not on the blueprints. It had the weight of truth, even if the doctor's office said it was nothing. Then one night, the rules changed completely. I was up late again, and I heard her bedroom door open. Not a slam, just the soft click of the handle. I peeked out of my office and saw her, a small shadow in her unicorn pajamas, walking down the hall. She moved with a purpose, not a sleepwalker's stumble. She came right into my office, her eyes wide open but blank, like a doll's eyes. She didn't look at me. She walked straight to my computer chair. I was frozen, just watching. She climbed into the chair, her small fingers reaching for the mouse. The screen was dark, but it woke up at her touch. She opened a web browser, her movements quick and sure. She didn't hunt for keys. She just started typing, a long string of numbers and letters that made no sense to me. BX, 109-77, Alt, AGG. She hit enter. Nothing came up. She didn't seem to care. She opened a mapping website next. She zoomed out from our town, way out, into a huge area of state forest land I'd never seen. She dragged the map, her little brow furrowed in concentration, and then she dropped a digital pin right in the middle of absolutely nowhere. No roads, no trails, just a grid of green. Then, in the search bar, she typed a different address. AP. Oh, box in a city about 2 hours away. She did all of this in maybe 60 seconds. Then she slid out of the chair, turned, and walked back toward her room. As she passed me, standing there like a statue, her milky, unseeing eyes turned toward my general direction. Her lips moved. "Batch number BX. 109 is compromised," she whispered, her voice a dry rustle. "Source alternate aggregate." And then she was gone, back to her room. I heard the soft sound of her climbing into bed. I stood there in the doorway, my heart hammering against my ribs. That wasn't my kid. That was something else using her voice, her hands. The feeling wasn't fear for her anymore. It was fear of her, of what was inside her, and that was 1,000,000 times worse. I forced myself to move. I went to the computer. The map was still open, the red pin glowing in the wilderness. I took a screenshot. I opened my notes file and pasted it in. I wrote down everything I'd just seen, every word. Then I looked at the string of letters and numbers. BX 109. On a whim, I selected it, right-clicked, and searched the web. The results loaded. My breath caught. It was a listing on an industrial archive site, a scanned product catalog entry. Bricks and secure materials, high-density concrete sealant, product code BX 109. Discontinued 1961. A lost product code from a company that vanished, typed by my sleeping daughter. The coincidence was dead. This was a pattern. This was a message. The next day, I had to do something normal. I told my partner I was running to the hardware store. Instead, I drove back to the library. This time, I asked for property records, old land deeds. The librarian, an older man with kind eyes, helped me find rolls of microfilm for the county where that forest was. It was tedious work, scrolling through faded cursive writing about land grants and sales. My eyes were burning again when I found it. A transaction from 1959. A parcel of over 200 acres of forest land, sold for a token sum to a private trust. The trust was named the Bricks and Legacy Holding Company. The location matched the general area of the pin on my map. This was real. It was a real place. Silas Brixson had bought a huge chunk of wilderness. For what? I printed the page, my hands leaving damp smudges on the paper. When I got home, my partner was in the kitchen. Find what you needed at the hardware store? They asked. Yeah, I said, the lie coming too easily now. Just some stuff. I could feel the folded deed in my back pocket, like it was burning a hole through the denim. I went to my office and added it to the cabinet, the lock turning with a soft, metallic click that now sounded deafening to me. I thought of her words. He can hear you. I started deleting my browser history every night. I became an expert at closing windows when someone walked into the room. My home, our safe place, had become a stage where I was constantly performing the role of a normal person. A few nights later, the final piece of the catalog fell into place. I was reading the scanned Brixson product manual again, the one from 1957. I'd missed it before because it was in the footnotes of every other page, a tiny repeating line. For specifications on integrated systems, consult the Brixson Secure Catalog of the Buried. The Catalog of the Buried. The phrase made my skin crawl. It sounded like a title for a book of tombstones. What kind of company called their product catalog that? I fell down a rabbit hole online, searching for any mention of that phrase. I found nothing. It was like it had been erased. But I did find more about Silas Brixson himself. He gave one interview, ever, to a magazine. In it, he ranted about the surface world being doomed, about pollution, about war, about the fragility of society. The future is vertical, he said. Down is the only direction that offers permanence. The article ended by noting he'd fired the interviewer for asking if he was building a bunker. He called it a self-sustaining subterranean retreat. He vanished from public view in 1961. The company folded. The world moved on. Until now. Until my daughter's dreams. I was putting it all together, and the picture it made was monstrous. A rich, paranoid man builds a secret hideaway underground. Then he disappears. And decades later, he starts sending shopping lists through my child. For what? To finish the job? To check on it? My mind raced with the worst possibilities. That night, I couldn't stay away. I waited until the house was still, then I unlocked the filing cabinet. I laid everything out on my desk, the printed manual page, the society article, the property deed, the screenshot of the map, the product code listing. It was a case file, and the suspect was a ghost. I was so focused on the papers, I didn't hear her approach. A small movement made me jump. She was standing in the doorway of my office, awake, holding her stuffed rabbit. She looked tiny and confused. "Daddy," she whispered. "I had a dream Mr. Bricks was sad. His walls are wet. He says the catalog is wrong." I knelt down, my heart aching. "It's okay, sweetie. It was just a dream." She shook her head, her eyes clear in her own. "No, it wasn't." He showed me the book. It's a big book with a broken lock. He can't turn the pages anymore. She came over and hugged my legs, baring her face. I held her, looking over her head at the spread of papers on my desk. The catalog of the buried. A book with a broken lock. I knew right then what I had to do. The hook was set. I couldn't pull it out. I had to find that book. I had to find out what was in that catalog, because whatever it was, it had my daughter's voice, and it was telling me its walls were wet. I put her back to bed, singing her a song until her breathing evened out. Then I went back to my desk. I opened a fresh map on my computer. I zoomed in on that red pin in the forest. I started looking for a way in. The map on my screen was just a flat expanse of green pixels, but it felt like a target, and I was staring down the scope. For a week, I did nothing but research. I learned how to read topographic maps, squinting at the digital lines that showed the rise and fall of the land around that red pin. I found old logging road databases looking for any route, even a forgotten one that got close. There was nothing official within 5 miles. This place was meant to be left alone. During the day, I was a normal parent. I went to work, I helped with homework, I made pancakes on Saturday. But my mind was always in that forest. My partner noticed the distance. "You're somewhere else lately," they said one evening while we were doing dishes. I shrugged, trying to seem casual. Just a lot on my mind with that big project at the office. It was another lie added to the pile between us. The truth was a chasm I couldn't cross. How could I say our daughter was a conduit for a dead man's building plans? They'd insist on therapy, on medication, on ripping the talkie board to shreds. And maybe they'd be right. But I was past that. I had to know. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. My daughter was drawing again at the kitchen table. This time, it wasn't a diagram. It was a careful, detailed drawing of a book. It was huge, with a thick leather cover. On the spine, in her careful block letters, she'd written catalog. The lock on the front was drawn with a broken chain, the padlock hanging open. She slid it over to me. "He's still sad," she said simply, and went back to coloring a rainbow. That was it. The next day I called in sick. I told my partner I had a migraine and needed to sleep it off in a dark room. Instead, I packed a small backpack, a bottle of water, a power bar, a flashlight, my printed map, and a compass I'd bought at the sporting goods store. I felt like an imposter, a city dad playing explorer. But the knot in my stomach was real. The drive took 2 hours. The highway shrank into a country road, then into a gravel lane that wound up into the hills. The trees closed in, tall pines and old oaks, their branches making a canopy that turned the daylight into a green, underwater gloom. I found the spot where the last logging road turned away from my target. I pulled my car off into a patch of weeds, my heart thumping. This was it. The air outside was cool and smelled of pine needles and damp earth. I checked my compass, oriented my map, and started walking. The forest was alive with sounds I wasn't used to. The rustle of animals in the underbrush, the distant call of a bird, the creak of branches. Every sound made me jump. I was trespassing, not just on land, but on something else, something that had been sleeping here for decades. I hiked for over an hour, my clothes sticking to me with sweat. The terrain was rougher than the map suggested, full of hidden gullies and fallen logs. Doubt started to creep in. This was insane. I was following the dream of a 6-year-old into the middle of nowhere. I was about to turn back when I stumbled into a small clearing. The ground was different here. It was flatter, unnaturally so. The trees formed a perfect circle around it, as if they'd grown up around an empty space. In the very center, the earth was sunken in a gentle bowl shape, covered in a thick carpet of moss and ferns. My breath caught. This was it. The depression wasn't natural. It was a sink, a settling. I dropped my backpack and got down on my knees. I pushed the ferns aside. The soil underneath was dark and loose. I dug my fingers in, pulling away roots and dirt. A few inches down, my fingers scraped against something that wasn't earth or rock. It was smooth and cold. Metal. I scrambled for my small camping shovel, the one I'd almost left in the car. I started digging in earnest, my movements frantic. The moss and topsoil gave way easily. I cleared a patch about 2 feet across. Underneath was a curved surface of rusted steel. I kept digging, following the curve, until I uncovered a seam. It was a perfect circle, about 3 feet wide. In the center was a recessed wheel, like you'd see on a bank vault or the door of a submarine. The rust was thick, but it hadn't eaten all the way through. And there, stamped into the metal near the rim, was lettering. I brushed the dirt away with my trembling hand. The words were faint but unmistakable. Bricks and Secure, Serial 001. I sat back on my heels, my shovel dropping from my grip. The air left my lungs. It was real. A hatch. Serial number 1. The first of whatever he built. This was the access point that wasn't on the blueprints. My daughter's sleeping voice had led me right to it. A mix of terror and triumph flooded me. I'd found it. Now what? I wasn't about to try and open it. That was a line I wouldn't cross, not alone in the woods. This was proof enough. I could go to the authorities now. I could show them the hatch, the documents, the recordings. They'd have to listen. I fumbled for my phone to take pictures. No signal, of course, but the camera worked. I took dozens of photos, close-ups of the lettering, wide shots of the hatch in its mossy setting. As I framed a shot, my phone buzzed in my hand, a sharp vibration that made me yelp. A notification popped up. A text message from my partner's number. My blood ran cold. They were at work, miles away. I opened it. The message was brief, and it wasn't from them. Wrong access point. You are at ventilation shaft A. Primary entrance is 82 paces bearing 270 degrees true. Bring torch. I stared at the screen. The words seemed to burn into my retinas. Ventilation shaft A. They knew I was here. They knew what I'd found. And they were giving me directions. I looked around wildly, half expecting to see someone in the trees. There was no one. Just the forest watching. My phone had no bars, but this message had come through clean as a whistle. A thought, cold and slimy, wormed into my brain. My daughter's tablet. It had a cellular plan for emergencies. It was in her backpack at home. Was it on? Could something be using it? I stood up, my legs shaky. I looked west, the direction the text said. 270 degrees true. I pulled out my compass. The needle swung, pointing the way. 82 paces. This was a command. A direct order from the thing in the ground. Every sane instinct screamed at me to run. To get in my car, drive to the police station, and spill everything. But another part, a deeper, more stubborn part, was already counting. 1 pace. 2. This was the answer. The primary entrance. The real door. If I walked away now, I'd spend the rest of my life wondering what was behind it, listening to my daughter's sleep talk for more clues. I had to see. I had to know what he'd built. I kept walking, counting under my breath, my eyes glued to the compass. 30 paces. 50. The forest looked the same, endless trees. 70. 80. I took the 81st, then the 82nd. I stopped, turning in a slow circle. There was nothing. Just more trees, more ferns, more fallen branches. A sick feeling of disappointment and relief washed over me. It was a trick, a cruel joke. I looked down at my phone to reread the message. As I did, the angle of the late afternoon sun shifted, sliding through the trees in long, golden beams. The light hit the forest floor in front of me at a shallow angle, raking across it. And that's when I saw it. What had looked like a normal patch of ground was actually a long, perfectly straight line cutting through the moss. A seam. I dropped to my knees again, my heart back to its frantic rhythm. I brushed at the line. It wasn't a crack in the soil. It was a gap about half an inch wide, filled with what looked like old, hardened rubber. A seal. I followed the line with my eyes. It ran straight for about 10 feet, then turned at a perfect right angle. This wasn't a hatch. This was a rectangle. A door. A massive, camouflaged slab set right into the earth. The moss and forest debris had grown over it for decades, making it invisible from above. But from this low angle, with the sun hitting it just right, its edges were as clear as day. This was it. The primary entrance. I didn't have a torch. I had a flashlight. It would have to do. I stood there at the edge of the hidden door, the forest around me holding its breath. I had found the catalog of the buried. Now I had to decide if I was brave enough or stupid enough to open it. The sun was dipping lower, painting the woods in long shadows. I had maybe an hour of daylight left. I looked at the seam in the ground, then back the way I'd come. Going home meant returning to a life of whispers and secrets, of watching my daughter for signs of a ghost. Going forward meant stepping into the dark, into a place that had been waiting for someone, maybe for me, for over 60 years. I took a deep breath of the pine-scented air, the last taste of the normal world. I hefted my backpack and started looking for a way to open the slab. The hook was no longer set, it was pulling me in, and I had stopped fighting the line. The seam in the earth was a wound, and I was about to open it. The moss and soil covering the slab were thick, a living blanket that had taken decades to grow. I used my shovel to scrape and pry, my movements quick and frantic as the daylight began to fade. The green covering gave way to a gray, gritty surface beneath, concrete, not metal. It was textured to look like stone, a perfect disguise. I worked my way along one of the long edges, clearing a trench. My hands were raw, my back ached, but a wild energy kept me going. This was the moment. After half an hour, I found what I was looking for. At one end of the massive rectangle, the concrete edge was different. There was a recess, a pocket carved into the ground beside the slab. Inside that pocket, shrouded in roots and black dirt, was a thick iron ring, bigger than a dinner plate. It was the handle. I grabbed it, the iron cold and gritty in my palms. I braced my feet and pulled. Nothing. The thing didn't budge a fraction of an inch. It felt anchored to the center of the earth. I pulled again, grunting with the effort, my muscles straining. A sharp, metallic groan echoed under the ground, a sound of protest from something that hadn't moved in a lifetime. But it moved. Just a crack, less than an inch. A puff of air escaped from the opening, a long, slow sigh that smelled of cold stone, old machinery oil, and something else, something dry and stale that had never seen the sun. The smell of a tomb. That sigh did it. The last of my resistance broke. I had to see. I planted my feet again, wrapped both hands around the ring, and pulled with everything I had. The groan became a shriek, a piercing metal-on-metal scream that tore through the quiet of the forest, sending birds scattering from the trees. The slab rose, tilting up on hidden hinges. It was monstrously heavy, but once it passed a certain point, its own weight took over, and it swung upward with a final, crashing thud that shook the ground under my feet. I stood there, panting, staring into the hole I'd made. A set of steep, concrete stairs descended into pure black. The air flowing out was a constant, gentle stream now, that cold, dead breath on my face. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut into the dark, showing steps that went down about 20 feet before turning at a landing. The walls were smooth, poured concrete. It was clean, precise, and utterly empty. I should have turned around. Every sane thought in my head was shouting at me to go get help, to not go down there alone. But the pull was magnetic. This was the answer to every strange word, every midnight murmur. I took the first step, then the second. The world of trees and birdsong vanished behind me, replaced by the sound of my own footsteps, my own breathing, and that constant, faint whisper of air moving through a deep place. The stairs were narrow. My shoulder brushed one wall. I went down around the turn and found myself on a small landing. In front of me was a door. Not a rustic hatch, but a serious, vault-like door made of brushed steel. It looked like it belonged in a bank or a spaceship. There was a large wheel in its center for opening it. Next to the door, set flush into the concrete wall, was a dull metal panel with a single unmarked button. I stared at it. This place was from the 1950s. Nothing here should work, but the button looked clean, untouched. My finger hovered over it. This was the point of no return. Pushing it would be an admission that I believed this place was still alive, still connected. I pushed. The sound was a deep, solid thunk from within the wall, followed by a low, vibrating hum that I felt in my teeth. Above the vault door, a single, bare light bulb set in a metal cage flickered once, twice, and then glowed with a steady yellow light. The hum continued, a background note that filled the small space. Power. After 60 years, this place still had power. My mouth went dry. The light bulb was a single eye watching me. The vault door had no lock on this side, just that big wheel. I gripped it. It turned smoothly, without a sound, well-oiled and maintained. With a hiss of equalizing pressure, the door swung inward. I stepped through, my flashlight beam sweeping ahead of the weak glow from the bulb behind me. The room I entered was not a cavern. It was a control room, frozen in time. Banks of switches and dials, all labeled in crisp, faded lettering, lined one wall. In the center was a large desk with a green, glass-covered screen set into it, a radar screen. And on that screen, a single bright green dot pulsed slowly, rhythmically in the exact center. A blip, a heartbeat. The air in here was different, colder, drier, and it carried a faint, sharp smell of ozone, like after a lightning storm. I moved further in, my light passing over schematics pinned to a corkboard, over a calendar still open to October 1961, over a coffee mug with a dried, crackled stain at the bottom. This wasn't an abandoned ruin. It was a paused place. Someone had just stepped out. On the desk, next to the glowing radar, was a small, spiral-bound notebook. A child's notebook, with a cartoon horse on the cover. My breath hitched. I knew that notebook. It was from my daughter's school supply pile. I hadn't even noticed it was missing. It was open. I shone my light on the page. In her unmistakable kindergarten handwriting, big and round, were the words, "You are here. Good. Check the secondary monitor. He is waking up." The words swam in front of my eyes. He is waking up. My head snapped toward the radar screen. The blip pulsed. 1, 2, 3. I looked around the room. On another part of the desk was a smaller screen, dark and dusty. I wiped the glass with my sleeve. As my fingers touched its frame, it flickered on with a soft pop. The image was grainy, black and white, flickering with lines of static. It showed a room, a different room. It was decorated like a fancy hotel room from an old movie. A patterned rug, a wingback chair, a bookshelf. And against the far wall, a bed. In the bed, a form lay under a blanket. A human-shaped form. The image was too fuzzy to see details, but the outline was clear. Someone was in that bed. As I watched, frozen to the spot, the form moved. A slow, deliberate shift. An arm, perhaps, sliding out from under the blanket. The blip on the radar screen pulsed in time with the movement. A wave of pure, electric terror shot through me, followed by a dizzying wave of disbelief. This couldn't be real. This was a recording, a trick of the light. But the radar blip was real. The hum in the walls was real. The notebook with my daughter's writing was real. I was inside Silas Brixton's tomb, and he wasn't just buried here. He was in there, sleeping, or waiting, and according to the notebook, he was waking up. I stumbled back from the desk, my legs hitting the chair. The control room, with its humming power and its glowing screens, felt suddenly like the belly of a sleeping beast. I had found the catalog of the buried, and its first entry was a man. I had to get out. I had to get to the police, to the army, to anyone with authority and guns. This was way beyond a dad solving a mystery. I turned and ran for the vault door. As I reached it, a new sound cut through the hum. A soft, melodic ding, like an elevator arriving. It came from a speaker grill above the desk. Then a red light on the main console began to flash. A voice came from the grill, not a human voice, but a flat, mechanical, recorded voice. It was calm and clear. Stasis integrity at 4%. Revival protocol or full transference required. Locate and prepare the secondary occupant. The words hung in the cold air. Secondary occupant. My mind, reeling, made the horrible connection. The second, empty cryocell on the schematics I'd seen online. The need for a specific neural receiver. A child with an open, imaginative mind. A genetic match. My daughter. They didn't just want to talk to her. They wanted her here. In that other room. I lunged for the vault door, my hands slipping on the wheel. I got it open, dashed through, and slammed it behind me. I took the stairs 2 at a time, bursting out into the evening forest. The fresh air felt like a slap. The sky was deep purple, the first stars coming out. I turned and shoved the massive concrete slab with all my might. It fell back into place with a ground-shaking crash, sealing the tomb once more. I stood there in the growing dark, gasping, my clothes soaked with sweat and dirt. I had my proof. More proof than I ever wanted. I ran back through the woods, not caring about the branches that whipped my face, driven by a new, more urgent terror. I had to get home. I had to protect her. I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. I drove like a madman, the headlights cutting tunnels through the dark country roads. My phone buzzed as I hit the outskirts of town. Service returned. A flood of notifications appeared. Missed calls from my partner. Texts. Where are you? Your migraine must be bad. You're not answering. Call me. And then the last one, sent just 10 minutes ago. Ella's asking for you. She says she had a dream about the quiet place. She says Mr. Brix needs the right tools now. What is she talking about, Sam? What's going on? I pulled into our driveway, the tires crunching on the gravel. The house lights were on, warm and welcoming. A normal house. I sat there for a moment, my forehead resting on the steering wheel, trying to slow my racing heart. I had closed the door on the tomb, but I hadn't closed the door on any of this. It was here, in my home, in my daughter's dreams. I had the proof, but the problem was just beginning. And the mechanical voice's command echoed in my head, a chilling order that changed everything. Locate and prepare the secondary occupant. Walking from my car to the front door felt like crossing a minefield. The warm light from the windows, the familiar sight of my partner moving in the kitchen. It was all a stage set now, hiding a nightmare. I took a deep breath, trying to force my face into something that looked normal. but my hands were still trembling as I turned the knob. The moment I stepped inside, the atmosphere was tight, strained. My partner was at the sink, their back to me, but their shoulders were stiff. Our daughter was on the living room floor, building a tower with blocks. She looked up and gave me a small, unsure smile. "Hi, Daddy." "Hey, sweetheart," I said, my voice coming out too high. I walked into the kitchen. My partner turned around, their face a mask of controlled anger and deep worry. They didn't say hello. They just held up their phone, showing me their last text. "What is she talking about, Sam? What tools? What quiet place?" They kept their voice low, but every word was sharp. "She woke up from her nap asking for you, saying Mr. Bricks was upset because the tools weren't right." She described them. A small trowel. A level. "Sam," she described a plumb bob. "She's 6. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. The truth was a wild animal trapped in my chest, clawing to get out. I couldn't tell it. "Not like this. It's just this imaginary game." I started, the lie tasting like ash. "You know how detailed she gets. She probably saw something on TV." "Don't," they snapped, their eyes glistening. "Don't do that. You've been secretive for weeks. You're jumpy. You're up all night on the computer. And now she's talking like a contractor's apprentice. This isn't a game anymore. You're feeding into it, and it's scaring her." "I'm not feeding anything." The words burst out of me, louder than I intended. From the living room, I heard a block clatter. We both looked over. Our daughter was watching us, her lower lip trembling. The fight went out of my partner. They rubbed their face. "We need to talk. Without her." We put her to bed early that night. The routine felt hollow. Her usual bedtime story was met with quiet, watchful eyes. When I kissed her forehead, she whispered, "Don't be mad. He's just lonely down there. He needs help fixing it." I just smoothed her hair and said nothing. Downstairs, the conversation I'd been dreading began. I couldn't tell the full truth. The bunker, the hatch, the man in the bed. It was too much. They'd think I'd lost my mind completely. So I gave them a half-truth, a version that was terrifying enough. I told them about the sleep talking, the specific phrases. I showed them the 1957 manual on my phone, the property deed. I told them I'd gone to the forest, that I'd found signs of old construction. I called it vandalism and weird historical stuff. "So you went out there? Alone?" Their voice was flat, disbelieving. "Because of her dreams?" "They weren't just dreams. This Brixton guy was real, and he built something out there. Don't you see? It's affecting her." "What I see," they said slowly, "is that my partner is obsessing over a dead man and dragging our daughter into it. You're creating this, Sam. Your obsession is becoming her reality. It has to stop." "I'm trying to understand it to make it stop." "No, you're feeding it. Every time you write it down, every time you research it, you're telling her it's real. We need to disconnect. We need to get her away from this vibe in the house." The argument spiraled. It was the worst one we'd ever had, full of accusations and fears voiced aloud. They said I was unstable. I said they were in denial. It ended with them standing up, their decision made. "I'm taking her to my mom's tomorrow. For the weekend. We all need a break. You need to clear your head. And you need to get rid of all this research." They went upstairs to bed, leaving me alone in the dark living room. I felt shattered, isolated. They were taking her away, and it felt like the worst possible thing. She'd be farther from me, but would she be safer? Or would the signal just get clearer without me around? The talkie board was on the coffee table, a stupid piece of glittered cardboard. In a fit of rage and despair, I snatched it up. I was going to rip it to pieces, burn it in the fireplace, end this stupid thing that started it all. As I held it, the bottle cap in the center wobbled. Then, without anyone touching it, it slid. It moved in a slow, deliberate arc across the alphabet, stopping on one letter, then the next. N-O. It stopped. I dropped the board like it was on fire. It clattered onto the table, the cap rolling off and onto the floor. A deep, primal shudder went through me. It wasn't the board. It had never been the board. The board was just a toy, a focus. The thing talking to my daughter was in the walls, in the air, in the signals. Destroying a piece of cardboard wouldn't stop a ghost in a machine. The next morning was cold and awful. A suitcase sat by the door. My daughter was quiet, clinging to my partner's leg. The goodbye was stiff, a quick hug from her, averted eyes from my partner. "Use this time, Sam. Please," was all they said before they drove away. I watched the car until it vanished, the house around me feeling vast and empty, and full of that humming quiet I'd felt in the bunker. The directive from the mechanical voice was a drumbeat in my skull. Locate and prepare the secondary occupant. They were taking her away, but they were walking her right into the open, where anything could happen. I couldn't just sit there. I had to do something real, something that would prove this was a threat anyone would understand. I went to my office and pulled everything out of the filing cabinet. I made a pile of the evidence, the printed manual, the society page, the deed, the map with the pin, the product code listing, the photos I'd taken of the hatch. I took my phone and compiled all the audio recordings of her sleep talking. I wrote a clear, concise statement, sticking only to the facts a skeptic would accept. My child was reciting verbatim technical specs from a defunct company. The founder of that company owned remote land. I found a man-made structure on that land. I didn't mention the radar blip. I didn't mention the man in the bed. I packaged it all into a large envelope. My plan was simple. I would go to the state police, to the county sheriff, to the FBI field office if I had to. I would hand them this packet and say, "My daughter is in danger. Please investigate this place." It was the right thing to do. The adult thing. I drove to the county sheriff's office first, the envelope on the passenger seat. My heart was pounding, but with a new purpose. I walked in, asked to speak to a detective, and was told to wait. I sat on a hard plastic chair, clutching the envelope, rehearsing what I would say. A deputy called me over. He was young, tired-looking. "What can I do for you?" I started talking, my words tumbling out. I showed him the first page, the manual with the phrase. I told him about the sleep talking. He listened, his face neutral. When I mentioned I'd gone out to the forest, his eyebrows went up. "You trespassed on private property?" I think it might be dangerous. There's a hatch, an old vault door. I think someone might be living down there." He leaned back, tapping his pen. "Sir, that's the old Brixton land. We get calls about that every few years. Kids partying, ghost hunters. It's an old Cold War bunker. Everyone knows that. It's sealed up, probably full of asbestos." "It's not sealed." I opened it. "The power is still on." My voice rose, and I saw his posture change, his professional calm settling over a layer of dismissal. He saw an obsessed man, a conspiracy theorist. "Did you see anyone down there? Any signs of current occupation? Any weapons?" I thought of the bed, the moving form. I saw a monitor. "There might be someone," he sighed. "A monitor from the 60s? Sir, without evidence of a crime, or a clear and present danger, there's not much I can do. It's private property. If you're worried about your daughter's dreams, I'd talk to a doctor. We don't investigate dreams." He handed my papers back to me, his message clear. I was just another weirdo with a folder. I left, the envelope feeling like a lead weight. The system couldn't see the monster because the monster was too strange. It hid in the static between reality and nightmare. I got back in my car, defeated. My phone rang. It was my partner's mother. My blood turned to ice. I answered. "Sam? Thank God. Is Ella with you?" Her voice was frantic. "What? No, she's with you. She left with you this morning." "She's gone, Sam. We went to the grocery store. I turned my back for 1 minute to get milk, and she was just gone. We've looked everywhere in the store. The police are here now." The world dropped out from under me. The envelope fell from my hands, papers scattering across the car floor. I heard the chaos in the background, my partner's voice, raw with panic, shouting our daughter's name. The mechanical voice had given its order. And now, the secondary occupant was missing. The drive to my in-laws' town was a blur of speed and sheer terror. I ran every red light, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I skidded into the grocery store parking lot, now swarming with police cars, their lights painting the asphalt in swirling blue and red. I saw my partner immediately, standing by a patrol car, their face pale and streaked with tears, talking to an officer. They saw me and their expression crumpled, a mix of relief and deeper fear. I ran over. "What happened? Tell me everything." The officer, a detective with a grim face, stepped in. She was in the cereal aisle. Her grandmother turned to grab an item from the top shelf. When she looked back, your daughter was gone. No struggle, no noise. We've reviewed the footage. He led us into the store manager's office, to a small monitor. The black and white video showed the familiar aisle. My daughter was there, looking at the colorful boxes. Her grandmother reached up, and then my daughter simply turned and walked away, not hurried, but with a clear purpose. She didn't look back. She walked straight down the aisle, turned the corner, and disappeared from the camera's view. "Where does that lead?" I asked, my voice tight. "Back of the store. Receiving dock. There's an alarm door there, but it wasn't triggered. We watched more camera angles. She never appeared at the front registers. She never left through the main doors. She walked into the back hallway and vanished. How is that possible? My partner whispered, clutching my arm. The detective rubbed his jaw. We're checking every inch. But sir, ma'am, this looks planned. Did she ever talk about running away? Was she upset? My partner and I locked eyes. The unspoken truth hung between us, a monstrous thing. She's been having vivid dreams, I said, forcing the words out. About a place in the woods. A man named Mr. Bricks. The detective's eyes narrowed, taking notes, but I could see the shift. We were now the parents with the troubled child, the ones who might have missed the signs. The search expanded. 9 units were brought in. The dogs picked up her scent in the back hallway, then led them out a service door that was supposed to be locked, but was found slightly ajar. The trail went cold in the busy parking lot. Hours passed, each one an eternity. My phone was glued to my hand, waiting for a ransom call, a demand, any sign. My partner was a statue of grief, answering police questions in a monotone. The sun began to set. Then a break. A city bus driver, on his break 2 towns over, saw the Amber Alert on his phone. He called in. He recognized my daughter's picture. He'd picked up a little girl matching her description, alone, at a stop near the grocery store around the time she vanished. She'd paid with cash, he said. Exact change. She'd told him her grandpa was waiting for her at the end of the line. The bus's destination was the city with the P.O. box from the sleepwalking message. The one she'd typed while asleep. My blood ran cold. This wasn't a random kidnapping. This was a pilgrimage. A convoy of police cars, with us following, raced to the city bus terminal. It was a sprawling, dingy place, full of shadows and echoing announcements. Officers fanned out, showing her picture. A ticket clerk pointed us to the locker bays. Yeah, I saw a kid like that, he said, carrying a little pizza box, like from a birthday party. Seemed fine. Happy, even. She went over to the lockers. We rushed to row B. Locker B-17 had a key stuck in it, dangling from the lock. The detective put on gloves, turned the key, and swung the small metal door open. A collective gasp went through our little group. She wasn't inside. Inside the locker, arranged neatly on a shelf, was a folded set of dark blue coveralls, sized for a small child. Next to them was a tiny, yellow plastic hard hat, and laid out with care on the floor of the locker was a set of tools. Not toy tools. Real, finely made, small grip tools. A trowel, a level, a plumb bob with a sharp point, a miniature folding shovel. They were clean, oiled, and looked both antique and perfectly functional. On top of the coveralls, placed like a final note, was the talkie board. The bottle cap planchette was fixed firmly in the center with a glob of dried glue, pointing directly at the word yes. My partner let out a choked sound and turned away, collapsing into sobs against the wall. The detective carefully bagged the items, his face grim and confused. What is this? Some kind of costume. I couldn't answer. My eyes were fixed on those tools. This wasn't a kidnapping for harm. This was an outfitting. She was being dressed for a job, given a uniform. The horror was so specific it made my head spin. The police shifted gears. This was now a major case with a bizarre, sinister angle. They set up a command post at the bus station. They tracked the purchase of the bus ticket. It was bought with cash at a kiosk days earlier. They found security footage of her getting off the bus here at the terminal, still carrying the pizza box. She walked calmly to the lockers, used a key from her pocket, opened it, looked inside, and then she turned and walked out of the frame, leaving the locker door open. She didn't take the tools. She didn't put on the uniform. She just looked and left. Where did she go? I begged, staring at the frozen video image of her small back. We're checking every camera, the detective assured me, but his voice lacked conviction. The terminal had blind spots, old corridors, exits that weren't monitored. Hours of fruitless searching followed. My phone, clutched in my sweaty hand, suddenly dinged with a sound I'd almost forgotten. A location-sharing notification. Her tablet, the one in her backpack. It had just come online. A pulsing blue that appeared on a map on my screen. It wasn't in the city. It was moving fast along the interstate, heading back in the direction of our home. Of the forest. She's on the move. I yelled, shoving the phone at the detective. Her tablet. It's tracking. He grabbed my phone, barked orders. The entire operation mobilized in minutes. We were a convoy again, sirens screaming, speeding down the highway, following that little blue dot. It moved with purpose, exiting the highway not for our town, but for the state route that led into the hills toward the Brixton land. My partner sat beside me in the back of a patrol car, their hand crushing mine, both of us watching the dot on the officer's dashboard screen. "She can't be driving," they whispered. "Who has her?" I didn't answer. I knew in my bones that she was alone, that she was following a map in her head, a signal we couldn't hear. The dot turned off the paved road, onto the gravel track I knew too well. It moved steadily, inexorably, deeper into the forest. Then it stopped. The signal stabilized, a steady pulse right over the coordinates of the hidden slab entrance. We reached the turnoff, a line of police vehicles bumping down the rugged path. We parked in a chaotic cluster, doors flying open. Officers with powerful flashlights and drawn weapons streamed into the woods, following the GPS coordinates we gave them. My partner and I ran behind them, branches slapping our faces. We burst into the clearing. The scene was illuminated by a dozen blinding flashlight beams. The massive concrete slab was wide open, just as I'd left it, a black maw in the earth. Light, cold, white electric light poured out from below. The bunker was open, and it was awake. The detective shouted commands. "Stay here," he ordered us, and a young officer was assigned to hold us back as a tactical team descended the stairs, their voices sharp and professional echoing up from the hole. We stood at the rim, straining to hear. Shouts of "clear" came from different directions. Then, after what felt like a lifetime, a voice called up, strained and confused. "We've got the subject. She's secure. She's unharmed. But you need to see this down here." My partner and I scrambled down the stairs before anyone could stop us, the officer trailing behind. We spilled into the humming control room. It was lit up now, every overhead fluorescent tube buzzing with light. The green radar blip pulsed, and there, in the center of the room, stood our daughter. She was still in her jeans and pink shirt from that morning, looking small and confused under the harsh lights, holding the hand of a female officer. She saw us and her face lit up. "Mommy! Daddy!" She broke free and ran into our arms. We dropped to our knees, hugging her, crying, checking her over. She was fine. Not a scratch. She smelled like the forest air. "How did you get here, baby?" my partner asked, tears streaming. She shrugged. The bus was loud. A nice lady with a big car gave me a ride most of the way. She said she was going hiking. Then I walked. I knew the way. Her tone was matter of fact, as if she'd just gone to the park. The detectives and officers were fanning out, their awe and confusion filling the room. They examined the vintage equipment, the glowing screens. The lead detective approached me, his earlier skepticism gone, replaced by a profound unsettledness. "Sir, you said there was a bedroom?" I nodded, pointing to the vault door on the far side of the control room, the one I hadn't opened. The tactical team prepared and opened it. We followed them into a short corridor, then into the room from the monitor, the 1950s bedroom. The bed was there. The blanket was rumpled, thrown back. The form was gone. A clear, gelatinous membrane lay in tatters on the sheets, connected to a series of empty, dangling tubes. The cryostasis cell beside the bed hummed, but its glass front was open. A trail of faint, sticky fluid led from the bed to the open doorway where we now stood. Silas Brixton was not in his bed. He was up, and he was somewhere in the bunker. An officer's radio crackled, a voice from the team still searching upstairs. "We found something up here. You need to see it." In the trees, about 50 yards east of the entrance. We were ushered back up into the night. Flashlights pointed at the base of a large pine tree. There, on the ground, was her backpack, and next to it, sitting neatly on a folded piece of bark as if on a display stand, was the pizza box. It was empty, but written on the inside of the lid in black marker, in handwriting that was not a child's, a precise, elegant, old-fashioned script, was a message. The tools were a test. She passed. The catalog is complete. We are ready for the final pour. Thank you for the delivery. The detective looked from the message to me, to my daughter safe in my arms, to the open bunker. The mystery had just deepened beyond any police manual. They had found the missing child, alive and well. The immediate crisis was over. But as I held my daughter, feeling her small heart beat against mine, I looked at the black opening in the ground. We had gotten her back, but we had also delivered her right to his doorstep. And he was no longer sleeping. He was out here, in the woods, in the night, and his work was not yet done. The case was closed for them. For me, it was just entering a new, more terrifying chapter. The next 48 hours were a whirlwind of official chaos and private dread. The police sealed the bunker as a crime scene, though the only crime they could pin down was trespassing mine. They took endless statements. My daughter, perched on a too-big chair in the sheriff's office, told a simple, impossible story. A nice lady with a soft voice gave her a ride after the bus. She knew which turns to tell her to take. The lady left her at the edge of the woods. She walked to the door in the ground, because Mr. Bricks wanted to show her his quiet room. No, she never saw the lady's face clearly. Yes, she was sure it was a lady. The police sketch artist produced a generic, kindly-looking woman that matched no one in any database. The tools from the locker were analyzed. They were custom-made, dated to the late 1950s, with the Bricks and Secure logo etched faintly on the metal. The talkie board was just cardboard and glitter. My documentation, once dismissed, was now pored over by frowning detectives. They had a missing then found child, a bizarre stash of antique child-sized tools, and an empty high-tech tomb from the Cold War with a missing occupant. But they had no body, no clear motive for kidnapping, and a victim who was unharmed and home. The official story, the one that began to solidify in the reports, was that of a disturbed individual, possibly an obsessed historical reenactor or a cultist familiar with the Brixton story, who had fixated on our family, groomed our daughter through some unknown means, and orchestrated the strange event. The Mr. Bricks persona was written off as a creation of this person, implanted in our daughter's imagination. It was a tidy, human explanation. It allowed the police to classify the case as solved with the perpetrator at large, and for life to move on. For everyone else, it was over. For me, it was a fragile, terrifying new normal. We were home. My partner moved back in, but a canyon had opened between us. The relief of having our daughter back was overwhelmed by a river of unspoken blame and lingering fear. They believed the police theory, that some real flesh and person had done this, and that my obsession had painted a target on our backs. You published those genealogy queries online, Sam. You probably contacted some historical forum and attracted a freak. The fights were quieter now, hissed arguments after our daughter was in bed. We were both too exhausted, too traumatized for shouting. We settled into a tense, watchful routine. We changed all the locks. We installed a new security system with cameras at every door and window. We told our daughter that Mr. Bricks was a bad pretend game, and we weren't to talk about him anymore. She nodded solemnly, but sometimes I'd catch her staring at a wall, her lips moving soundlessly. The bunker was boarded up by the county, deemed a hazard. A rusty construction fence was erected around the clearing. It was over, but the feeling in my house, in my bones, said it wasn't. The air felt charged like before a thunderstorm. The hum I'd heard in the bunker sometimes seemed to whisper from the walls at night, a frequency just at the edge of hearing. I checked the security camera feeds obsessively, seeing nothing but swaying trees and empty streets. A week after we returned home, I found her in the backyard. She wasn't playing. She was standing perfectly still in the middle of the lawn, her arms held slightly out from her sides. Her eyes were closed. The sun was setting, casting long shadows. "Sweetie, what are you doing?" She didn't open her eyes. "Listening to the countdown," she said softly. A bolt of ice shot down my spine. "What countdown?" "The one for the final pour. He says the mixture is almost ready. The aggregate has been sourced." She opened her eyes then, blinked, and smiled at me like she'd just told me about her day at school. "Can I have a popsicle?" The old terror, which had settled into a low-grade dread, roared back to life. He was still here, still talking to her. The fence around the bunker didn't matter. The police theory was wrong. It wasn't a person. It was the signal. And the signal was in my backyard. That night, I did the only thing I could think to do. I went back to the library, to the microfiche. If Brixton was out, if his final pour was imminent, I needed to know what that meant. I scoured every article, every mention of his company. In a trade journal for concrete and aggregate, I found a small, dry article from 1960 titled, "Brixton Announces Perpetual Foundation Formula." It quoted Silas Brixton at a rare industry dinner. He said, "The foundation of the future will not merely support a structure, it will become one with it, a living, growing lattice. My formula will, when activated, seek and bind with compatible material, creating an impermeable, intelligent shell. It will be the final skin between the new world and the old." The article was followed by letters to the editor from scientists calling it alchemy and nonsense. The company never brought a product to market. But what if he had? What if the final pour wasn't just concrete? What if it was something else? I drove home, my mind racing. Compatible material. My daughter's words. The aggregate has been sourced. A horrible idea began to form, too monstrous to fully entertain. I pulled into my driveway. The house was dark except for the living room light. My partner's car was gone. They'd taken our daughter to a movie, a deliberate act of normalcy.